Preface. This book is intended to guide zero-level students preparing to sit History of East Africa Paper 241/1. The book can also be of relevance to A-level students who are preparing to sit Paper 210/6, History of Africa from 1855 to 1914, because of its wide coverage of the topics taught in the history of the region. The book was written in order to help alleviate the shortage of textbooks on East African history in many schools. It is hoped that history teachers will find this book useful since the author follows the history syllabus closely and logically. It can also help someone with no prior knowledge of the history of East Africa. I have endeavored to write the book in simple and straightforward language so that it can be read, understood, and digested by students without the help of their teachers. No man is an island unto himself is a saying which comes readily to mind when one is developing work of this kind. I owe a lot of gratitude to members of my family, Mrs. Grace Okello and my sons Dan, Solomon, and Isaac, for tolerating my frequent absences from home during the period of research. I would also like to thank my friends, especially Mr. Ajor, Miss M. Madama, Miss Christina Palat, Miss Rose Munira, Miss Kwambuka, deceased, Mr. Kadok and all other members of the history department whose unwavering encouragement kept me going until the moment my publisher thought the book was good enough for publication. I also thank my former teachers, especially the late D.H. Oqueer, formerly of Comboni College, LRA, my university lecturers, especially Professor P.G. Okus, Mr. G. Asiamwe, Professor B. Akaki, Professor J.C. Sakamwe and many others whose academic guidance made me who I am today. Finally, I should like to thank Mrs. S.R. Oloka and Mrs. V. Wabweer who typed the manuscript. The word migration comes from the verb to migrate, which means to move from one place to another. The movement of different stocks of people into East Africa was a very long process which took over 2,000 years. It was therefore a very slow process, with people coming in small numbers, usually in small family groups, not as whole tribes. Movement during the migrations was sometimes seasonal. This seasonal movement is referred to as transhumance. The Lug people were well known for practicing transhumance. It is worth noting that physical features such as mountains played a prominent role in the lives of the migrants as they were used as reference points for dispersal and convergence. General reasons for migration. Several reasons were responsible for the migration of several groups into East Africa. Runin, this is believed to be one of the major causes of migration of the early peoples into East Africa. As famine struck, people preferred moving to new places where they could get wild fruits and tubers to eat and also where they could carry out cultivation. Drought, this was also responsible for the migration of many tribes into East Africa. These tribes came to look for places where water was available. This is especially true of the farmers and the nomads as they had to look for places with rain and water for their crops and animals. Overpopulation, as the population of a place grew larger, dispersal would take place as people searched for free land for settlement. Political oppression, whenever their leaders oppressed them, people would take refuge in other places. 1. Conflicts. This might also have encouraged migration as tribes which were weaker would run away from stronger ones. Migration and settlement of the Kushites. The Kushites constitute a branch of the Caucasoid race which includes the West Asians, Arabs, and Europeans. These people in East Africa include the Somali, Gala and the Baran. They are believed to have come from Arabia. They moved through the Horn of Africa and from there spread to Ethiopia and Somalia. The Kushites, however, were not in any way related to the ancient kingdom of Kush. The Kushites who moved into East Africa were referred to as the Southern Kushites. They occupied the plains and highlands of Kenya and northern Tanzania. It is estimated that the Kushites entered Kenya in about 1000 BC. They were probably food producers who seem to have had knowledge of the use of modem irrigation for farming. It is believed that the Gala came first, followed by the Somali, and that they probably came into contact with the Bantu who stopped them from moving farther south. Finally, they had to settle in northeastern Kenya. They proceeded to intermarry with other groups, and most of them lost their characteristics to those tribes with whom they intermarried. However, some remnants of the Kushites who have the distinctive characteristics of the early migrants have survived to date. These are Lraku, Dahalo and Bugu. The Kushites' historical burial site was discovered by Dr. Leakey at the Njoro River Cave. Writing to some historians, the legendary Kweza might have descended in some way from the Kushites, although this view is disputed by modern historians. Some Kushites, such as the Gala, played a very big role in disrupting life within the area they occupied. The origin, movement, and settlement of the Nilotes. The Nilotes are a purely linguistic classification of a very large group which has been divided into three major branches. 2. These three branches are, the Highland Nilotes, Plains Nilotes, and River Lake Nilotes. The Highland Nilotes are the Iolengian group of tribes. The Plains Nilotes include the Maasai, and the River J.8 Nilotes are the Luo. The Plains Nilotes include the Maasai, Turkana, Itso, Iaramojong, Pokot, Sad1 Lburu, Nandi and Kipsigis. Like the Bantu, the Plains Nilotes are believed to have descended from Negro stock. They are believed to have originated from the southern border of the Ethiopian highlands at various times during the first millennium AD. The Plains Nilotes were predominantly a pastoral group whose livelihood depended on their animals. The G group comprises the Karamohong, Kumam, Turkana, the G, and Itso. The Langi may also be included in this group, although many people believe that they had some Luo relations. Though their origin is not well known, it is believed that the G came from the Suk Hills close to the current Karamoja area. Meanwhile, some historians believe that they might have come either from Ethiopia or Sudan. The ancestors of these people first settled in present-day Karamoja district before they dispersed and emigrated to their present areas. However, the Tizo people migrated from Iaramojong towards the end of the 17th century or the beginning of the 18th century and settled in their present-day land in eastern Uganda. Reasons for migration of Tizo people from Karamoja. Several reasons are responsible for the migration of the Tizo people from Iaramojong. Overstocking. They probably migrated from Karamoja owing to overstocking. They had a lot of cattle and they could not continue living together with the Iaramojong in one place. Lack of water. This was another possible reason. There was need to find enough water for both their own consumption and for their animals. Lack of grazing land. They were looking for a better place to graze their animals. Overpopulation. People had to move away in search of places that were free from population pressure. Internal and external conflicts. These might also have triggered their movement away from Karamoja. The Karamohong and Turkana might have been raiding them frequently. Runin. This was another possible cause of Tizo migration from Karamoja, especially the famine of Laparanat, which forced many people to move away to look for food. 4. Results of Tizo migration. As a result of their migration, the Itso acquired iron hose through bartering with the Langi and they became farmers in addition to being pastoralists. They also acquired new crops like sweet potatoes and ground nuts. Because of this, the Tizo people, unlike their relatives the Karamohong, built houses where they could stay permanently. Their population increased rapidly due to the abundance of food which they were producing with the hose they had acquired. River Lake Nilotes, the Luo. The Luo are believed to have originated from southern Sudan in the region of Bahr el Ghazal. This might have been their cradle land. From Bahr el Ghazal, the Luo moved to Wipak where they split into three main groups. One of the groups went northwards and formed the present-day tribes of Shilluk, Nuer, and the Dinka. Meanwhile another group went towards the southern border of Ethiopia and Sudan where they became known as the Anuak. The third group followed the course of the Nile and settled at a place called Pibungu in present-day Pakwak in Uganda. The southward movement of the Luo-speaking peoples at Pibungu, a quarrel broke out between two brothers, Labongo and Jipper, Nuper. In order to avoid further conflict, Jipper moved across the River Nile and settled in the pre-Ent-day West Nile districts with his followers. His group intermarried with the Sudanic Mahdi, Okabo, and Lendu. Their intermarriages gave rise to the present Alur subgroup of the Luo people. The second group of the Luo people was led by Labongo, who went southwards towards Payar or Chope in Bunyoro. Here they founded the Beto line of rulers. Later this Payar group expanded into Akoli, Lango, and Al11R. A third group is believed to have stayed at Pubungu and later moved eastwards to Budama, present-day Torora district, and Kenya. Their descendants are believed to be the Jopathola and the Kenyan Luo. The Luo group which went to Akoli from Payar is believed to have been led by Jacomalo. This 6. group also passed through some parts of Lango. The group which went to Budama was led by Adhal and this group passed through southern Lango to Kabarama Edo, and the rest went to the south of present-day Buzaga and lived there for about 3 generations. Some of the Jacomalo Luo joined the Luo in Buzaga. From there, part of the group went to Budama around present-day Torora. There they became known as Jopathola, meaning the people of Adhola. Meanwhile, those who remained in Buzaga formed an ethnic group called Balamaji. Jakajak led the first group to the Ramaji Hills in Nyanza province in Kenya. Their settlement covered both sides of the Ramaji Hills and present-day Uyoma, Seme, Nyakok, and Alaga areas. The Jacomalo group later passed through Samaya and Bunyala and spread to Jem, southern Nyanza, Bugainya, and Alago. The Jacowini group covered other areas of southern Nyanza, Alago, and Kadamo. Effects of Luo migration in East Africa. The movement of the Luo from Bahr el Ghazal to East Africa had far-reaching political, economic, and social effects in East Africa. Their migration led to the effective settlement of Lango, Akoli, and West Nile. The Luo became rulers while the local people were commoners. The Luo founded many chiefdoms in East Africa, e.g. Koc Rajam in the lowlands of Alur, Yakuru in the highlands, and Patiko in Akoli. Their migration also led to the disintegration of Kwezu rule. The Luo established the Babato ruling dynasty in Bunyoro. They also established sub-dynasties in Buganda, Ankole, Rwanda, Kaziba, Buzaga, etc. 7. Kingdoms which were not founded by the Luo copied the Luo system, e.g. Ptira, Atyak, Ajali, all in East and West Akoli. The Luo introduced the hereditary system of kingship with the drum as part of the royal regalia. They founded small states in Buzaga, e.g. Bukuli, Kigulu, and Luwaka. They waged a lot of wars which led to the death of people. This was typical of the Luo of Nyanza in Kenya. They fought the Maasai, Nandi, and Abalyaya. The Luo contributed a lot in the peopling of East Africa, e.g. the inhabitants of northern Uganda, Akoli, Langi, and Alur, are the descendants of the Luo. Their language was adopted and used by other tribes, e.g. by Luo Abajaba, Langi, etc. The Luo Abajaba were the destitutes who had run away from their tribes to seek protection from the Luo people but were assimilated by the Luo. The Luo also brought with them knowledge of farming. They grew millet, sorghum and leguminous crops. All these were adopted. They formed new societies like Kumam, Langi, and Alur through intermarriages with the people they encountered during the course of their migration. They were responsible for the development of new customs and cultures in East Africa. 8. 9. Origin, migration, and settlement of Bantu. The term Bantu refers to the people who speak the language referred to as Ntu. Like the Nilotes, the Bantu are Negroes who speak different languages. Their cradle land is believed to have been around the River Congo area. Historians believe that the Bantu migrated from their cradle land about 2,000 years ago and moved up to the area around the Katanga region in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where they dispersed again. The Bantu are believed to have entered East Africa from the west in around 1000 to 1500 AD. There were about 4 groups of the Bantu who entered East Africa. These were, the highland and coastal Bantu, the western Tanzania Ania Bantu, the central and southern Ania Bantu, and the interlacustrine, or western, Bantu. According to oral traditions, the highland and coastal Bantu migrated into East Africa from the southeastern direction. Their place of dispersal is believed to be the coastal Shungwaya area. The Bantu group which dispersed from the coastal Shungwaya area include the Meru, Pare, Shamba, Chaga and Kikuyu. Meanwhile, the migration of the western Tanzania Bantu is believed to have been closely linked with the Central African Bantu expansion. They entered and St. Africa from the southwestern direction and occupied the areas where they are found today. The migration of the central and southern Tanzania Bantu into East Africa was also closely linked with the movements of the Bantu of Central Africa. This group consisted of the Gogo, Pagoro, Yao, Mwera and Makonde. Furthermore, the migration of the Interlaskustran or Western Bantu was from the western direction into and St. Africa. They established some flourishing communities around the lakes of East Africa. This group includes the Banyarwanda, Banyankore, Baganda, Banyaro, and Abalyaya. 10. The Ngoni conquest and settlement of East Africa in the 19th century was the last wave of the Bantu migration into Fast Africa. All these migrants did not enter East Africa as the tribes of today, but the present-day East African tribes emerged later as a result of assimilation of various groups of people with diverse cultures. A. Describe the movement and settlement of the Eastern Bantu into Fast Africa up to AD 1800. B. How were the Cushitic peoples affected by their movement and settlement? A. Why did the Bantu move into East Africa? B. Describe their migration and settlement in and St. Africa before 1800. A. Why did the Luo migrate from their cradle land, initial homeland? B. What were the results of their migration? 1. A. Why did the Itso migrate from Iramoja in Th. century? B. Describe their migration and settlement in East Africa between 1500, 1890. 11. 2. Cultivation and pastoralism in early East African societies. The idea of cultivation and producing food is believed to have started in the Middle East, especially in Shandabar in the northern part of present-day Iraq. Through the scientific process known as carbon-14 dating, archaeologists have determined that food production probably started in Shandabar in approximately 9000 BC. Other evidence was found at Tel Es Sultan, the site of present-day Jericho. Here food production is thought to have started in about 8000 BC. From those historical sites, the idea of farming or cultivation and pastoralism spread to other parts of the world. The idea of cultivation and pastoralism came to the African continent through Egypt. At Fayum in the Nile Delta, the idea of keeping or rearing cats, cattle, sheep as well as fishing dates to around 6000 BC. This civilization therefore spread along the Nile Valley, and by around 1500 BC, knowledge of cultivation and pastoralism had already reached East Africa, but the influence stayed minimal until around 500 AD. The skills of cultivation and pastoralism were passed on to other people through migration and personal contact with neighbors. As such, both cultivators and pastoralists had to learn by trial and error what would adapt best to their respective climates. The crops which were very important were wheat and barley, which were grown in North Africa, sorghum, millet, eleusine, and crops better suited to the hotter tropical areas, especially areas south of the Sahara. In WST regions, especially around the lakes, other crops like bananas, rice, and certain yams were grown. In East Africa, bananas, rice, yams, and sweet potatoes were introduced along the Indian Ocean. 12. Trade routes about 200 years ago. Millet and sorghum were brought from the Ethiopian highlands about 3 to 4,000 years ago. Maize and cassava were introduced to East Africa from the Americas. The first domestic cattle, sheep, and goats were brought into northeastern Africa from Western Asia and later on reached East Africa. As people acquired the skills of cultivation and animal keeping, rearing, there arose a need to settle down and stop subsisting on fruit, as had been the case during the Stone Age. The banana cultivators settled in fertile areas, especially around the lake shores, and the herdsmen settled on the plains where they could easily graze their animals. As two distinct groups of farmers and cattle keepers developed, trade ensued between them, since each group needed the products of the other. However, the quantity and the quality of food produced depended on the climate and on land use. Agriculture and grazing tended to exhaust the land very fast. What the early people in East Africa did, therefore, was to practice shifting cultivation and movement of livestock from pasture to pasture. Agriculture and cultivation in particular improved a great deal when iron working started in East Africa. There was a great improvement on the tools used. Man shifted from the use of stone tools to the use of iron implements. The population of East Africa grew rapidly as the production of food increased owing to the introduction of new implements. Food items like bananas, millet, sorghum, yams, and cassava were already being produced around 500 years before. Examples of the pastoralists or cattle keepers in East Africa were the Bakwezi and the Itso group, Iaramojong, Tizo, Turkana, Maasai, etc., while the rest were farmers. Revision 2.1. What was the contribution of food crops to the development of early humans in East Africa? 2. With examples show how various food crops were brought to East Africa. 13. 3. Why did early humans in Falizel Africa practice shifting cultivation? 4. What was the contribution of agriculture to the lives of early humans in F.Ast Africa? 5. A. From which part of the world did livestock, especially cattle, originate? B. Who were the pastoralists in East Africa before the time of colonialism? 6. Where did food production begin and in which year? 14. 3. East African coast before 1500. Indian Ocean trade. Today, coastal history is better known to historians than the history of the interior. This is because the early trade which connected East Africa to the outside world attracted many Greek traders. These traders took pains to write down its history in the famous guidebook known as the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. We do not know the authors of this guidebook. Trade between the coast of F.Ast Africa and other parts of the world across the Indian Ocean is believed to have started in the second half of the 1st century AD. The Periplus was, therefore, written to guide the traders, especially to many cities including Rapta, which has not yet been located. The coast of F.Ast Africa was called Azania by those writers. Items of early trade according to our only source of information, i.e. the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, the trade between the Arab sailors and the people of the coast of F.Ast Africa involved the following items: ivory, palm, tortoise shells, rhinoceros horns, cinnamon, slaves and frankincense. All those items were obtained from the East African people. It was noted by another prominent writer, Ptolemy, in the 2nd century that the above items were the most important commodities of these early coastal trade. Among those who came to East Africa to aid by sea were the ancient Greeks, Egyptians, and Arabs. Trade in ivory and gold was earned on chiefly with the ports of Oman and Saraf. Imported articles included glass, iron tools, wine, and wheat, and these were often used as gifts. By the beginning of the 5th century the Arabs had dominated. 15. The coastal zone as their trading area, and from around 420 to 439 AD, East African trade was firmly in the hands of the Persians. They often referred to the coast as the land of the Zinjay, meaning the land of the black people. As a result of the life and teachings of Muhammad, 570 to 632 AD, Islam as a new religion and its civilization spread widely in the Middle East. Its followers established an empire that stretched from the Atlantic coast of North Africa and Spain to the eastern shore of the Indian Ocean. This religion had a far-reaching commercial and political effect on the people of East Africa during the trans-Indian Ocean trade. It also strengthened the link between the coastal peoples with Arabia, Persian Gulf, and India. But when Prophet Muhammad died in 632 AD, quarrels broke out in those areas which had an Islamic influence as people wanted to get a leader who would replace Muhammad. In the confusion that ensued, many people came to East Africa to settle in about 690 AD. Between 690 AD and 1000 AD, the Arabs and Persians built about 38 cities at the coast of East Africa. These cities were built between Mogadishu and Kilwa. All the above cities were quite separate from one another. Each city had its own sultan and code of law. The cities were mostly hostile to one another. For instance, Mombasa was hostile to Nairobi. As noted before, these cities were located in the Zenjai Empire. This was an empire without an emperor and, furthermore, it was a multiracial settlement with people whose various cultures were only harmonized by the Kiswahili language and Islam. The coastal towns and cities. Most of the towns were situated on the peninsulas of islands of East Africa. There was a marked difference between the people of the towns and the people from the hinterland. Most of the towns had rulers who claimed descent from the Arab and Persian ruling classes. Those rulers would govern with the help of a small advisory council. Each of the council officials had specific tasks to perform. For instance, the 16. Mutasib was in charge of administration and the Qadi was LLL6 Harj of Teep courts and Sharia law. Sharia law was the guiding principle for the administrators. The most outstanding coastal towns were Kilwa and Mogadishu during the early years of settlement of the East African coast. Later, however, their position was challenged by towns such as Pate and Mombasa. Mogadishu it was by far the largest of all the towns situated on the Benadir coast. It is also believed that this great town was the first to rise and prosper among all the coastal towns. Mogadishu was founded in the 11th century, and by the 13th century it had become the most prosperous of all the towns. It soon became a port of call for all dhows coming south along the coast due to its nearness to the northern trade route. The rulers of the city were referred to as sheikhs and they lived in luxury as they possessed a lot of wealth. However, Mogadishu lost control of the trade in gold from Sofala and began to decline seriously. Yet between the 10th and 15th centuries, it was second only to Kilwa. By the 15th century, almost all the people living in Mogadishu were Muslims. No coastal town boasted a larger number of converts than Mogadishu. Mogadishu had very little to do with the other coastal towns, but had contacts with the Arab world. Kilwa. From the beginning of the 14th century, Kilwa was the most prosperous town on the coast of East Africa. It is believed that the Persians established it in the early 13th century under their new ruler from the Shirazi dynasty. The Shirazi rulers came from the Benadir coast. Ilwa from a small trading center into a big commercial center with a strong fortress. He raided northwards along the coast and brought many small areas under his influence, including Pemba. Protected from invaders by its fortress, Ilwa became an absolute controller of the gold. 17. Trade of East Africa. The town was therefore referred to as Kilwa Kisawani. In about 1270 AF, Hassan ibn Sulayman I started to build the great mosque at Kilwa in a bid to promote Islam at the coast of East Africa. A palace was built in Kilwa about 1320, and archaeologists believe that the palace was the biggest building south of the Sahara at that time. The palace is commonly referred to as Husuni Kubwa. Many other fine buildings were erected, the greatest of them being the Great Mosque. It was built using Arab architecture. Kilwa was inhabited by Swahili and Arab peoples. However, by 1490 Kilwa had seriously declined owing to wars in the interior which interrupted the flow of gold from Sofala. Mombasa was founded probably in the 12th century as an export center for slaves and ivory. It remained a small settlement until the second half of the 15th century when it gradually grew rich. The expansion and prosperity of Mombasa town was due to the expansion of the Indian Ocean trade. By 1490, Mombasa had grown into a prosperous city with a fortified wall around it. The buildings in Mombasa could easily rival those of Kilwa in terms of their fineness and beauty. Mombasa was so prosperous that it was capable of putting up very serious resistance to the Portuguese invaders in the 15th century. Mombasa had been visited by many Muslim traders like Al-Idrisi in the 12th century and Ibn Battuta in 1331. The inhabitants of Mombasa were warlike and were determined not to surrender their independence to the Portuguese, who had come in full force to try to subject Guinea to colonial rule. However, Ibn Battuta described the inhabitants of Mombasa as being very pious and honorable. Although the rulers of Mombasa were Arabs, the culture of Mombasa had a very strong traditional African element. 18. Fort Jesus in Mombasa. Zanzibar. Zanzibar and Pemba were among the first places to be settled by foreigners. Historians believe that the earliest known trading post, Kanbalu, was probably on Pemba Island. Zanzibar was ruled by Arabs who established their supremacy over the local people of the island. Because of their rule, Zanzibar became a very free trading center. Zanzibar was independent of Kilwa, and its people could not allow foreigners to interfere in their affairs. The economy of Zanzibar grew in the 15th century. Their rulers or sultans minted their own coins. Malindi. Malindi was founded around the 12th century as a mere trading post. It was situated near Mombasa, and as a result there was always very serious rivalry between the two towns. Although Malindi was also well positioned, it could not match Mombasa in strength and was therefore always willing to ally itself with anybody in an attempt to destroy Mombasa. Malindi also embraced Islam and its rulers took the title of Sultan. However, many of its traditional customs were preserved. The people of Malindi learned new ways of government and administration from the Arabs. The inhabitants of Malindi were Africans and Swahili people. 19. A. Describe the trading activities between the East African coast and Asia up to 1500 AD. B. How were the coastal peoples affected by this trade? A. Describe the trade on the East African coast before 1500. B. What were the results? A. What did the Greek term ania refer to? B. Describe a trade relationship between Azania and Asia between 1000 and 1500 AD. A. Which were the principal centers of power and wealth on the East African coast between 1200 and 1500 AD? B. Describe the organization of the East African coastal trade up to 1500 AD. Islam in East Africa. The newcomers to the East African coast, as noted before, were the Arabs and Persians. These people had already been influenced by the life and teachings of Prophet Muhammad, AD 570 to 632. Islam did not only develop into a political and military system, but it also gave rise to the revival of learning. Literature and science, architecture and art, law and philosophy blossomed in the universities and centers of learning throughout the Muslim world. In East Africa, therefore, Islam brought about a revolution. This revolution had a profound effect which continues to be felt to this day. This effect was far-reaching politically, economically, and socially. Politically, Islam fostered unity and tranquility in East Africa. People of diverse cultures got united under one Muslim leader in both small and bigger settlements such as Kilwa, Mogadishu, Mombasa, etc. Trade boomed between the East African coastal towns and the outside world. The countries involved in this Indian Ocean trade included Persia, Egypt, India, Burma, China, and Thailand. The main items of the trade were slaves, ivory, rhinoceros horns, tortoise shells, cowrie shells, swords, ironware, glassware, gold, etc. Islam therefore facilitated the growth of the East African coastal towns. Furthermore, the Islamic laws were used in the administration and running of the day-to-day affairs of the coastal towns. Mosques were built. These were places for adoring Allah, God, and also where moral standards based on Islamic principles were imparted to people. Teachers of the Islamic religion, the Qadis, received training for their job. Their work was to teach the coastal peoples and convert them to Islam. Education also flourished at the coast. 21. During this time, Quranic schools were built where reading of the Quran was taught. It was not only the Quran that was taught, but other subjects like history, music, poetry, and Arab literature. Arab culture was also adopted wholesale. All the coastal peoples began to wear caps, turbans, and sandals like the Arabs. As a result, the building of durable houses with sun-baked bricks and stones was adopted by the people of the East African coast. This raised the standard of living of the coastal peoples. Interestingly, the Arabs, Persians and others who settled at the coast of East Africa mixed freely with the Africans, and in the process they intermarried. In the long run, their products emerged into a people of a different culture commonly referred to as the Swahili people. A new language also emerged. This was Kiswahili, which is a mixture of Bantu, Arab, and Persian words. Because of the above influences, the East African coast had developed so much that when the Portuguese arrived there, they were immensely impressed with its prosperity. In fact, they mistook it for Saudi Arabia. They therefore started planning how to take permanent control of it. The rise of Swahili culture. The name Swahili is derived from the Arabic word Swahili meaning coasts. Contact between the East African coast and Arabia was made as early as the 1st century AD. However, the earliest settlement known is believed to have been at Pate, which was founded in about 687 AD. During the next 600 years, other cities like Lamu, Malindi, Mombasa, and Kilwa were founded, and they reached a very high level of civilization until they were invaded by the Portuguese in the 16th century. By 1832, Swahili culture had become very distinct. 22. Revision 4.1. A. B. Why did the Arabs settle along the East African coast between AD 1000 and 15007? What influence did their settlement have on the coastal Bantu during that period? 2. What were the results of Islam in East Africa? 23. 5. East African coast 1498 to 1800. The Portuguese in East Africa. The Portuguese were the first people to search for a sea route to India. Their leaders had been yearning to find a way round the continent of Africa. Their ambition was fulfilled when a Portuguese navigator, Vasco da Gama, sailed up the East African coast in 1497 on his way to India. It is worth noting that at the coast of East Africa, the Portuguese were rivals of the Arabs, who were also well armed as a means of protecting their commercial interests. The cause of this rivalry dates back to about 711 AD, when the Arabs conquered Portugal and the Iberian Peninsula, forcibly converted the natives to Islam and ruled them for a very long time. The natives had to be assisted by some Christian countries to dislodge the Arabs. By the time they came to East Africa, therefore, the Portuguese harbored a lot of anger against the Arabs and their religion, Islam. The Portuguese had fought and successfully defeated some Arab settlements around Portugal. Encouraged by this initial success, they wanted to destroy Islam right at its cradle in Saudi Arabia. Instead, they ended up in East Africa, entirely by accident. Reasons for Portuguese conquest of East African coast. The Portuguese conquered the coastal part of East Africa for strategic, economic, and social reasons. From the strategic viewpoint, the Portuguese wanted a place like East Africa which had a lot of harbors and inlets along the coast. The Portuguese also realized that the East African coast was situated midway between India and Portugal. 24. J. Cape Verde Islands - O. Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean. Portuguese sea routes. Arab sea routes using dhows. Portuguese and Arab sea routes. In the 16th century they would, therefore, stop and pick up water and food supplies on their way to India from East Africa. They considered the coast of East Africa suitable for stationing their vessels to protect their merchant ships. They also thought that with East Africa being their stronghold, no one would be able to interfere with their commercial activities there. They also believed that East Africa was very strategic, as they would be able to preempt and stop their rivals, the Arabs, Egyptians, and the Turks. On the other hand, the Portuguese had an economic motive in conquering the East African coast. They wanted to share in the profits of the East African trade with the Arabs and other peoples. They also wanted to levy taxes on the traders who were coming to East Africa to buy lucrative items like gold from Sofala and ivory from the interior. The Portuguese deeply hated the Arabs and their religion Islam. So their coming and conquest of East Africa was aimed at converting the Arabs to Christianity by force, just as the 25 ARB$HDF possibly PN, ENE_D_them_ to Islam. In 711 AD. They also wanted to have contact with the legendary Prester John, who was believed to be a Christian king ruling in the northeastern part of Africa. Another important reason for their conquest of East Africa was their hunger for exploration. Exploration was an idea which was very widespread in Europe after the 13th century owing to the Renaissance, i.e. the rebirth of knowledge. Europeans therefore wanted to discover their immediate environment and what lay beyond it to explore new possibilities for survival. In Portugal, this hunger for discovery was inspired by Henry the Navigator, who sent out ship after ship to find out unknown lands. The desire for this knowledge went hand in hand with the desire for riches. Portuguese conquest of East Africa. The conquest of East Africa and the eventual establishment of Portuguese rule started when Pedro Ivaes Cabral launched an unsuccessful attack against Sofala in 1500. In 1502, Vasco da Gama returned with a fleet of 19 ships, carrying a large force of well-armed soldiers, and attacked Kilwa, which he thought was very important in gold trade. He defeated Sultan Ibrahim and imprisoned him. The Sultan was only released after he had acknowledged Portuguese supremacy and had accepted to pay tribute to Portugal. In another attempt to conquer East Africa in 1503, Rui Lourenço Ravasco forced the islands of Mafia and Zanzibar and many other, smaller coastal towns to pay tribute to Portugal and also to accept wholesale the overlordship of the King of Portugal. In 1505, another adventurous Portuguese, Francisco de Almeida, left Portugal for the coast of East Africa with a fleet of 20 ships and 1,500 soldiers. He met a lot of resistance, but he managed to capture Kilwa and Mombasa. He further subjected many towns and islands to Portuguese rule. The towns which resisted Portuguese conquest were severely punished and stripped of all their valuable property. 26. But those cities which did not resist were only forced to pay tribute. Examples of towns looted were Kilwa, Mombasa, Aja and Brava. By 1509, the entire East African coast had fallen to the Portuguese conquerors, whose sphere of influence now stretched from Sofala to Socotra. Francisco de Almeida, Portuguese Governor-General. Reasons for the success of the Portuguese conquest of East Africa. Several factors were responsible for the Portuguese success in conquering the coast of East Africa. Firstly, the leaders were so disorganized and disunited that they could not come together to fight the common enemy, the Portuguese. For instance, the Sultan of Kilwa could not unite with the Sultan of Mombasa. Otherwise it would have been difficult for the Portuguese to conquer East Africa. Secondly, the Portuguese had better armed and well-trained soldiers at the coast. So they could overrun the towns easily. The weapons which the Portuguese possessed, for instance muskets which puffed smoke and made a terrifying noise, as well as killed people, sent fear down the spines of the Arabs. 27. Who had only daggers as their weapons. To make it worse, the daggers could not kill the Portuguese soldiers easily since they wore armor. In addition to their superior weapons, the Portuguese soldiers were well supplied with food, compared to the hungry Arab warriors whose food supplies had been cut off. East African coast under Portuguese rule. In 1509, after East Africa had fallen into the hands of the Portuguese, Alfonso de Albuquerque, a Portuguese viceroy in India, made Goa his headquarters. 2 captains were appointed to govern the East African coast. Cape Delgado was demarcated as the midpoint of the East African Portuguese possessions. The area south of Cape Delgado was placed under one captain and its headquarters was at Mozambique, while the northern area was placed under another captain and its headquarters was at Malindi. These Portuguese captains together with their assistants kept law and order. They were also instructed to suppress any uprising by their subjects. The collection of taxes and tributes was also their duty. The collection of the taxes and tributes was carried out with a lot of harassment and brutality. The two captains were also supposed to submit reports on their administration to the viceroy in Goa. During the 200 years that the Portuguese ruled the East African coast, there was continuous decline. Nobody prospered, including the Portuguese themselves, towns decayed and movement of merchandise slowed down. All these setbacks can be attributed to the problems which the Portuguese administration faced in East Africa. Problems faced by the Portuguese on the East African coast. The problems at the coast which eventually led to the decline and the collapse of Portuguese administration were many. The area under Portuguese control was too vast, it included 4,000 kilometers of coast and highlands. This area was unmanageable and eventually the Portuguese failed to keep it intact. 28. Only few Portuguese were willing to come to the coast of East Africa, which led to shortage of manpower. The few Portuguese administrators who came to the coast were only interested in money. Furthermore, they were very corrupt. This made their subjects very angry and they decided to rebel against the administrators. Tropical diseases like malaria caused a lot of fear among the Portuguese. Many of them did not want to come to the coast and many of those who did died of the disease. The mistreatment of the local people by the Portuguese officials who did not want to mix freely with Africans, caused enmity between them. Both Portugal and Spain were under the same administration. This union was detrimental to Portuguese colonial affairs in East Africa since the union mattered more than colonialism in East Africa. In the 17th century, the British and the Dutch entered the Indian Ocean trade and managed to break Portuguese monopoly. This greatly weakened the Portuguese since they were facing a greater force than that from East Africa. Many people in F.Ast Africa took advantage of the confusion and rebelled against the Portuguese. The Omani Arabs gave a lot of military assistance to the people of East Africa against the Portuguese who suffered heavy casualties when they were driven out in about 1668. They tried to return to Mombasa in 1728 but they were routed in 1729. Results of Portuguese rule in East-Africa. Portuguese rule at the coast of F.Ast Africa had both good and bad results. Positive effects. The Portuguese created a cordial relationship between the East African coast and India, Goa. 29. The Portuguese made St Africa known to the outside world, especially Europe. The Portuguese introduced food crops such as cassava, maize, pineapples, ground nuts, sweet potatoes, pawpaws, and guavas in East Africa. They also constructed Fort Jesus which later played a great role in the lives of East Africans. They also brought in many traders and craftsmen who were more modern than the Arabs. Negative effects. Trade and culture declined terribly as a result of the insecurity that prevailed during their administration at the coast. The Portuguese caused a lot of suffering to the local people as a result of their heavy taxation of the people who had already been made poor through looting and raids by the Portuguese themselves during the wars. There was disturbance of trade, devastation of towns and crops and burning of houses which caused untold suffering to the indigenous peoples. Their rule led to the depopulation of East Africa as many people lost their lives during raids as a result of the heavy punishment given to people who opposed their trade. How did the Portuguese gain control of the St. African coast between 1487 and 1510? Why did the African resistance against the Portuguese fail? Why were the Portuguese interested in the East African coast during the 16th century? B. Why had they lost their coastal empire in East Africa by 1700? A. Why did the Portuguese lose control of the East African coast north of River Rovuma by 1700 AD? B. What were the effects of Portuguese rule on the East African coast? A. Why did the Portuguese establish themselves on the coast of F.Ast Africa? B. What were the effects of their rule on the coast? The establishment of Omani power. Oman had been under Portuguese control since 1513 when Albuquerque captured Ormuz. However, early in the 17th century, the Arabs regained control of the Persian Gulf and also took control of Ornayos. Simultaneously, all the Portuguese strongholds fell to the Arabs. It is worth noting that the Omani Arabs took a long time to reach the coast of East Africa. Around 1622, Mombasa asked for Omani aid against the Portuguese. The Imam of Oman reacted to this request by sending an expedition to ransack the Portuguese settlements in Zanzibar and Pate. Around 1698, Fort Jesus was surrendered to the Omani invaders. The people who formed the garrison around the fort were all killed except 8 Portuguese soldiers, 3 Indians, and African women. Zanzibar was fully occupied later and the Portuguese completely lost control over areas north of Delgado. The expulsion of the Portuguese from the coast of East Africa, however, did not mean automatic establishment of Omani rule in the area. Omani rule was established a century later. Reasons for the delay in the establishment of Omani rule at the coast: the Omanis were not interested in establishing absolute control over the coast. Instead, they were content with the garrisons which they had established, with the main one being at Mombasa. There was a lot of resistance to the Omanis' establishment of their rule in East Africa. For instance, Pate invited the Portuguese back in 1727. This alliance led to the retaking of Fort Jesus and Mombasa by the Portuguese. 32. The coastal people valued their independence more than everything else. They only invited the Omanis to overthrow their enemy, the Portuguese, but did not wish the Omanis to be their new rulers. So the Imam of Oman was only acknowledged, but he had no real power over the coast of East Africa. The Mazruis. The Mazruis were one of the Omani families. They came to Mombasa to serve the Yoruba imams towards the end of the 17th century. They had taken part in the final assault on Fort Jesus and they settled in Mombasa. The Mazruis intermarried freely with the indigenous Swahili people. Later, the Mazruis became so wealthy that they began to exert a lot of influence as teachers and governors of their local settlements. Their rise to prominence started in 1727 when a member of the Mazrui family was appointed deputy governor of Mombasa. After only a few years, the Mazruis reached the peak of their power at the coast. This was when the Yoruba made Muhammad ibn Uthman al-Mazrui governor of Mombasa. Shortly after this, the Yoruba were overthrown in Oman and replaced by the Buseti. This gave the ambitious Mazruis a chance to break away from Oman and declare their independence. Other towns like Malindi, Pemba, Zanzibar, Pate, and Mafia followed the example of Mombasa and declared themselves independent from Omani rule. After this, the Mazruis set about strengthening their control both locally and further afield. They brought a benign peace among the different Komi, Nunadis of Mombasa, especially among the Thalatha Taifa and Tisa Taifa, the two rivaling Swahili groups. The Mazruis gained power through controlling the Nuka trade in the hinterland. They also seized Pemba from the Omanis and nearly took over Zanzibar. They entered into an alliance with other coastal towns like Pate, which recognized the authority of the Mazruis. However, the new Buseti Imam did not just sit back and watch the Mazruis prosper. They 33. Engaged the Mazruis in several battles until they managed to subdue them. The Buseti Imams did not defeat only the Mazrui rulers of Mombasa but also the other coastal towns, commonly referred to as Mazania, which had defied them. The Omani ruler used force because he wanted to show the other towns that they could suffer the fate of Mombasa if they did not submit to him. Because the coastal towns underestimated the powers of the Buseti, they went to war with Oman. In a fierce battle in 1741, Muhammad bin Uthman al-Mazrui was brutally murdered and the Buseti ruler appointed Saif bin Khalifa to govern Mombasa. However, in 1742, Ali bin Uthman al-Mazrui, the brother of the murdered governor, overwhelmingly defeated Khalifa. This defeat induced Pate, Malindi, Mafia, and Zanzibar to denounce Buseti rule in about 1745. Unfortunately, Al was brutally murdered by his own nephew in a battle to conquer Zanzibar. Ali's death seriously weakened Mazania and Zanzibar remained loyal to the Buseti ruler until about 1840. Around 1780, the Omani overran Kilwa and appointed a loyal governor to rule on their behalf. However, Ahmad ibn al-Buseti, who had been the first Buseti, died and was replaced by his elder son, Sayyid Sultan ibn Ahmad, in about 1784. In the same year, the brother of the new Sultan, Saifa ibn Ahmad, wanted to set up a separate sultanate on the coast of East Africa but failed. Unfortunately, Sayyid Sultan ibn Ahmad died in 1804. He was replaced by his two sons. The older Sayyid killed his brother and became an absolute ruler at the age of 15 years. Sayyid, who became known as Sayyid Said, faced a number of problems which in 1840 forced him to transfer his capital from Muscat to Zanzibar. Reasons why Sayyid Said transferred his capital from Muscat to Zanzibar. Several factors were responsible for the transfer of Sayyid Said's capital from Muscat to Zanzibar. 34. Zanzibar and the East African coast had better climatic conditions than Muscat or Oman, which was very hot and had poor soil. Zanzibar had a deep and wide harbor where merchant ships could anchor. East Africa provided valuable natural resources such as ivory and gold from Sofala, which Oman would want to exploit. Zanzibar was strategically located, therefore it could be a very good site for markets of goods from the East African mainland and other countries. Zanzibar had a good maritime belt which was suitable for agriculture, unlike arid Oman. The East African mainland was a potential source of slaves and ivory which were in very high demand the world over at that time. Sayyid Said wanted to promote long-distance trade at the coast and on the East African mainland. Sayyid Said also wanted to grow cloves on the island. At that time cloves were in high demand on the world market. There was very serious religious turmoil in Oman at that time, so that the only place without any religious problems was Zanzibar. Political persecution also necessitated the transfer of Sayyid's capital from Muscat to Zanzibar, especially after the withdrawal of the ships of the East India Company at the end of the Napoleonic Wars. Sayyid Said's position in Oman was already insecure since there was an increase in the number of jobless robbers in the Persian Gulf. Sayyid Said was so ambitious that when he failed to expand his empire in Oman, he turned his attention to Zanzibar. 35. The transfer of his capital from Oman to Zanzibar was also due to his earlier contact with Zanzibar and the coast of East Africa. Revision 6. 1. 2. A. Why did the Arabs settle on the East African coast between 1000 and 1500 AD? B. What were the effects of their settlement on the coastal people? A. Why did Sayyid Said move his capital from Muscat to Zanzibar? B. How did this affect Zanzibar before 1900? 36. 7. Some interlacustrine kingdoms. The interlacustrine region refers to the area between the Great Lakes of East Africa. Before 1000 AD, this area was inhabited and administered by people who were not Bantu. According to oral tradition, this region was settled by the Abetembuzi, the Bakwezi, and the Babato. The interlacustrine area includes Bunyoro, Buganda, Toro, Ankole, Karagwe, Rwanda, Burundi, and Wanga. Because of the soil fertility between and around the Great Lakes of East Africa, the Bantu, who had already settled by 1000 AD, multiplied rapidly and formed powerful kingdoms such as Bunyoro Kidira, Buganda, Ankole, Toro, and Karagwe. Bunyoro Kidira. Bunyoro Kidira was one of the earliest kingdoms in East Africa. It was believed to have covered present-day Bunyoro, Toro, Ankole, Rwanda, Burundi, Buganda, and Wanga. According to oral tradition, the kingdom had a line of very powerful rulers who were believed to be demigods. These rulers were called Abetembuzi, and the traditions of the Bataro, Banyoro and Bani indicate that the kingdoms of Bunyoro Kidira were founded by them. According to the traditions of the above peoples, there was a creator called Ruinda who lived with his brother, Nkya. Nkya had 4 sons, Karu, Kintu, Kauma, and Kakama. Karu became the ancestor of all the cultivators, Kauma that of herdsmen, and Iakama, of the rulers. Each ruler bore the title of Omukama. But Kakama one time disappeared and left his son Baba to rule. Interestingly, during his reign, his people and livestock increased tremendously. According to the Bunyoro tradition, the Kidira Empire of the Bakwezi, the first death occurred during the reign of Baba. He himself died and was succeeded by Mukonko, then Gonzaki, and finally Izaza. During the reign of Izaza, the kingdom of Kidara was divided into separate states, one of which was Tsaza. Izaza married Nyamata, the daughter of Nyami Yonga, god of the underworld. Nyamata gave birth to a baby boy, Izimwa. However, Izaza was the last king of the Abetembuza. He also died like his predecessors and was replaced by his gatekeeper Bakuku. The chiefs did not recognize Bakuku's supremacy, and this led to the disintegration of Bunyoro Kidara into smaller states. Bakuku was speared dead by his grandson, who was the son of Izimwa and Nyamiro Karabumbi. Ilsimwa then set about 38. On clearing all the areas that were under Bunyoro Ayatara in Ankali, Buganda, Bulaga, Buzaga, Toro, Maidi, and Bukiti. After his conquests, he changed his name to Ndahura, the first of the Kweza kings. The Bakweza. The origin of the Bakweza is still a subject of controversy. Some historians believe the Bakweza to be of Caucasoid stock, possibly from Egypt, while others believe that the Bakweza were Kushites who might have come from the direction of Ethiopia. The latter view is likely to hold some truth since oral tradition supports it. According to oral tradition, the Bakweza came as strangers with their animals and imposed their rule over the people in the Interlocustran region. Like the Abetembuza, the Bakweza are also believed to have possessed supernatural powers. Contributions of the Bakweza in Bunyoro Kidara. As new rulers of the Bunyoro Ayatara kingdom, the Bakweza introduced a lot of changes in the kingdom. They introduced a centralist government or monarchy with one ruler at the apex of the administrative structure. The man at the apex was the Omukama, who had powers to appoint the officials of the palace and the local government. The kingdom was divided into provinces with leaders appointed by the Omukama. These leaders were responsible for governing the provinces. The Bakweza also introduced a standing army which they used to consolidate their rule over their subjects in Bunyoro Ayatara. The Bakweza were well known for the construction of certain types of grass-thatched huts and reed houses surrounded by reed fences for the kings. They are remembered for the construction of ditches over 8 kilometers long around important places, for instance. 39. The ones found at Bigo-Byamujanayi in southern Uganda. They also constructed other earthworks in Mubende and Bunyoro. All the earthworks must have been built between 1350 and 1500 AD, the approximate time of the flourishing of Kweza culture. The Bakweza are remembered for the introduction of royal regalia comprising the royal crown, drums, spears, arrows and stools. The Bakweza introduced long-horned cattle in Uganda. They introduced the board game commonly known in Luganda as Mweso and in Lugo as Koro. They introduced reed fences in the Bunyoro Kidara kingdom. The cultivation of coffee is attributed to them. They are believed to have introduced coffee cultivation in Uganda. They introduced the art of making bark cloth and iron in the Bunyoro Kidara kingdom. The royal family of the Bakweza. There are only 2 Bakweza Bakama, kings, who are well known in the history of Bunyoro Kidara. The 2 leaders are Ndahura and his son Wamara. Ndahura is said to have abdicated the throne in favor of his son Wamara and gone westwards with his wife Nyunamwiru. There they created the hot springs and crater lakes of Toro. They left permanent footmarks on a rock surface, which can still be seen today. Wamara built his capital in Bwera near the southern bank of River Katanga, where he lived with his relatives. The Bakweza were also very fond of their cattle. This was notable especially with Mujanayi, whose Byago cow was very important to him. However, after the death of Wamara, the Kweza Empire collapsed. Several reasons are believed to have precipitated the breakdown of this once prosperous empire. 40. Reasons for the breakdown of the Bakweza Empire. Cattle diseases. These forced the Bakweza to leave their empire and look for places where their animals could be safe from diseases. Smallpox. This is a contagious disease which leaves scars on the body of the victim. Smallpox undermined Kweza rule and forced the Bakweza to abandon their empire and look for refuge in Rwanda and Karagwe. Excavated Kweza site. The Isatara Empire of the Bakweza at its peak. Civil wars. The Bakweza failed to effectively administer distant provinces because their empire was a loose one, with the provincial rulers having absolute powers over their subjects. They could, therefore, easily defy the Omukama. 41. The death of Uzmara. After Wamara's death, the subjects of the kingdom strongly resisted the rule of his successors. This discouraged the Bakweza, leading to their downfall. Luo invasion. What dealt the death blow to the Kwezi Empire was the Luo invasion by Labongo's group, which came to Bunyoro. The Luo invasion sent the Bakweza fleeing in disarray. Tradition has it that they moved southwards. The Boboto dynasty. It was the Luo who founded the Boboto dynasty in Bunyoro. These Luo were part of the Luo migration of the River Lake Nilotes, who migrated from Sudan to Pibungo, then on to Bunyoro. They found the Bakweza kingdom crumbling, and they took advantage of that weakness to establish themselves as rulers in Bunyoro. The founder of the Boboto dynasty was a man called Rukadimpuga, who sometimes is believed to be Labongo. He became the first Muaboto king in Bunyoro. However, when the Luo took over the administration of Bunyoro, they found that the culture of the Bakweza was superior to theirs, and Ruldimpuga had to learn to respect Kweza culture. What the Boboto copied from Kweza culture included palace architecture and royal drums, notably two, known as Kajumba and Nyalbo. But the Boboto also contributed immensely to the enrichment of Nyiro culture. For instance, they introduced pet names or impeko such as Amudi and Akijki. The pet name Okello was reserved strictly for the Oituokama, king. In addition, the Boboto introduced new items of regalia which include the throne, Nyamayawo, royal drums known as one Jabamulanda and Nyalamgabi, a spear, a shield, a horn, sandals, a rake, a royal fire and a bag of millet. The Boboto further established the system of granting land to clans. This was the origin of the Bataka system, in which each clan became the landowner of specific areas of the kingdom. This system was maintained by their children in Buganda. Furthermore, they also introduced the practice of royal burial, involving separate burial sites for jawbones and 42. Go Ogle original. From University of Michigan. Bodies of Abakama, kings. All these practices led to the development of shrines whose sites can still be seen in Bunyoro. The organization of Bunyoro Kingdom. All the chiefs or rulers of Bunyoro belonged to the royal clan of Boboto. The non-Boboto were excluded from administration. The Omukama was responsible for posting those rulers to various provinces or seiza into which the kingdom was divided. It has been said that all those provinces formed a federation which was loosely governed by the Omukama. Owing to the size of the kingdom, those provinces were actually semi-independent. The Seiza chiefs were allowed to raise their oral provincial armies called Obwisenjs. However, some very strong and talented Abakama were able to unite the kingdom. Such men included Omukama Kabaliga. The Omukama had no standing army to keep law and order. This resulted in some provinces breaking away and becoming independent. During the reigns of three kings, Olemi I, Nyabango I, and Owinyi, Bunyoro lost Ankali, Karagwe, Rwanda, and Buzaga. During the reign of Dahaga I, Bunyoro lost Kuki, and around 1830, Bunyoro lost Toro. Reasons for the decline of Bunyoro Kidoro. When the kingdom of Bunyoro reached the peak of its greatness, it started to decline and finally collapsed. It became a small kingdom whose glory was revived by great men like Kamurazai and Kabaliga until their efforts were brought to an end by the British. There were various reasons for the drastic decline and eventual collapse of the kingdom. The empire was so vast that it was impossible for the Omukama to effectively control it. Poor communication between the Omukama and his chiefs complicated the administration of the kingdom, with the chiefs largely being left to their own devices. The rulers of the Boboto were very discriminatory, with only people from the Boboto house being allowed to rule. 43. The Boboto rulers were cattle keepers who exploited and oppressed the agriculturalists. This complicated the relationship between the Boboto and the non-Boboto. The chiefs and their subjects sometimes rebelled against the Omukama and broke away from his administration. Boboto rule was also characterized by a series of succession wars. There was no clear-cut law on succession, such that when the Omukama died wars usually ensued over his jawbones, for whoever took possession of them was entitled to the throne. These wars caused a lot of losses and devastation as well as famine. This not only weakened the population but also reduced the number of people in the kingdom. Another big blow to the Nero Empire was the emergence of the Buganda kingdom in the 18th and 19th centuries. Bunyoro lost Buzaga, Kiagwi, Bugareri, and Bulmeza to Buganda. During the reign of Jejunju, the Kabaka of Buganda, Bunyoro was conquered and Budu, the present Masaka district, was annexed by Buganda. The breaking away of Buganda from Bunyoro was disastrous for Bunyoro. Later the Baganda even supported the British to conquer Bunyoro. The British conquest of Bunyoro represented the death blow to the once famous kingdom in the Interlocustran region. Karagwe Empire. The land of Karagwe was occupied by the Bantu who followed the southwest route into East Africa between the 5th and 10th centuries. After about 2 or 3 generations, these people moved northeastwards. Their movement started again between the 9th and 10th centuries, northwards into Ankole, especially around Buhwajanirl Banda in Barera district. Meanwhile, others continued to Toro and Bunyoro. During the 10th century, the Karagweans went back to Karagwe, most of them having intermingled with the pastoralists from Bunyoro Iatara. The first Bantu people to 44. Settle in Karagwe before the Kweza people migrated there. The Baniambo. Economic organization. The people of Karagwe practiced agriculture. They grew crops such as sorghum, yam, and millet. The land was very fertile and as such agriculture became the backbone of their economy. Karagwe also enjoyed reliable rainfall. The people of Karagwe also kept livestock. In fact, most of them were pastoralists. They also practiced fishing, especially in the southwestern part of Lake Victoria and on rivers such as the Kajara. Later, the people of Karagwe got involved in long-distance trade, when it was introduced by the Arabs. The trade route from the coast via Niamwazi to Buganda cut off Karagwe. The Arabs bartered goods such as beads, chinaware, and iron coils for local trade items such as ivory. Political organization. Like in any other kingdom within the Interlocustran region, the clan was the basic political unit in Karagwe. There were many clans and all these were composed of many different families. There were also many sub-clans or lineages. Later, though, the clans were integrated into larger political systems which were amalgamated into a large kingdom headed by the dominant Sita tribe. The last ruler of this clan, Sita, was Nono. During the reign of Nono, i.e. around the 16th century, Ruinda led his Kweza immigrants from the north into Karagwe. He had left Ankole with his followers and moved into present-day Bukoba district in Tanzania. Nono was deposed by Ruinda and a new dynasty called Hinda was founded. Later he sent out his sons, each with a royal drum, to establish Hinda sub-dynasties in Gizaka, Kayamtwara, Ihangiro, Buzanza, Busubi, Yukarwi, and Nana. All these principalities came under the Hinda dynasty. The clan and sub-clan organizations continued to exist at the local level with each clan having a head and an elder known as Muharo Amwa in charge of religious rites. All these clans were grouped under the principalities founded by the sons of Ruinda and as such they were administered by various chiefs. 45. The chief du Ms were Kinjia, Bukara, Kayamtwara, Kiziba, Bugabo, Misanai, and Karagwe. The clan heads were responsible for the collection and payment of tributes to the chiefs. The chiefs had the power to dismiss their clan heads if their people complained about them. Each chiefdom called itself Ihanga, which means the nation. The chief was a supreme judge who had powers of life and death over his subjects. The chief also had powers over land. He could grant land or take it away from anyone within his dominion. He had, however, to always allocate land according to customary law. Thus, the authority of the chief was not left unchecked. If he proved to be highly dictatorial, his people either dismissed him or migrated from his dominion to a rival chiefdom. Social organization. Among the reforms brought about in Karagwe by the Kweza was the age-set system by which boys of the same age lived together at the local chief's residence. These boys were trained in many ways, some received military training, others were trained in court manners, they were also taught good manners. Their culture was closely connected with long-horned cattle, which were a symbol of wealth. The religious beliefs of the Bainda were also introduced. They believed in a supreme god and the spirits of their ancestors. They had some royal regalia, for instance, drums, which were very important in their tradition. Evil spirits were exorcised through offerings and sacrifices. Reasons for the collapse of Karagwe. The invasion of the empire by the Banyoro in the 1770s during the reign of Antir VI. This led to the destruction of the once vast empire. Internal conflicts as the various states created by the sons of Ruinda rivaled one another and struggled for their own independence. The death of Ruinda, since after his death there was nobody who could unite the people. 46. Enkuri. This kingdom was probably established by Ruinda and his clan after their independence from the Bakweza. The Bainda clan moved from the southwest into western Uganda around 1350 AD. A new dynasty, with Ruinda as its first ruler, settled in Isingiro, which was the headquarters of the kingdom. The kingdom was ruled by the Omugebe. The ruling clan in Enkuri claimed to be the descendants of the Bakwezi, who were regarded as gods. Ruinda, their leader, was believed to be the son of a slave girl who was married by a Muchwezi in Mbarara, the Nkuri capital. At first, Ankali was a very weak kingdom. For instance, at the beginning of the 18th century, Omukamagwamali of Bun_Euro invaded it, but he was killed in Rwanda and his retreating soldiers were killed in Enkuri by Omugebe Antir. But Enkuri became very powerful during the reign of Antir IV, who extended the boundaries of Nkuri to include River Katanga, as well as the counties of Shima and Ruampara, which had been part of Mperera. In the mid-18th century, Omugebe Rwabishanjai seized the pasture land of Kabula from Bunyoro. Omugebe Mutambuka conquered Igara and Buhwaju in the 19th century. He also raided Toro, Busangora, and Karagwe. His successor was Antir V, who signed a treaty with Lugard, thus putting Enkuri under British rule. Political organization. Politically, the Omugebe was the head of the kingdom. In theory, his decisions were final. The Abegabi were frequently competent people who ruled with great skill and ability. Just below the king was the Nganza, prime minister, who assisted the Omugebe in enlivening the kingdom. The kingdom was divided into 16 districts, with each of them ruled by a Mukungwa appointed by the Omugebe. The Abakungwa, plural of Mukungwa, were supposed to keep law and order and also to be responsible for feeding the Omugebe and the Pple in his palace. They were therefore expected to regularly send beer and millet to the palace. The army commanders were appointed by the Omugebe himself on the advice of the royal Diwannas. 47. Economic organization. The Nkuri people were divided into two distinct social classes, which had a significant effect on their economic organization. There was a cattle-owning class, Bahima, and the cultivators, Baru. The Bahima produced milk, meat, hides, while the Baru provided grains, yams, and iron goods. The Bahima, who had close social links with the Bainda rulers, moved from place to place in search of water and pasture. The Baru lived in permanent clan-based villages. The main food crops grown by the cultivators were millet and legumes. The blacksmiths were from among the Baru, and they made hoes, knives, etc. The peasants also undertook other economic activities such as pottery and carpentry. They made pots, stools, wooden dishes, etc. Owning cattle was prestigious. Social organization. As already stated, socially the people of Nkuri, or the Banyankore, were divided into two classes, i.e. the Bahima and the Baru. The Bainda, part of the Bahima, were the rulers while the Baru were the serfs. In fact, Amura was supposed to obey any Mohima without question. There was a royal drum called Bachyendanwe which was respected by all Banyankore. In every family, there was a shrine at which milk, beer, and all other foodstuffs would be offered to the spirits of the dead. The Banyankora also believed in a supreme god, Ruhanga. He was believed to be the creator. Revision 7:1, A. B. 2, A. B. 3, A. Who were the Bakweza? Account for their contribution to the history of East Africa. Why did the Kwezi Empire disintegrate? Explain the origin of Batembuza. How did Ruinda establish his control over Karagwe? 48. B. What changes did he introduce? 4. A. What were the contributions of the Babato in the history of Bunyoro-Kidara? B. Describe the social, political, and economic organization of the Banyankore. 5. Explain the importance of the following in the history of Uganda. A. Batembuza, Tembuza. B. Bakweza, Kweza. C. What were the origins of the Kweza, Bakweza? D. Explain the importance of the Bakweza in the history of East Africa. 6. Describe the contribution of the Bakweza in the history of Bunyoro-Kidara. A. How did Ruinda establish bis control over Karagwe? B. What changes did he introduce? 7. Describe the contribution of the following people in the history of Bunyoro-Kidara. A. Bakweza. B. Babato. 8. Describe the social, political, and economic organization of the Banyankore. 49. 8. Buganda. The first published book on the history of Buganda was written by Sir Apollo Kagwe. It is entitled Baskabaka Ba Buganda, The Kings of Buganda, and was published in 1901. Origin. The Baganda were one of the Bantu clans which had been living within their present homeland since 1000 AD. Some clans joined them later. These clans claimed to have come with Kintu. Kintu was the founder of the Buganda kingdom. He came from the eastern direction, probably from the Mtfagan area. However, some clans claim that they came to Buganda with Kato Kamere who, according to Bunyoro-Kidara tradition, was a brother to Isangomarukadimpiga. Although some historians, especially Baganda historians, disagree that Kamara came from Bunyoro-Kidara, Kamara might have come to Buganda from the north as a result of the Luo invasion. The growth of Buganda. The Buganda kingdom started from a very small area called Kayadondo. Around the 14th and 15th centuries it expanded from Kayadondo to include Bizaro and Busujaju. In the 15th century, Buganda was still a very insignificant state under the control of a king called Kabaka. The Kabaka's authority at that time was limited by the powers of the clan head C8 Bataka. At that time the Kabaka was more of an arbitrator than a ruler. The constant raids on Buganda created an urgent need for unity. The raids were always in Bunyoro. The survival of the Baganda, therefore, depended on their unity. The Kabaka and his court began to be seen as the center of both political and military authority. From the 18th century. 50. Go Ogle original from University of Michigan. Onwards, Buganda expanded rapidly. For instance, during the reign of Jejunju, Budu and Bwera were annexed. Later, in the first year of the 19th century, Buwakula was also conquered. Further expansion of the Buganda kingdom was helped by the weakness of the Bunyoro kingdom. As Bunyoro declined, Buganda occupied the bordering lands such as Singo, Bulmeza, Burulai, and Bugareri. Factors responsible for the rise and expansion of Buganda kingdom. Several factors were responsible for the rise and growth of the Buganda kingdom, among which was her strategic position. The land is near Lake Victoria, which made it easy to acquire fish for food and for the people to have access to water transport, which made the kingdom prosper. It was also small and compact, with Lake Victoria providing security from external attack on its southern boundary. Furthermore, the land was well watered and this made agriculture and permanent settlement easy. This therefore made its population grow rapidly. As a result of its location around the lake, Food crops like bananas and vegetables could be grown throughout the year because rainfall was regular and reliable. Because of the abundance of food, Baganda's population grew rapidly, and this created pressures for the expansion of the once very small kingdom. In fact, by the 19th century the population of Baganda had reached 500,000 people. Permanent settlements which had been promoted by the practice of agriculture also made Central East administration very easy to carry out, hence facilitating the growth of the Baganda kingdom into the most powerful state in the 19th century. The administration, centered around the Kabaka, made it easy to mobilize the Baganda to conquer other states, hence enlarging the kingdom. Another important factor was the weakness of other states such as Bunyoro. For instance, the Baganda were able to capture Budu and Bwera because the authority of the Omukama of Bunyoro had been weakened. 51. The traditions of the Baganda also helped in the rise and growth of the kingdom. For instance, the Baganda regarded the Kabaka as a demigod whose word had to be obeyed and every wish satisfied. The Baganda kings therefore took advantage of the loyalty of their subjects to expand their kingdom. Another factor which favored the rise and rapid growth of Baganda was external influence, especially from the Arabs and Europeans in the 19th century. Baganda gained prominence as a result of acquiring guns from these external forces. These guns were used in the immediate expansion of the kingdom. Political organization. The Kabaka was the head of the kingdom. He was regarded as a semi-divine being whose word was not questioned. The Kabaka appointed his administrative officials to help him. They had their particular duties to execute in the kingdom. Among the top officials appointed by the Kabaka was the Kadikaldro, Prime Minister, Omulamuzi, the Chief Justice, and Omuwanaka, the Treasurer. The kingdom was also divided into counties, sub-counties, and parishes, with chiefs being appointed by the Kabaka to govern on his behalf. There was also a court or Luki.Iko which was the center of administration. Each clan was expected to send their sons to the court to be educated and given jobs. These people were called pages or bagalagala. Promotion at the court was through military or civil service to the Kabaka. The Kabaka's power to appoint chiefs weakened the Bataka, clan leaders, who had been a hindrance to the unity of the kingdom. Social organization. The Baganda believed that the spirits of the dead had an influence in the day-to-day affairs of the living. They believed that such spirits caused trouble for their relatives. Such spirits were called Balubail and were always consulted through. 52. Spirit mediums and prophets. Different Balubail had different responsibilities. For instance, Dung was consulted for hunting, Muzok for rain, Nagawonyi in case of drought. There were also traditional healers called Bazawo Abaganda who used herbs to cure. In Ganda society, the Kabaka was referred to as Sabasija, first among men, or Sabataka, first among clan heads. Ganda society was also divided into many social classes. For instance, there were common men called Bakopi, there were also the Abamai or rulers, who included the Baitangali or chiefs. There were, however, opportunities for upward mobility from a Mukapi, singular of Bakopi, to a ruler or a chief depending on one's ability. The Kabaka married from all the clans to ensure unity among the Baganda. There was no particular clan which was considered to be superior to the other clans. Any clan was capable of producing a Kabaka. The Kabaka belonged to his mother's clan. All the dead kings were buried in a royal tomb. Also all the Baganda clans had their burial grounds where they buried their dead relatives. The Baganda also preserved the jawbones of their ancestors. The jawbones of their prominent men were kept in memory of their work. The drums, spears and royal shield were kept in the royal courts. Economic organization. Goats and cattle were kept by the Kabaka and his men for food. The Baganda practiced agriculture. Women looked after the gardens while the men were always busy fighting. Crops included bananas, coffee, vegetables and, later in the 19th century, cotton. All land in Baganda belonged to the Kabaka. He appointed his headmen who were responsible for the distribution of land to the peasants in the society. Later on, around 1844, the Baganda got involved in trade. This brought a lot of prosperity to the kingdom. In fact, with the coming of the Arabs and Europeans, trade became very important. 53. The Baganda also manufactured bark cloth. This was very important as it brought a lot of wealth to the Baganda, as other tribes such as Banyoro and Basoga bought the cloth from them. Among other enterprises which the Baganda got involved in was iron working. Some iron implements were manufactured by the Baganda themselves. The manufacture of canoes was another important economic activity, since most of the Baganda lived near the lake. The canoes were used for fishing and water transport. They were not meant for transporting goods only, but also warriors to wage war. By the second half of the 19th century, the Baganda kingdom had become very powerful in trade within East Africa. Trade was conducted between Baganda and Arabs and also with Swahili traders. Baganda supplied the Arabs and Swahili with ivory, slaves, and other goods in exchange for guns and gunpowder, cloth, beads and glassware. Military organization. All able-bodied men in Baganda were supposed to participate in military activities to defend Baganda. Men always went to war while women remained at home to carry on with agricultural work. With the introduction of canoes, the military strength of the Baganda army increased as they could travel faster to attack and subdue their enemies. The Kabaka was the commander-in-chief of his armed forces. Revision B1, A. What factors led to Baganda's strength in the 18th and 19th centuries? B. Describe Baganda's relations with its neighbors. 2. A. Describe the political, social, and economic organization of the Baganda before 1850. 54. 3. A. B. 4. A. Describe the origins of the kingdom of Baganda. What factors led to its expansion up to 1850? Describe the rise and expansion of the kingdom of Baganda up to 1850. B. Why did it become powerful during this period? 55. 9. Other East African peoples. The Nyamwezi. The Nyamwezi were among the early Bantu immigrants into Tanzania. They occupied the central part of Tanzania, especially the area around present-day Tabora. They were called Nyamwezi, meaning people of the moon, because they came from the west, the direction from which the new moon rises. The Nyamwezi had different origins and they did not exist as a united society by the 18th century. Even when they settled at Unyamwezi, which is the central plateau around Tabora, they lived in numerous small self-governing groups without any single central political authority. Originally, the Nyamwezi were agriculturalists and fishermen who supplemented their livelihood by raising cattle. Later, the Nyamwezi became prominent pioneers of long-distance trade in Eastern and Central Africa. Organization of Ntimi chiefdom. Though the Nyamwezi were not united under any one political organization, they organized themselves into smaller political units, referred to as Ntimi, based on kinship ties or belief in common origins. Among the Ntimi associations were the Uniongilwe, Uzigali, Asango, Uzumba, and Uziha, each of which had its own chief. These chiefs were the officials at the center of affairs. They obtained their orders directly from the Ntimi chief. The influence of the Ntimi chief did not extend very far from his headquarters. He therefore always relied on the Gunguli, the heads of the various settlement areas. The Gunguli in turn relied on the Wazangamakea or heads of households. 56. It must, however, be emphasized that the Ntimi chiefs were not despotic, they exercised true democracy by sharing powers with those under their jurisdiction. The functions of the Ntimi chiefs were political, religious and judicial. They had the authority to declare war on the advice of their council, also before they could make peace, they had to consult the council. The chiefs were also the overall controllers of land. They made sure that it was properly utilized and that food stocks were constantly replenished. They also supplied those struck by disaster as well as the needy among their followers, with food from their stores. F/J. Furthermore, their judicial duties included the settling of disputes among their people and the hearing of cases of murder, treason, and witchcraft. They administered justice according to their customary laws. The chiefs were the intermediaries between their people and their ancestors. They were the only people who could perform certain ceremonies and sacrifices. The general health of the Antimi chiefs depended on the happiness of their society. Eventually the post of Antimi chief became hereditary. The Nandi, 1500–1800. The Nandi people are part of the Plains Nilotes who emerged as a force in East Africa in about 1000 AD. The Nandi were a small group who lived along the escarpment that separate the present-day Nandi district from Nyanza. During the 17th century, the Nandi moved northwards until they came face to face with another group, the Maasai of the Uasin-Gishu Plateau. The Nandi people had semi-independent units of administration called Borapasik, each controlled by a council of elders called Kok. The council of elders who controlled the Borapasik were chosen for their wisdom and military skills. They frequently met to discuss the affairs of state over beer. Their decisions were then conveyed to other groups, including the young warriors. However, at this stage, there was no central authority to control the whole of Nandi land, but in times of emergency. 57. Or of war, a territorial council would be formed of representatives from the various Borapasik called Koburatapurorayat. What always threatened the peace of the Nandi people was the presence of the Maasai to the north of their country. There were therefore several clashes between the Nandi and the Maasai warriors. By the early 19th century, the threat from the Maasai warriors had begun to decline and the Nandi became quite powerful. During the last 30 years of that century, the Nandi became the most powerful people in western Kenya. They went raiding in small units in order to capture cattle. Their raids were not intended to capture territory. In the 1870s, after the Maasai civil wars, the Nandi defeated the Kwai and the Purko, and by the 1880s they were raiding all their neighbors except the Kipsigis. The Nandi clan units were divided into age sets. Their men were initiated during adolescence and formed closely knit age sets. Their initiation occurred at 5-year intervals. A number of these age sets formed an age group. The age set system strengthened the military might of the Nandi as the junior age sets formed the armed wing of their military. The age sets also had a section of Ldriojik, lawyers, who advised the Kok, elders, on how to settle disputes among the Nandi people. Originally, the Nandi were hunters and they used dogs and traps as well as spears, bows and arrows. They used very sophisticated hunting and trapping methods. But later they started keeping animals like cattle, goats, and sheep for meat. Cattle also provided milk and blood which was extracted from the jugular vein by means of a thin, sharp arrow. Women's work was to milk the cows. Cultivation was also important and the Nandi grew vegetables. Later, after the decline of the Maasai, the Nandi inherited an element of the Maasai culture, the Orkoyat. This became evident when a member of Oloiboni, a Maasai family noted for its great prophetic qualities, moved and settled in Nandi land. His name was Barsabatwa. His advice soon made the 58 Nandi people victorious in many wars against the Luo. His authority therefore increased tremendously and he became a consultant to the Borapasik on sensitive issues. However, Barsabatwa died in 1860 and his children fought over his throne but none of them succeeded in taking it. In the 1880s his grandson emerged victorious. He was called Kim Nyoliai. He predicted, among other things, the coming of the white men who would conquer Nandi land and a snake, spitting fire and smoke, which would run along the escarpment, reference to the Uganda Railway. The Nandi therefore became very powerful once they were unified by Orkoyat. They constantly harassed their neighbors but were only checked in the 19th century by the British. The Maasai. Origin. The Maasai people are part of the Plains Nilotes whose main dispersal area is believed to have been around the Lake Rudolph area. By the second millennium, i.e. from about 1000 AD, the Plains Nilotes emerged as a force to reckon with in East Africa. From the Lake Rudolph area, it is believed that one of the Maasai groups, the Bari speakers, moved into Sudan, leaving another group behind which later split in to three, the Lutuko, the Karamohong, Tizo and the Maasai. Among the second group, however, the Maasai became the most prominent. The Lutuko settled in Sudan, the Karamohong, Tizo moved towards Mount Elgon, while the Maasai moved southeast towards Mount Kenya and then throughout most parts of central Kenya and northern Tanzania. Being pastoralists, they settled in the area between Mt Kenya and Mt Kilimanjaro, and also around the Taita Hills. Here they lived among the Chaga and the Kikuyu. During the 17th century the Maasai moved into the Uasin-Gishu Plateau, and by 1800, they had spread far to the south, into what is now Tanzania. Social organization. The Maasai split up into about 16 independent groups. Each of those groups had its own territory, water supply and 59. Grazing land. They were organized into clans which were divided into age sets. These age sets had different names and also different cattle brands. Initiation into an age set was through circumcision at roughly 15-year intervals. After circumcision, the young initiates joined the grade of junior warriors, locally called Ilmuran. This happened about 7 years after circumcision. After about 7 years of being warriors, they would be promoted to junior elders. And after another period of about 15 years they would become senior elders. Administration and leadership were exercised through the system of age sets. At the head of every age set was an Olegwanamai whose task was always to plan any military attacks by the warriors in his age set. He was also responsible for the distribution of any booty from the war, for instance women, children, or cattle, to his army men. Each of the 16 groups had at its head a ritual leader called Laban. His duty was more religious than political. Court cases were always presided over by the elders in their society. In case someone was found guilty of committing an offense which he had been accused of, he was ordered to pay a fine of cattle. If the case was murder, it was treated differently. The accused, JF found guilty, had to pay a fine of 49 head of cattle to the clan of the victim. Sometimes, however, the clan of the victim would avenge by killing one member from the clan of the murderer. The Maasai had some kind of class system. They had the blacksmith class. This class of people were considered inferior and their importance was based solely on their skills in the manufacture of spears, shields, and swords. The blacksmiths had no legal rights or even the means of revenge if a Maasai killed one of their numbers. But if the other ones killed a Maasai, the Maasai would avenge by killing many blacksmiths. Economically, animal husbandry was the most important activity among the Maasai people. Cattle were kept for their milk, blood, skins and hides. The Maasai also kept sheep and donkeys. The Maasai obtained vegetables and grains from their 60 neighbors, the Kikuyu, in exchange for soda, skins, beans and cowrie shells. They established markets where they could meet and exchange their goods. For instance, the Maasai exchanged hides and butter for beans, millet, tobacco, red ochre, and sugar cane. The Maasai brewed their drinks locally from okeek honey. Although they had access to fish, the Maasai considered eating it a taboo. The main activity of the males among the Maasai was to herd cattle, while the females were responsible for milking the cows and bartering of their goods at markets. On religion, the Maasai had their supreme god, Ankai, who was believed to have the power of life and death. Prayers were offered to Ankai through the Laban, who was believed to have been endowed by the Ankai with magical and religious powers. The Laban prayed for rain, and also cured sickness. It was also his responsibility to make charms for the warriors in order to protect them during the wars. The prayers to Ankai were always offered under the sacred trees which acted as shrines. Maasai cattle raid. The Kwaivi. The Maasai are believed to have moved southwards into an our area which had been under the control of the Kalenjin in about 1700 AD. They subsequently absorbed much of the Kalenjin culture, including any Kalenjin words. They took control of the area and became prominent administrators. 61. By 1800, the Maasai had become very powerful in central Kenya and northern Tanzania. They roamed vast areas of land which they used for grazing their animals, but they had no control over that land. The Maasai and the Kwaivi were related. They spoke similar languages and their customs were similar. The Kwaivi include the Samburu, Laikipiak, Ikinapop, Uasingishu, Laisjlay and the Kapenabizi. All these were more powerful than the pastoral Maasai. By the 19th century, the Maasai had become prominent in East Africa as a fierce people who usually went on the rampage, raiding their neighbors. The raids were usually carried out in order to replenish or increase their animal herds and they always occurred during the dry season. The Maasai were disciplined warriors who spent several years in military training. A successful cattle raid earned the raiders social prestige. It must be noted that the Kwaivi were initially pastoralists but they were forced to become agriculturalists in the 19th century. The wars between the Kwaivi and Maasai seem to have started in about 1815 on the Uasingishu Plateau. The civil wars between the two ethnic groups started as a result of the growth in the population of the two groups. As their populations grew, there was no land for expansion and as such rivalry over limited grazing land triggered the wars. Very many wars were fought in the 1840s when the Kwaivi of Laikipia, who enjoyed support from Maasai living south of Lake Naivasha, defeated the Kwaivi of Uasingishu. The civil wars in Maasailand continued into the second half of the 19th century. All these wars weakened the Maasai as a military community. Later, the defeated Uasingishu fought the Purko, driving them out of the Rift Valley. But the Purko soon counterattacked the Kwaivi and defeated them. The Kwaivi were almost wiped out from the Uasingishu Plateau. The few who survived took refuge among the Chaga, Kikuyu, the people around Taveta, Arusha, and the Kenyan coast. 62. Between 1870 and 1875, the Laikipia Kwaivi were also defeated by their former allies, the Purko, and their neighbors. The numerous civil wars weakened the Kwaivi as a military community. The Kwaivi had been powerful but when they attacked the pastoral Maasai, they suffered terrible defeat. Many homes were also devastated as a result of the wars, and many people had to flee their homes and look for asylum in other areas. The wars led to the death of many Kwaivi and Maasai, hence their depopulation. Reasons for Maasai dominance over the people of East Africa between 17th and 19th centuries, the Maasai were very able warriors. With their long spears, shields of hide, clubs, war paint, and ostrich feather plumes, the sight of the Maasai warriors alone was enough to frighten their enemies into submission. The Maasai people were very courageous. The Maasai, time and again, fought as allies with rulers of Wanga and Chief Rindi of the Chaga, thus gaining prominence and influence. The Maasai were not only brave warriors, but they also controlled a number of important caravan routes. Because of their control of such trade routes, all travelers wishing to cross their territory had to pay for that privilege. The Maasai people established cordial relations with their neighbors such as the Kikuyu and the Chaga by encouraging intermarriages and trade. Trade routes which the Kikuyu called Njiragia Agendi were open even in times of war. However, Maasai influence did not last beyond the 19th century. Their influence seriously declined during the 19th century for the following reasons: their own civil wars, which became very frequent in the 19th century. All these civil wars led to the disintegration of their solidarity as some Maasai took refuge among their neighbors, the Kikuyu. 63. The Maasai and the Kwaivi were struck by natural calamities like smallpox, cholera, and rinderpest which killed almost all their large herds of cattle as well as people. Famine became widespread and left them helpless. Their decline facilitated the rise of the Nandi people. Locusts also destroyed their pastures, leaving their animals to starve to death. The Maasai were conservative, therefore they stuck to their traditions. Otherwise they could have embraced Arab and European ways of living. Another serious problem was the succession dispute after the death of Laban's Supet. The Chaga. The Chaga people are part of the Eastern Bantu. Their present homeland is around the southern slopes of Mt. Kilimanjaro in Tanzania. This area is very fertile. Because of this, the Chaga people got attracted to this land. In addition to its fertility, it also has a very good climate and reliable rainfall. The main economic activity of the Chaga was agriculture. Their agricultural methods were quite advanced. They practiced crop rotation and also applied animal manure in their gardens. They also used irrigation. The banana was their staple food crop. Besides bananas, the Chaga also grew coffee and eleusine. They always made sure that they grew surplus food for trade. In fact, food items were bartered for cattle and ironware. The Chaga also kept cattle and goats, from which they obtained milk, hides and skins which they used for the payment of bride wealth. They even practiced zero grazing. Women would fetch grass for the cattle to eat. Among the Chaga, possession of a very large herd of cattle was a source of greatness and prestige. One's wealth was estimated in accordance with the number of cattle one had. In addition to zero grazing, the Chaga always grazed their animals on the slopes of Mount Kilimanjaro. 64. Go Ogle original from UNIVERSL1Y of Michigan. Trade was very important among the Chaga people. Many of their chiefs participated in it. For instance, Chief Rumbo encouraged trade with the Arabs at the coast. Trade with the Swahili flourished during the time of Chief Rindi. Chaga society was organized such that it had a hierarchy of officials with a chief at the apex of the administrative structure. The chiefs had judicial and religious powers over their people. All important cases were solved by the chiefs. Security was of paramount importance to the Chaga people, therefore the chief had control over it. His main responsibility was to see to it that there was peace throughout his dominion. There were also other people who would help a chief in his administrative roles. Second to him was an administrator who was expected to take orders from him. Sometimes, in the absence of a Chaga chief, such a person would preside over any court. There was also a group of people, usually elders, who advised the chief. They were very influential in matters of governance. They were heads of the local clans, their main role being mainly of a judicial nature. Their taxes or tributes were collected by the village headman and remitted to the chief of the area. These tributes were usually in the form of finger millet. Socially, the Chaga people were well organized. They worshipped one god called Ruwa. Ruwa was the name of the sun as well. He was believed to have liberated mankind by providing him with fruits and good edible plants. The Chaga also adored the spirits of the dead, giving them offerings. The ritual of kinship was very important to them. The Kikuyu. The early history of the Kikuyu is not well known, but their ancestors are believed to have migrated from Meru, particularly from the areas currently occupied by the Tharaka and Ijembe. One of the Kikuyu legends refers to Myakurwi wa Gathanga as the place where God or Guy appeared and created their ancestor, Chikuyu, and his wife Mumbai. However, another legend holds that a certain bear man had 4 sons who 65 respectively became the ancestors of the Kikuyu, the Kamba, the Athai, and Maasai peoples. By the 16th century the early Kikuyu had settled in Bear and Chuka. Later, due to population pressure and external forces, mainly represented by the Gala people, the Kikuyu were forced to move to the Mwi Plains where they settled around Ithanga. During the first half of the 18th century, the Kikuyu moved to Uthanga and Oguthi in Nyeri, Tetu, Mathura, Kiambu, and Nyandana. All these movements were due to population pressure. During the 19th century they expanded into those areas. They encountered opposition only from the Maasai. Other groups which they met included the Athai and the Gumba. The Kikuyu adopted some aspects of the culture of the Athai people, for instance circumcision of males and clitoridectomy, cutting off of the women's clitorises. They also adopted the age-set system. Social structure. The Kikuyu people, like their neighbors the Maasai, were also organized into clans. There were about 9 clans which were named according to the 9 daughters of their legendary father, Gikuyu. Every clan was made up of age sets. Each of the age sets had a name which often marked a particular event. In order to join an age set, one had to be initiated. This was done through circumcision, which always took place when the one was 18 years of age. The initiation took place at intervals of 5 to 9 years. In the next 4 years no initiation took place. Each of these groups constituted a fighting force. Women were initiated every year, and they either came up with their own names or they adopted the name of their age set. The soldiers elected a leader who was their spokesman in the Council of Elders. Political offices were held by an age set for a certain period of time. Once that time was over, that age set retired only to be replaced by a younger age set. Junior warriors had the task of clearing the land, guarding the villages. 66. From wild animals, constructing cattle pens, clearing paths, and doing all other activities assigned to them by the elders. The senior warriors were allowed to marry, after becoming junior elders. Sometimes the senior warriors were allowed to become junior elders after giving a goat and a calabash of beer. After the circumcision of a man's firstborn, he paid 2 more goats and beer before becoming a senior elder. After making such a payment, he was accepted in the Kiama, Council of Elders. The Kiama was responsible for the making and passing of laws. Their big task was also to ensure justice, which was enforced by the soldiers. Members of the Ldama were the only people who, as a group, offered prayers to God. The Kiama settled disputes, and imposed fines on the accused if he or she was found guilty. The Kikuyu were predominantly agriculturalists who grew cereals like sorghum, maize, and eleusine. They also grew beans, cowpeas, lima beans, pigeon peas, bananas, sugar cane, taro, and yams. The Kikuyu exchanged their crops in the markets for Maasai goods. Markets were very important to the Kikuyu people. They were found in almost all villages, with the oldest ones being at Giitwe, Karatina, Gakatha, Gakindu, and Muthati. In these markets, pottery, baskets, and many other goods, including farm produce, were sold. Markets were held every 4th day of the week. Coffee was also grown as a major cash crop during the colonial era. Land was very important to the Kikuyu. No man would marry without land. The Kikuyu also kept cattle, goats, and bees for honey. Milk and ghee were obtained from the cattle and goats. They did not engage in fishing, and neither did they keep chickens, since it was taboo for them to eat fish and birds. Men demarcated their land by planting lilies and trees around its perimeter. Woan cultivated, sowed, and harvested the crops. The Kikuyu believed that Guy had powers over the sun, moon, stars, rainbow, thunder, and lightning. The presence of all those manifested the presence of Guy. 67. Guy was only to be approached by the elders as a community but not by individuals. Guy lived on Mount Kenya, which is known by the local Kikuyu as Kirinyaga. Shrines were built around Kirinyaga in order to worship Guy. Witches and evil spirits were believed to be the cause of misfortune and epidemics. Spirits were driven away by blowing horns, beating drums, etc. As we have already seen, the Kikuyu were divided into clans. Each family had a head, and above the head of the family was Mbari. Mbari in fact was a kind of territorial unit. Therefore all land 41 a single Mbari belonged to one man's descendants. The Mbari was responsible for land distribution to the Kikuyu members. The clan system promoted unity among the Kikuyu. In fact, the Mbari system could have developed into a very powerful centralist system of government if the British had not interfered with it during the colonial period. The Hihi. The name Hihi never existed before the arrival of white men in East Africa. The name was coined by the Europeans to refer to various ethnic groups like the Usagara, Ubena, and Yukimbu, who used to shout he, when going into battle. In the 18th century, there were more than 15 chiefdoms, which remained separate and independent until the 19th century. They however shared certain things, such as burying dead chiefs and throwing away dead commoners. A living man was buried in a sitting position with a dead chief, and he supported the head of the dead body. The Antimi chiefs had a great role to play in those societies. The Hihi people believed that they carried the spirits of the former chiefs. So the Antimi were deeply feared. They were also believed to have potent war medicines. During the 19th century, two leaders of the Hihi people emerged. These leaders surrounded themselves with a lot of power and pomp. These were Chief Menyagumba and his son, Mkvarwa. 68. The Ngoni were part of the Ngoni-speaking people of South Africa. They formed part of the Bantu. They are related to the Zulu people of South Africa. Originally, they lived around the area now known as Natal. Their migration from South Africa to East Africa was the last wave of the Bantu migration which took place in the 19th century. Reasons for the Ngoni migration. Several reasons were responsible for the Ngoni migration into East Africa in the 19th century. Overpopulation, this was attributed to the fertile land around Natal. As food production increased as a result of the introduction of maize in the area by the Portuguese in the 15th century, people increased in number. So there was need for more land. Lack of land, as a result of overpopulation, the little land left had to be competed for. Consequently, stronger societies occupied more and more land while the weaker societies, such as the Ngoni, had to move elsewhere. Fear of the Mfecane, time of troubles, this was set in motion by Shaka Zulu of South Africa. Shaka was a feared king who did not spare the life of whoever opposed him. Several societies, including the Ngoni, left South Africa to look for vacant land where they could be free from Shaka's tyranny. The course of their migration. The Ngoni people were led by a man called Zwanjandaba. They started their journey from south of River Limpopo and plundered Mashonaland in around 1831. They also destroyed 70. The former kingdom of Monomotapa as they moved. They crossed the Zambezi River near Zambo in 1835. Thereafter they defeated the Swa people of present-day Malawi. The Masiko Ngoni took the eastern direction and settled in Sanja. Zwanjandaba took his group to the Yafapa Plateau where he settled and established his kingdom. He had learned of the red cattle in the neighborhood. When the Ngoni reached the Yafapa Plateau, they found a loosely organized tribe called Fipa whom they defeated easily and over whom they established their hegemony. Zwanjandaba died on the Yafapa Plateau in 1848. Shaka Zulu. Ngoni in Yafapa Plateau. After the death of Zwanjandaba, rivalry over leadership became serious as every prince wanted to take over. As a result of this dynastic rivalry, the Ngoni split into 5 main groups, 2 of which remained in East Africa. 3 groups of the Ngoni returned south, raiding Zambia and Malawi. The group led by Mpanzeni settled in the highlands and Fort Johnson. The Tuta Ngoni moved northwards into Halo Halo territory. They fought and defeated 71. The Halo Halo once, but the Halo Halo adopted a new system of warfare and they defeated the Ngoni invaders. The Ngoni were driven away, after which they settled in the Runswi distribute ICT northwest of Tabora. Here the Tuta Ngoni raided and plundered their neighbors. They disrupted the long-distance trade and lived among the Nyamwezi as they captured the young and taught them their military tactics. Among the young captives was Marambo. Another group, the Gwangwara, was led by Zulugama eastwards to Sanja. Here they encountered the Masiko Ngoni led by Maputo who had taken the eastern direction. Because the Masek.O Ngoni were a very large and well-organized group, at first the Gwangara accepted their leadership, but later war erupted between the two groups. The Masiko Ngoni were defeated, and they fled in disarray. Some Masiko fled across River Rovuma into Mozambique, while others fled to the Kilambaro Valley where they became known as Mpiga. Others scattered to Tunduru, Masasi and Nwala. Reasons for Ngoni success. To understand the reasons for the Ngoni success, one must first refer to the early history of the Ngoni in South Africa. As noted earlier, the Ngoni left South Africa owing to fear of Shaka. Shaka Zulu was such a well-organized man militarily. He had a well-trained army made up of impis, or fighting units. The Ngoni became very successful when they inherited Shaka's military tactics. The Ngoni planned every battle carefully before they got involved in it. They also used weapons different from those of most other people they encountered. For instance, they used assegais, short stabbing spears, instead of the long throwing spears. They also used the cowhorn formation in order to engulf and destroy their enemy. During their long journey to East Africa, the Ngoni captured young men whom they conscripted into the army, and they married young women captives. This did not only increase the number of the Ngoni people, but resulted in their 72. Assimilation of captives into Ngoni culture. Furthermore, most of the communities encountered by the Ngoni people were small and disorganized, and, as such, they were not strong enough to contain the Ngoni invaders in the wake of the Mfecane. Another important reason for Ngoni success was their courage. Having left their original motherland, they were determined to get a new homeland, whatever resistance they encountered along the way, in order to defend themselves and their property. Consequences of Ngoni invasion of East Africa. The Ngoni people who entered East Africa in the middle of the 19th century had a profound and long-lasting effect on East Africa. First and foremost, they forced the small African states to unite and form larger states, for instance states of the Hibi and the Unyamwezi. They also incorporated the small African societies like the Fipa into the Ngoni state. The local people copied the Ngoni tactics. For instance, the Halo defeated the Tuta Ngoni by using the Ngoni's own tactics. The people in Ufapa in the 1850s also challenged the Ngoni. Another immediate outcome of the Ngoni invasion was the devastation of many settlements in Tanzania. Many villages were destroyed as a result of the Ngoni invasion. The invasion interfered with long-distance trade, thus leading to shortages in areas which had not experienced the presence of the Ngoni. As many homes were destroyed and their occupants fled in fear, agriculture was disrupted, leading to famine. The Ngoni introduced new military tactics to the people of East Africa, especially those of Tanzania. For instance, the use of the cowhorn formation at the battlefront, the use of assegais, etc. 73. They led to the appearance of loose and disorderly groups called Rugaruga and Mvidi, who were very unruly thugs, smoked opium, and lived by looting and plundering. The Ngoni invasion weakened resistance of Africans to the slave traders as their solidarity was destroyed by the invaders. The Ngoni invasion led to the depopulation of East Africa as many people were killed during the wars. The Ngoni invasion also led to untold suffering of people as many parents were killed, leaving behind orphans without people to care for them. The Ngoni invasion of East Africa also led to the rise of important men like Mirambo and Nyanguyama. Many people fled in disarray, and a large number of them became completely destribalist. The Ngoni invasion was partly responsible for Europe's success in imposing colonial rule on the peoples of East Africa, as they had already been weakened. Revision 10.1 Who were the Ngoni? 2. A. Describe the migration and settlement of the Ngoni peoples into East Africa. B. Why were the Ngoni successful in their invasion? 3. A. B. Of East Africa? Describe the course of the Ngoni migration into Eastern Africa between 1820 and 1860. How did this migration affect the peoples of mainland Tanganyika? 74. 4. A. Why was the Ngoni invasion of the settled communities of East Africa in the mid-19th century successful? B. What were the effects of this invasion on Tanzania? 75. 11. Some notable East African leaders. Mirambo. Like many men in history who attain greatness, Mirambo had very humble beginnings. Born in 1830, he was a Nyamwezi by birth. Then he was captured by the Ngoni invaders. He spent the greater part of his early life with the Ngoni as a captive. While among the Ngoni people, he acquired the military knowledge and skills of the Ngoni people which he later used to great advantage. He also gained experience in trade, especially the caravan trade which had been going on around him. After acquiring the war tactics of the Ngoni, Mirambo organized a very strong and well-paid army called Rugaruga. The Rugaruga became the real basis of Mirambo's administration. It did not take long before Mirambo was recognized as a power to reckon with. He started out as a small ruler of Ulloa or Ugao. He later acquired Ulyankuru from his mother's family. After acquiring those two chief du ms, Mirambo launched expeditions against his neighbors. During the 1860s and 1870s, Mirambo organized expeditions against the Vinza, Tongwe, Nyachatu, Lurambo, Sumwa, and the Sukuma. By 1876, Mirambo had established a renowned capital city, Urambo, in his kingdom. It was a big market which competed favorably with the Arab-controlled Anyanyembe market. Mirambo's kingdom was called Anyamwazi. By 1880, Mirambo controlled a territory which was crossed by the caravan routes from the coast to southern Uganda_Burundi and Rwanda. Mirambo's success in building his empire owed much to his unique personality. He had a character which was quite rare, he could clearly see what he was trying to achieve. 76. Secondly, Mirambo had unlimited energy. He was so strong that he always beat all his opponents in a fight. Mirambo, just like his captors, the Ngoni, absorbed his conquered enemies and recruited their youths into his army. This helped Mirambo to become very powerful in East Africa. Mirambo was so wise a man that he commanded respect from the Arabs who crossed his empire to trade. They had to honor him as a leader. Mirambo was very courageous and always personally led his army into battle. Mirambo had about 500 well-trained and armed mercenaries. He had another 7,000 warriors who were as courageous as himself. Mirambo's achievements. His first achievement was his rise to power from slave status. Mirambo organized the Rugaruga whom he used to expand his empire, which came to be known as Anyamwazi. Mirambo was a very successful trader who came to be recognized by the famous Tippu and Sultan Barghash of Zanzibar. Initially, the Arabs refused to recognize him as a leader, but when he closed the caravan routes, the Arabs sued for peace and accepted his terms. Not only did they recognize him as a leader of Anyamwazi, but they also paid taxes for crossing his territory. Mirambo also maintained good relations with Europeans. He made them feel welcome to his territory, especially the missionaries, and lived amicably with them. Mirambo's failures. Mirambo failed to secure the friendship of the Kabaka of Buganda, who had a lot of political influence around the Great Lakes region. Mirambo did not create a strong cadre of political leaders. He was autocratic, i.e., all powers were in his hands alone. When he died, his empire did not survive for long. It disintegrated rapidly. 77. Under Mirambo's rule, local leaders retained their powers. Apart from Mirambo, there was no other unifying factor in the whole empire. Mirambo's mercenaries were not dependable either. They were likely to sell their services to anyone who was willing to pay them well. Mirambo's empire had no effective central administration. The result was that when Mirambo died in 1884, his half-brother and successor, Mpandasilo, could not stop the vast empire from collapsing. However, Mirambo symbolized the reaction of African people to external forces. Even if Mirambo had not died, leading to the collapse of the once renowned Nyamwazi Empire, Mirambo's empire was bound to collapse in the hands of the European imperialists who had come to usurp African sovereignty and impose colonial rule. Nyanguyama. Nyanguyama was a son of the Anyanyembe ruling family. When the Arabs murdered Nwasil, the chief of Anyanyembe, by beheading him, Nyanguyama fled to Kiwul. From Kiwul, around 1870, Nyanguyama organized many expeditions into areas east and south of Tabora, especially in Kimbu country. During these protracted expeditions, large tracts of land fell to him, including the trade routes which joined Tabora to the Ufapa Plateau. All the areas around Lake Tanganyika also fell under his control. After conquering that large area, Nyanguyama formed a very strong and centralist administration. He appointed his own loyal officials, called Vatwal, to administer the conquered chiefdom. The Vatwal had no political rights, all political power was vested in Nyanguyama. The Vatwal were responsible for the collection of ivory and other valuable trading commodities like iron and gold from the conquered chiefs. All the items collected from the conquered red chiefs had to be sent to Nyanguyama's at his residence in Kiwal. Nyanguyama divided his kingdom into 7 administrative units and each of them was allocated to a mutwal, singular of Vatwal. The division of the kingdom did not take into account the traditional boundaries of the conquered chiefs. This helped Nyanguyama's centralist administration to survive for long as his subjects were disunited. Like Mirambo, Nyanguyama had a very strong army of mercenaries. They were given thorough physical and psychological training. His mercenaries were reputedly brave professional soldiers who were very ruthless in battle. Nyanguyama was a man who did not hesitate to risk the lives of his men in order to secure victory. In fact, he always referred to his rugaruga as mapampiti, i.e. logs. When asking for reinforcements, Nyanguyama would shout, "Pile on more logs." Nyangu's warriors. By 1871 his men had raided south of Anyanyembe. In 1875, the chiefdoms of Nanzi, which included Kairurumo and Kiwal, were occupied. By December 1884, the areas in the southern part of Yakanango, Wikangulu and many Kimbu chiefdoms were already under his rule. It is believed that Nyanguyat 79. Ma's empire lasted longer than that of Mirambo, his contemporary. Since Nyanguyama did not meet the Europeans, there is limited literature about him. However, after his death, his daughter ruled the kingdom until she died in 1893. She was in turn succeeded by her daughter. The great empire of Nyanguyama only started to disintegrate in 1895 when the German imperialists reached Kiwal. The Germans were accepted as the allies of the Anyanyembe and the Hihi and, as such, they did not have to use military force in order to impose their rule. Nevertheless, the Germans replaced the Vatwal with their own administrators, the Akitas. That marked the end of Nyanguyama's empire. Munyagumba. Munyagumba came to power between 1855 and 1860. He became the head of the Lunjumba chiefdom. As a formidable ruler and a military expert, Munyagumba became so powerful in the area that he extended his administration all over the northern part of Hihi land. He further brought the whole of the Hihi Plateau and highlands under his control. Unfortunately he died in 1878 and, for the first time, all his conquered territory did not have one supreme ruler. However, he was replaced by his son, Mkvarwa, whose character was similar to that of his father and who also favored an expansionist policy. The rule of Mkvarwa. He was not different from his father, Munyagumba. Immediately after succeeding his father, Mkvarwa greatly expanded the inherited kingdom. He fought the Gogo in the north and the Yosagara in the northeast. He conquered this northern territory in order to control the trade routes which passed through it. By 1880, the Hibi had become so powerful under Mkvarwa that they posed a big threat to the caravan traders. 80. After establishing his control and consolidating his power over the conquered areas, Mkvarwa became a formidable monarch with a well-fortified city in Kalanga. When German colonialists came to Tanganyika, Mkvarwa put up a stiff resistance to the German invaders. There was no way the Germans could disregard him. They had to respect his independence. Revision 11:1 describe the career and achievements of the following: A. Nyanguyama, B. Mirambo, C. Mkvarwa. 2 show how Mkvarwa responded to the colonial occupation of his areas. 3 describe the social, political, and economic organization of the Nyamwezi Empire under the rule of Mirambo. 81. 12. Internal trade in East Africa. The decision made by Sayyid Said to move his capital from Muscat to Zanzibar has been praised by historians because it encouraged long-distance trade in East Africa. For the first time, Zanzibar became an important terminus for international trade between East Africa and the outside world. Unlike other Muslims who preferred wars to peaceful negotiations with infidels, Sayyid Said was quite different. He wanted to ally himself with the powers of the Indian Ocean, notably the British. Sayyid Said saw a great need to put the caravan trade on a better footing, so he encouraged the traders from the coast to travel inland. The need for slaves was also increasing as the Arabs had acquired land and had opened large clove plantations, so there was need to go inland and acquire them. The Indian traders, commonly known as Banyans, had been encouraged to come to East Africa, especially to Zanzibar, by Sayyid Said. They provided the necessary financial backing and also supplied the goods necessary for the caravans. The Banyans were not only traders, they also lent money to the traders, for which they charged colossal amounts of money as interest. In addition, they also collected customs duties from the traders who passed through Zanzibar. Some Europeans were allowed to settle in Zanzibar, which became a flourishing center of commerce and business and a meeting place of all kinds of people. Long-distance trade. Items of trade. The following goods were very important in the East African long-distance trade: cloth, beads, brassware, gunpowder, guns, and provisions for caravans. All these items were imported to 82. East Africa from the European countries, whereas the region exported slaves, ivory, cloves, rubber, cowrie shells, gum copal, sesame seed, maize and millet. Irade routes. There were about 4 main trade routes in East Africa. One of them, running from Sudan through northern Uganda, was under the control of the Khartoumers. These traders were the subjects of the Khedive of Egypt. Others were the northern, central, and the southern routes. A. The northern route. This route led from Pangani, Tanga, and Mombasa inland to the Kilimanjaro and Taita area. It was divided into 2 parts. From Kilimanjaro one route ran due west to the eastern shores of Lake Victoria. Then another route ran northwestwards to Mt. Kenya, Lake Baringo, and Lake Turkana, and across the Rift Valley as far as the slopes of Mt. Elgon. B. The central route. This route started from the Mrima coast, which is opposite Zanzibar Island, from ports like Bagamoyo and Sayadani, and cut through Zaramo and Gogo country to Tabora in Anyanyembe. From Anyanyembe, it divided into 3 different branches. One route ran northwestwards to Karagwe, Buganda and Bunyoro. 2. Another one ran due west to Ujiji on Lake Tanganyika and on to western Zaire. 3. And a third route ran southwest, round the shores of Lake Tanganyika towards Iatanga. C. The southern route. This route ran from ports like Ilwe and Malindi inland through the country of the Yao, the Makua, and the Makan to Lake Malawi. This was the principal route for the export of slaves, and it was dominated by the Yao people. 83. The participants in long-distance trade. There were 3 main groups of participants in the long-distance caravan trade of East Africa. They were the Arabs at the coast, Swahili traders, and the Africans. There were only 3 African groups who participated. These were the Nyamwezi, the Yao, and the Kamba. Arabs and Swahili, Zanzibaris. As we have already seen, Sayyid Said began sending caravans into the interior of East Africa in the mid-1830s. He realized very early that there was need to make friends with the people of the interior, especially the Nyamwezi, who were very powerful. In 1839, he made a treaty with a leading merchant prince, Chief Fundikara of Anyanyembe. This treaty allowed the Arab traders to pass through Anyanyembe and to trade in Anyamwezi without paying taxes. The Arab and Swahili traders therefore gradually increased in number and eventually built their own center outside the capital. This center became known as Kaza and later, Tabora. Tabora became the center of Arab and Swahili trade in the interior, with routes leading south to Ionango and Fipa, north to Yuzukuma, Uzinza and Lake Victoria, and northwest to Karagwe, Buganda and later to Bunyoro. Another route led to Ujiji and the Congo. A number of Arab and Swahili traders, commonly called Zanzibaris, also built houses in Tabora, settled permanently and became very wealthy. The Arabs became very powerful and wealthy. When Wasil, a new Niamwazi ruler, tried to oppose the Arab traders, he was defeated and driven away from his own kingdom. He is believed to have attacked the Arabs frequently, but he failed to regain his chiefdom. Many people supported the Arabs and both sides used the Rugaruga in their wars. These wars accelerated the slave trade as many of the war captives were sold as slaves. Ivory was one of the lucrative items and was in very high demand in Europe and America. It was used to make valuable items like piano keys, knife handles, buttons and billiard balls. This commodity was carried from the interior by either hired 84 slaves or other Africans who wanted clothes. The Niamwazi were excellent porters because they used to walk long distances carrying the heavy tusks. The Arabs also took many slaves, especially women and children, to the coast. Due to the Ngoni invasion and the rise of new leaders like Mirambo and Nyanguyama, the situation in the interior became fluid. The Arabs, who were already very powerful, exploited the situation and started using force to get women, children, food, men, and animals. The Arabs and Swahili treated the captives badly and usually about 2/3 of these captives died before they reached the coast. Niamwazi country in central Tanzania was intersected by trade routes. Accordingly, the Niamwazi took advantage of this to become prominent porters and traders in the region. Niamwazi skills in trading and porterage became status symbols. A good background in trade and porterage was a ladder to becoming a chief among the Niamwazi people. The Niamwazi also took advantage of the demand for iron ore from Uzangi and Duns, copper from Katanga and salt from Uvinza in the northwest. The Niamwazi began to be involved in ivory trade towards the end of the 18th century. By 1800 the first Niamwazi caravan arrived at the coast with ivory. The increased demand for ivory exports in India, Europe, and North America in the 19th century stimulated the expansion of ivory trade. Trade became an essential part of Niamwazi life and society. By the 1830s large Niamwazi caravans, each consisting of about 1,000 Niamwazi people, had begun to arrive regularly at the coast with their loads of merchandise such as ivory, slaves, and wax. They stayed at the coast in large encampments, trading and farming until the next dry season. Then they returned home carrying cloth, beads, and other trade goods. The Niamwazi traveled further inland, venturing as far as Katanga, Buganda, and even eastern Congo. As a result of Arab 85 Niamwazi rivalry, the trade route in central Tanzania became very busy, with traders jostling with one another to increase their share of the lucrative trade and to maximize profits. Under powerful leaders like Mirambo and Nyanguyama, the Niamwazi people continuously played a major role in the organization of long-distance trade in the 19th century. The central trade route became very famous even to the European travelers who came to East Africa then. It was along this route that new crops like maize, rice, and cassava were first introduced. It has been said that the Niamwazi themselves became more cosmopolitan in their outlook and started to lose their kinship attachments. Respect given for the old system disappeared and people became loyal to caravan groups, hunters' guilds, or secret societies such as Baswazi and Wai, snake experts. The copper the Niamwazi brought from Katanga was often used as a kind of currency alongside the copper bangles and ornaments which were made by the Ha and the Samwa. By the 1850s, the Niamwazi had established their trading posts on the far side of Lake Tanganyika. Njalengwe, commonly known as Misiri, settled in Katanga and because of his vast wealth established his own empire. It is worth noting that the Niamwazi also got involved in slave trade in the interior. People like the Gogo, who were pastoralists, needed slaves to work on their farms, so they exchanged ivory for slaves with the Niamwazi. The Niamwazi were able to intensify slave trade after the arrival of guns from the coast. The Yao were the major long-distance traders from the south. They loved traveling, just like the Niamwazi. The Yao were probably the most active slave traders in the 19th century in East Africa. They were among the first people to develop long-distance trade. Originally, they were agriculturalists who wanted hoes and other implements whose production was a monopoly of the Sisi. These ironsmiths moved around Yao land selling their products. Around the 16th and 17th, 86 centuries, the Arabs started to trade with the Yao in items like cloth, beads, brassware, etc. The Yao's involvement in slave trade only started around the middle of the 19th century when the Ngoni invasion disrupted trade. War captives were sold as slaves. The Yao took advantage of the confusion brought about by the Mekua to intensify their involvement in the slave trade. The Yao commitment to slave trade gained momentum in response to the demand for increased slaves at the coast, especially around the Kilwa ports. Under the influence of powerful leaders like Mpanda, Mataka, Machemba, and Mdalika, the Yao dominated the southern trade route. No other group of traders was powerful enough to challenge the Yao dominance. Even coastal traders became clients of these rulers. They brought guns, beads, glass, and other items such as clothes which they bartered for slaves. The Yao became so powerful that both Arabs and Swahili could not pass through their country without permission. The Yao were very hostile to European intrusion in the region because they feared that intruders would jeopardize their profitable way of life. The Kamba were the most vigorous long-distance traders in what is now called Kenya. They were living in an area which had very unreliable rainfall. Their ancestors therefore lived in small groups, surviving on hunting and shifting cultivation around the Mbudi hills. Their trading activities began when they started bartering elephant tusks with the Nyuka for cattle. By the early 19th century, the Kamba people had developed a very complex trading system. They supplied their neighbors with meat, grain, and beer. They also traded in arrowheads and iron ornaments. The Kamba merchants expanded their trade northwards towards Samburu and southwards towards Uzaramo. Originally, the Kamba people were not involved in slave trade, but later as they grew rich, they started buying slaves to use as domestic workers. Slave raiding only became really important to the Iamba when they started traveling very far away from their homes in search of ivory. Slaves were needed to carry the ivory. Among the Kamba traders, Kivoy was very famous. He made a name for himself in the 1830s and 1840s as a great hunter and trader. Chief Kivoy had an enormous number of followers and slaves whom he organized into a caravan around Kilimanjaro and beyond Kenya. Kivoy controlled the trade between the Kamba and Kikuyu and he exacted taxes from the neighboring Maasai. However, Iamba dominance did not last beyond 1870. By 1870 their influence had started to decline owing to the increasing scarcity of ivory. Furthermore, the Arabs and Swahili were busy organizing their own caravans to the northwest in Kikuyu and Mbu, the highland people who had been exploited by the Iamba slave raids. Nevertheless, the Iamba, like Nyamwezi, remained influential in the long-distance trade up to the colonial period. Tiputip is the most widely known slave and ivory dealer in the whole of Africa. He was bombed to Mohammed bin Juma and Mrima in 1830. Mrima was an African from the And-St coast. Tiputip looked more like an African than an Arab. His full name was Mohammed bin Hamid. His father lived mostly in the interior of East Africa. Tiputip's father had been a trader owning a plantation near Tabora. In about 1850 Tiputip was assisting his father in the Tabora area. As soon as he was old enough, he started his own business. He later joined his friend Said bin Omar. He thereafter started going into the interior of Tanzania until he reached Nsamba's kingdom of Ruemba. Tiputip led many expeditions around the Lake Tanganyika region. In 1865, he reached Ruemba on the eastern shore of Lake Tanganyika where he seized the local chiefs' supply of ivory and he installed his brother Mohammed bin Masud as the local ruler. With his pragmatic military qualities, great negotiation skills and diplomatic appearance, Tiputip 88 entered Congo through the area south of Lake Tanganyika. There he befriended Runga Kabari, king of the Rua. Tiputip, Afro-Arab slave trader. Because he looked friendly and loyal, the Rua people thought that he would live with them cordially, but it did not take long before Tiputip turned against them and conquered them. The Rua king was reinstated on condition that he provided Tiputip with guides to the ivory zone. As a result, he was guided to Manyama where a lot of ivory could be obtained. Just south of Rualand lived Chief Iasongo, Ruhal, who had been a target of attacks from the Rua. Kosongo's own sisters had been captured and sold as slaves. Tiputip deceived Iasongo that he was his grandson, that he was the son of one of the sisters who had been sold into slavery by the Rua. Kosongo then stepped down in favor of Tiputip. When Kosongo relinquished power to Tiputip, he had already created an empire. Tiputip, with the support of 40,000 people, started ruling the empire. He expanded Gia's rule to Nyangwit. 89. By 1883, Tiputip's name had spread as far as Stanley Falls. Almost a quarter of River Congo had fallen under his rule by 1890. Tiputip appointed about 15 of his relatives to control the far-flung areas of his dominion. Tiputip established trade relations with men like Mirambo of the Unyamwezi Empire and Rumaliza of Ujiji. In the end, Tiputip became a well-known cosmopolitan trader whose fame extended from Congo to the East African coast. When the Europeans were partitioning Africa, part of Tiputip's empire fell into the hands of the King of Belgium, Leopold II, in 1887. When Stanley arrived in Zanzibar, he offered Tiputip the governorship of Stanley Falls. Tiputip started receiving a salary and he was permitted to trade in anything he liked apart from slaves. In 1890, Tiputip left one of his nephews in charge of Stanley Falls and reached Zanzibar in 1891. During his absence from Congo, things started going wrong and the Belgians defeated the Arabs. This marked the end of Arab influence in Congo. Tiputip died in Zanzibar in 1905 without going back to claim his dominion in Congo. In Buganda. The Baganda were among the most active traders in East Africa by the second half of the 19th century. This trade gained a lot of momentum in Buganda when the Arab and Swahili traders arrived there. Among the trading items which the Baganda valued highly were cloth, beads, and guns. They also wanted the help of the traders against their neighbors, the Basoga and Banyuro. In fact, in 1848 the Arabs helped them fight the Basoga. The Baganda supplied the Arabs with ivory and slaves and many other goods. There was a very clear pattern in this trade. The Sultan of Zanzibar was represented in the Ayabaka's court so that the visiting traders could carry on with their trade unhindered. The Arabs provided the Baganda with guns which were used to raid slaves from neighboring territories. The raids were carried out in Ankole, Buzaga, Toro, Bunyoro. 90. Bavuma and Ukurwe Islands on Lake Victoria. They also raided western Kenya. Because of this trade, the Ayabaka and Buganda grew very rich and powerful. The Baganda forbade the Arabs and Swahili from going to Bunyoro for fear that the Banyuro would be supplied with guns and defeat them. Bavision 12. 1. 2. 3. 4. A. How was long distance trade in East Africa organized between 1800 and 1880? B. What effects did it have on the peoples of East Africa? A. Describe the organization of the long distance trade in East Africa. B. What were the effects of this trade on the people of East Africa? A. What was the long distance trade in East Africa during the 19th century? B. Describe the origins and the extent of the three main trade routes in this long distance trade. A. How was trade on the East African coast organized by 1500 AD? B. What were the effects of this trade on the East African coast during this period? I. 91. 13. Slave trade in East Africa. Slavery is the owning of human beings by fellow human beings. Slaves were forced to work for their owners without being paid for their work. Slavery existed in many societies in Africa. This was because of intertribal wars. The victorious tribe always took home prisoners of war who became domestic servants or slaves. Other people were also exchanged for food items among the Africans. Whenever there was famine, it was common practice for people to barter their children for food. On the other hand, slave trade is the transaction in human beings. This involves the capture, transportation, and sale of human beings. In East Africa, slave trade had been in existence for a long time. From the available evidence, mainly from accounts written by early traders from Greece, slave trade existed at the COAT as long ago as during the 1st AD. However, slave trade increased tremendously in East Africa in the second half of the 18th century, i.e. between 1759 and 1800. Reasons for the intensification of slave trade, 18th to 19th centuries. Several factors were responsible for the escalation of slave trade in East Africa during the 2 centuries. The demand for slaves to work in the French plantations on Reunion and Mauritius Islands in the Indian Ocean was high. The French had established themselves in Malagasy where they had plantations and needed slaves to work on them. The Frenchmen could not work in their plantations there because the climate of the islands was too harsh for them, and they believed that the only people who could work there successfully were the Africans. 92. These Africans were obtained from East Africa as slaves. When the British abolished slave trade in 1807 in Britain and later in their territories overseas, they stationed their warships in the Atlantic Ocean and on the coast of West Africa in order to check the transportation of slaves from West Africa across the ocean. This created a problem for the Portuguese who had plantations in Brazil. They therefore turned to East and Central Africa for the slaves. This increased the demand for slaves and slave trade thrived between 1760 and 1856. At that time, the French and Portuguese demand for slaves was very high in East Africa. Secondly, the Omani Arabs and the Swahili people were already well established in East Africa. They therefore took advantage of this demand and began raiding for slaves. After the transfer of his capital to Zanzibar, Sayyid Said established clove and coconut plantations in Zanzibar. These plantations needed workers to maintain them. Therefore, the slaves became very important. Slaves were thus raided and sold both to the foreigners and the families at the coast of East Africa. The increase in slave trade was also partly due to the increase in the demand for slaves in Northeast Africa, Arabia, and Persia. It is important to note that the above countries had traded in slaves from East Africa for a very long time. Another factor which helped to intensify slave trade in East Africa was the transfer of Sayyid Said's capital from Muscat to Zanzibar. The slave trade increased because the Omani Arabs opened the trade route into the interior of East Africa. By 1839 between 40 and 45,000 slaves were being sold in the Zanzibar slave market every year. By the 1860s the slave cargo had increased to 70,000 people. 93. How the slaves were obtained. The slaves came to the Zanzibar market from several East African areas. Guns played a major role in the slave raids. In East Africa, there were 3 major ways by which the slaves were obtained. One was direct purchase from the local rulers. These rulers often disposed of their war captives, the social misfits, criminals, or destitutes by selling them off as slaves. In exchange for those slaves they received guns and other valuable trading articles like mirrors, ornaments, cloth, etc. For example, the Gogo captured Africans and exchanged them for those goods. Secondly, the slave dealers used the tactic of inciting rulers to wage war against their neighbors. During these wars, the slave raiders, mainly Arabs and Swahili, rendered military assistance. They afterwards took a share of the war booty as a reward for the military service rendered. Lastly, the slaves were obtained through direct attack by the slave dealers using guns. The slave dealers raided the disunited tribes, burning houses and killing those who tried to resist. All the young men, women, and children were enslaved. The raids were usually carried out at night. The slaves began by setting houses on fire, and as the occupants fled for their lives, they were captured by the Arab slave raiders. During their transportation, slaves were treated brutally. They were chained together with a strong rope to a gory stick. They were made to walk while the Arabs who drove the slaves rode on horses and donkeys. Any slow-moving slave would be flogged. Those who were too weak to walk were killed and left on the way. David Livingstone saw some corpses which were left on the trade route by the Arab slave dealers and described it thus: "We passed a woman tied by the neck to a tree and dead. We saw others, tied up in similar manner, and one lying in the path shot or stabbed, for she was in a pool of blood." 94. The sick were left to die on the way. Even the slaves in chains were made to carry ivory. Because of this brutal treatment of the Africans by the Arabs, only 1/3 of the slaves taken from the interior reached the coast, and for every slave captured, 10 people might have been killed. The slaves were taken to Kilwa and Zanzibar, where they were dressed and fed before they were taken to the slave markets to be sold. The feeding and dressing was done for commercial purposes because good-looking slaves fetched more money than naked, miserable-looking ones. These slaves sold in Zanzibar were mostly taken to the Middle East, whereas those sold at Kilwa were exported to Reunion and Brazil. The Khartoumers. These were the Egyptians and Sudanese slave traders who came to East Africa from the north. They entered East Africa through the northern part of present-day Uganda. They were the most brutal slave and ivory traders who plundered and killed many people during the slave trade in northern Uganda. They first arrived in East Africa around the 1820s, when the Egyptians started pushing their borders southwards into Sudan. Whenever the Egyptians conquered any area, the traders were the first people to arrive there. When the Khartoumers, many of whom were criminals who had been released from jail, came to northern Uganda, they found a lot of elephants there. They incited one community against another in order to acquire cattle to exchange for ivory. All these activities caused a lot of problems in northern Uganda. The Khartoumers even started capturing slaves to carry their ivory for them. The only people who survived their maneuvers were the Langi, who repulsed the Khartoumers when they entered Lango country. The activities of the Khartoumers only came to an end when the Mahdi rose against the Egyptians cut off the route to northern Uganda. 95. The impact of slave trade on the people of East Africa. The slave trade, which lasted many centuries in East Africa, had far-reaching effects that fundamentally altered the lives of East Africans. Apart from immediate human suffering and misery, it had a profound political, economic, and social impact. Political: this trade strengthened the large and powerful states at the expense of the weaker ones, owing to the fact that they had easy access to guns. Secondly, there was a move away from small political units, i.e. clan units, to larger units under one leadership for defense purposes. For instance, Mirambo built the Unyamwezi Empire out of small chiefdoms. Thirdly, the slave trade broke down the clan and tribal units and disrupted intertribal peace, as tribe would turn against tribe and clan against clan in search of slaves. Fourthly, the trade led to the death of the people who would have been leaders and empire builders. In one way or another, the slave trade hindered political development in East Africa. Lastly, power shifted from the traditional hereditary leaders to non-hereditary leaders who were ambitious and courageous, e.g. Nyanguyama and Mirambo. Economic: the slave trade led to the prosperity of some individuals and tribes such as the Kamba. They profited a great deal from the trade. Secondly, trade brought a new kind of livelihood to many Africans. Many people who used to depend on peasant agriculture got involved in the trade and became prosperous. New food crops like cloves and coconuts were introduced through this trade, and flourishing plantations were established around the trading centers. The slave trade also led to the growth of towns such as Tabora, Kilwa, and Zanzibar. The slave trade led to suffering and human misery, as some people, especially the old, were left without care. Some people fled in disarray for their lives. 96. And started living in the bushes without their parents and relatives, neglecting agriculture. Hence many people died from hunger. Farmlands were deserted, resulting in decline in food production and security. Famine, poverty, and destitution became the order of the day, as many crops were devastated by the slave raiders. African arts and crafts were destroyed since the imported European goods began to be preferred to the locally manufactured goods. Those Africans who had engaged in the slave trade for long found themselves jobless and became criminals when it was abolished. The slave trade in East Africa also had some social effects. It led to depopulation as many people died during the slave raids and others were exported outside Africa. Many people who survived the slave trade lost their relatives, children, parents, and friends. The slaves themselves suffered a great deal, and sometimes died, from being beaten and yoked together with the gory stick. With the disintegration of African communities, many victims of the slave trade became homeless and lost their ethnic and cultural identity. In other words, they were detribalist. Many people were also detribalist as a result of running away from their homes, while others became homeless. The abolition of slav trade. The idea of abolishing slave trade started in Britain and spread to other parts of the world. It must be noted that Britain had been the main slave trading nation in the world until 1807 when slave trade was declared illegal in Britain. In 1833, it was declared illegal in British overseas territories. The move to abolish slave trade and slavery was started by humanitarians such as Lord Chief Justice Mansfield, who declared that slave trade was illegal according to British law, and Adam Smith, who denounced slave labor as being more expensive than free labor in his book The Wealth of Nations. 97. Men like Pitt, the leader of the Conservative Party, and William Wilberforce condemned slave trade publicly in the British Parliament. Other prominent people who denounced slave trade were Thomas Clarkson, who wrote an essay condemning it in 1807, and John Wesley and his Methodist followers. All these people helped immensely in stopping slave trade. Another reason for stopping slave trade was that it had become less profitable for the British. The British had to persuade other nations to accept to abolish slave trade. Portugal stopped slave trade in 1815, France prohibited it in 1818, and Spain in 1820. Steps taken to abolish slave trade in East Africa. In East Africa, one of the steps which led to the abolition of slave trade was taken in 1815 when the British gained control of Mauritius and the Seychelles Islands. The British stopped slavery on those islands and they set up anti-slavery patrol bases there in order to check the transportation of slaves by slave dealers in the Indian Ocean. The Sultan of Oman, Sayyid said, who was deeply interested in slave trade, was left in a dilemma. He did not want to lose British friendship, but at the same time, he could not stop slave trade for fear of losing a lucrative source of revenue. The Moresby AD Captain Fairfax Moresby was a governor of Mauritius. He exerted a lot of pressure to convince Sayyid said to sign a treaty in June 1822 known as the Moresby Treaty. Sayyid said signed the treaty on September 22, 1822. The main aims of the treaty were, to prevent Africans from East Africa from being sent outside the Sultan's territories and the Muslim lands of Arabia and Persia. 2. To stop the French from carrying the slaves from East Africa to Mauritius and Reunion or to India. 3. To encourage what they called legitimate trade. 98. 4. To authorize the British to search the ships or dhows suspected of carrying slaves and also to deal with smugglers. However, the 1822 treaty did not abolish the slave trade but merely limited its sphere of operation. Furthermore, the Indian Ocean was too big for the 4 British naval patrols to enforce the treaty. Sayyid said did not honor Moresby's signature. He violated the treaty and allowed his people to sell slaves wherever they wanted. Neither did the French abide by the treaty. They continued to transport slaves to Reunion. In order to close these loopholes, Said was persuaded by Colonel Hamerton to sign a new treaty, the Hamerton Treaty, in 1845. The Hamerton 1/ED The Hamerton Treaty was aimed at, ending all export of slaves from Zanzibar to Oman. 2. Entirely cutting off the slave supplies to the Red Sea. 3. Stopping slaves from being exported or sold northwards beyond Brava on the Mogadishu coast. However, just as the Moresby Treaty failed, so did the Hamerton Treaty. Firstly, the Indian Ocean was too vast for the British warships to control. Secondly, the slave traders were always well armed. Therefore, they resisted efforts to stop their profitable business. Thirdly, the death of Syed Said and Hamerton in 1856 and 1851, respectively, was a major blow to the enforcement of the treaty. Earthly, since the freed slaves did not understand the language of the abolitionists, it became difficult to resettle and prevent their re-enslavement. The Tier 1/ED around 1871, the Rightish effort to abolish slave trade at the East African coast gained a lot of momentum. As a result, the British set up a commission of inquiry in 1871 to see how the abolition of slave trade could be speeded up. 99. In 1873, Frere, who was an ex-governor of Bombay, was sent to East Attica to persuade Sultan Barghash to sign a new treaty. The Sultan was reluctant to sign the treaty since the cornerstone of his economy was the slave trade. In 1872 a hurricane had swept the island, devastating clove plantations, shipping and buildings. Anything aimed at abolishing slave trade would therefore spark off hostility from the Arab slave dealers. Besides, Frere's sharp and abrupt manner did not please the Sultan. Frere left after warning the Sultan that if the treaty was not signed immediately, the British Navy would blockade Zanzibar, i.e. stop ships entering or leaving Zanzibar. As a result of this threat, the Sultan had no choice but to sign the treaty on March 1873. In the afternoon of the same day, the Zanzibar slave market was closed. The terms of the treaty, all public slave markets in the Sultan's dominion were to be closed. 2. The Sultan was to protect all the freed slaves. 3. The exportation of all slaves was to be stopped forthwith. 4. The British were granted powers to check people who wanted to acquire slaves or those who were already in possession of slaves. In 1876, Barghash declared illegal the transportation of slaves in land caravans. In addition, an agreement was reached, in September 1889, that all persons entering the Sultan's dominion after November 1, 1889 had to be free and that all children born after January 1, 1890 were free. In 1891, the Sultan ordered that the slave trade be prohibited. If a slave owner died without leaving behind any lawful children, all the slaves he owned were to be set free. The slaves were allowed to bring their complaints to the Qadi, magistrate, if they were mistreated. Any case of mistreatment by the master would earn the slave his freedom. The slave trade was completely abolished in Zanzibar and Pemba in 1897 and, in 1911, a decree was issued which disallowed compensation of the slave owners. 100. On their part, the Germans started killing the slave trade _ERS by firing squad in 1888 in Tanganyika, but people still continued trading in slaves until the British, who took over Tanganyika after the First World War, abolished the slave business in 1921. Revision 13. 1. 2. 3. 4. A. Describe the steps taken by the British to abolish slave trade in East Africa. B. What were the results of the abolition of slave trade in East Africa? A. Why did slave trade intensify in East Africa between the 18th and 19th centuries? B. How were the slaves obtained? A. What was the impact of slave trade on the peoples of East Africa? B. Why was the slave trade abolished in East Africa? What were the aims of A. the Moresby Treaty? B. the Hamerton Treaty? C. the Frere Treaty? 101. 14. European missionaries and explorers in East Africa. The people of the East African interior began coming into contact with Europeans in the middle of the 19th century, i.e. from around 1845. The first Europeans who came to East Africa were missionaries, followed by travelers and traders. Ionorized Christian missionaries from Europe came to East Africa to convert Africans to Christianity. There were several reasons for their coming to East Africa in the mid-19th century. The missionaries had already been influenced by the Industrial Revolution. Besides wishing to spread Christianity, they also wanted to promote trade. The European Christian revival inspired the missionaries to come not only to East Africa but also to other parts of Africa by the middle of the 19th century. Furthermore, they wanted to help in stopping the slave trade in East Africa. They also wanted to establish legitimate trade to replace the inhuman slave trade. At that time, Islam was spreading rapidly not only in East Africa but in other parts of Africa as well, so the missionaries came purposely to preempt and, if possible, stop the spread of Islam by promoting Christianity. The missionaries also wanted to promote the growth of cash crops like cotton, coffee, tea, etc. for their home industries. That is why around all their mission stations in East Africa, there were plantations of cash crops. 102. Missionary work at the coast. The Church Missionary Society, CMS, of England was the first missionary group to bring missionaries to East Africa. The first missionary in East Africa was Dr. Ludwig Krapf, a German, who was brought by the CMS. Krapf first worked among the Galla in Ethiopia in 1837 but he was not successful. So in 1844 he went to Zanzibar. He obtained permission from Sayyid Said to carry out missionary work there. He proceeded to Mombasa and later established a mission station, commonly called Rabai Mission Station, about 24 kilometers from Mombasa. In due course, Rabai gained a lot of prominence. The first mission school offering the kind of education found in Europe was started there. In July 1848, Krapf visited Yozambara where the Shambakimwarai Yanyumbai invited the missionaries to come and teach his people. In 1849, Krapf traveled through Ukambani where he met Chief Kivoy. The same journey took him up to Mt. Kenya, and Krapf became the first white man to see the snow-capped mountain. The following year, 1851, Krapf returned to the area hoping to set up a mission station. However, as Krapf was traveling to River Tana, Chief Kivoy was attacked and killed, leaving Krapf in a dilemma. He reached River Tana and ended up there since his guide had been killed already. Krapf translated the New Testament into Swahili and also wrote a Swahili dictionary and grammar. The reports written by both Dr. Ludwig Krapf and Remen encouraged the Europeans to come to East Africa in order to look for the source of the Nile. Krapf left East Africa in 1853 owing to ill health. By that time, the impact of the missionary work of both Krapf and Remen was insignificant. As Colonel Playfair found out when he visited Rabai in 1864, only 6 people had been baptized and another 6 were receiving baptism lessons. Johann Bebman Johann Remen joined Krapf at Rabai in 1846. He was one of the pioneer missionaries in East Africa. Like his contemporary, Krapf was a German, and a member of the CMS. 103. He explored the areas around the Tata Hills in 1847 and Chaga, where he met Chief Makenga, in 1848. Remen was the first white man to see Mt. Kilimanjaro and its snow-capped peak. He lived in East Africa until 1873 when he had become very old and blind. He had a remarkable influence not only in East Africa but also in Europe. He spread the gospel uncompromisingly. He was well known as a friendly man who was very close to Chief Makenga. Reebman's reports about the snow-capped Kilimanjaro and the inland sea of East Africa, Lake Victoria, provoked European geographical curiosity. They also encouraged many missionaries to come to East Africa. Ludwig Krapf Johann Remen. Jacob Earhart. Earhart came to East Africa in 1849 and joined Krapf and Remen at Rabai. He was also a German but also a prominent member of the CMS. He was one of the pioneer missionaries in East Africa. Earhart met Arabs and Swahili from whom he gathered information about the interior of East Africa. On the basis of some of this information, he drew a very inaccurate map of the interior of East Africa, particularly of the lake systems. This map further stimulated the geographical curiosity of Europe and many explorers poured into East Africa in order. 104. to confirm his impressions. Earhart, however, failed to establish any mission station in the interior of East Africa. Nevertheless, other missionaries continued to spearhead the founding of stations in the interior despite the tropical diseases which killed some of them and slowed down the progress of their work. Travelers or explorers in East Africa. For about 2,000 years, the mystery of the source of the Nile remained unsolved, a fact that embarrassed many geographers in Europe. At the end of the 18th century, James Bruce, a Scotsman, traced the Blue Nile to its source in Ethiopia. The main Nile and its possible connection to the Congo River system remained a mystery. Two British soldiers, Richard Burton and John Hannington Speke, volunteered to come to East Africa and try to solve part of the mystery. Burton and Speke were very adventurous British soldiers. They were sent by the Royal Geographical Society in 1856 to look for the source of the Nile. They arrived in Zanzibar in 1856 and prepared for their task. In 1857, they set off along the Arab trade route from Bagamoyo to Kazeh, where they learned of the existence of lakes. The two explorers were generally sickly. Speke had eye problems while Burton suffered from fever. This made them move very slowly. It took them 8 months to reach Lake Tanganyika. They ran short of supplies and they also had a very poor relationship with the Arabs and Africans at Ujiji. Their expedition was not actually supported by these Arabs and Africans. However, they managed to explore part of the lake, and probably they obtained information from the Iokel people that there was no river connecting Lake Tanganyika with the Nile. Since they did not enjoy any support among the local people, and since they now had supplies left, they had no alternative but to go back the way they had come. Speke left Burton at Kazeh and proceeded northwards. He reached Mwanza and after seeing the lake, he named it Lake Victoria after the Queen of England. Although Speke claimed that this lake was the source of the Nile, he had no concrete proof, and when he returned to Kazeh, Burton did not believe that the lake was really the source of the Nile. As a result, there was an argument between the two men which nearly made them enemies. Both of them afterwards returned to England. In England, Speke speedily organized a new expedition to come back and confirm his claim. He got support from the British government and the Royal Geographical Society. Accompanied by his friend, James Grant, Speke led a caravan of about 217 people back into the interior of East Africa in 1860. This time, as they traveled along the slave route to Kazeh, they became involved in many wars between the Arabs and the Africans, and were attacked by suspicious people and chiefs. But Speke and his people received a cordial welcome in the Karagwe kingdom from King Rumenika. In January 1862, Speke traveled northwards to Buganda. His friend, Grant, was sick, so he was left behind with Rumenika in Karagwe. At that time, the Kabaka of Buganda was Mutsai, about whose powerful kingdom Speke had already heard. Speke met with a very warm and cordial welcome and was treated well. Grant joined Speke in Buganda in May. When they wanted to proceed on their journey, the Kabaka was not quite ready to release them because they had requested permission to pass through the territory of his enemy, King Kamurezai of Bunyoro. They only granted permission to leave the kingdom in July 1862. They became the first Europeans to see the source of the Nile and named the falls Ripon, after the then president of the Royal Geographical Society. Thus, Speke solved the mystery of the Nile which had puzzled the Europeans for more than 2,000 years. Speke and Grant then followed the Nile through Bunyoro and Sudan, and they met Sir Samuel Baker in the same year. Sir Samuel Baker was an explorer who was also eager to 106. Kabakamutsa meets Speke and Stanley. Discover the source of Nile. Speke and Grant reached Khartoum in April 1863. From there Speke sent a report to Britain saying that the mystery of the Nile had been solved. Sir Samuel Baker and his wife wanted to trace the Nile from its mouth to its source, but they were overtaken by Speke's success. However, they still continued, until they reached a lake which they named Lake Albert, after Queen Victoria's husband. They therefore became the first Europeans to see Lake Albert and also the Kabaliga Falls, which they named after Murchison, the president of the Royal Geographical Society at that time. In November 1864, the Bakers started their journey back home. They reached Khartoum in 1865 and finally went back to England. Dr. David Livingstone was a prominent Christian missionary in and East Africa who also sought to find the source of the Nile. He made his first missionary journey between 1853 and 1857. 107. Samuel Bal. After this journey he addressed cc the horrors of the slave trade. His S. of the university's mission to St. Livingstone was convinced that TJ missionary teachers and traders into a higher level of civilization, commerce would flourish. Like other Europeans, Livingstone had truly found the source was asked by the president of the R. His journey in April 1866 at the mouth of River Rovuma to the southern end of Lake Malawi and traveled to the northwestern part of the lake, looking for the source of the Nile. In March 1871, Livingstone tried to explore the Lualaba River, tributary of River Congo, but the Arab slave raiders harassed him and he returned to Ujiji in October 1871. In Europe, a rumor spread that David Livingstone was either dead or lost. So Henry Morton Stanley was sent to Africa by the newspaper he was working for to confirm whether Livingstone was alive or dead. Stanley met Livingstone at Ujiji in 1871 and both of them carefully surveyed the northern shores of Lake Tanganyika. They proved beyond doubt that neither the Nile nor its tributary flowed out of Lake Tanganyika. They went back to Tabora, and there Stanley tried to convince David Livingstone to go back to Europe in vain. Stanley returned to Europe alone on March 14, 1872. Livingstone still wanted to explore River Lualaba further as he thought that it could easily be a tributary of the Nile. Unfortunately, he died in May 1873 near Lake Benguela before he found out the truth. The death of Dr. David Livingstone was a turning point in the missionary work in East Africa. It created an urgent need to speed up the struggle to abolish the slave trade and resettle the emancipated slaves. In 1864 Bishop Tozer and the UMCA came to Zanzibar after an unsuccessful attempt to establish a mission station on Shire mainland. They campaigned vigorously against the slave trade, and for resettlement of the freed slaves. They set up a center for freed slaves at Bagamoyo in 1868 at which former slaves were taught basic skills such as agriculture and carpentry, as well as reading and writing. Generally Livingstone's death made him a hero. His body was carried from Chidombo near Lake Benguela by his followers up to the coast where it was shipped to Europe and buried among other heroes at Westminster Abbey. 109. Buried among other heroes at Westminster Abbey. Stanley was a journalist by profession. In 1871, as already mentioned, he had come to East Africa to look for David Livingstone, who was presumed dead or lost. Stanley was a very committed explorer and journalist. He came back to East Africa in 1874 to complete the work which was left Henry Morton Stanley unfinished by Livingstone. He was a very forceful man who did not allow anything or any person to impede his movement. He set off from Bagamoyo and reached Lake Victoria within 104 days. He traveled all around the lake in a canoe within 8 weeks and he proved that Lake Victoria, Nyanza, was really a very large inland sea. He also visited Buganda Kingdom and met Kabaka Mutsa. He was highly impressed by the power of Buganda. Mutsa gave him a very cordial welcome because he wanted allies against his local enemies as well as against the Egyptian imperialists who were proving to be a big threat to his kingdom. He also invited the Christian missionaries to come and convert his people. He went back to Ujiji where he keyed friends with both Mirambo and Rumanica. Penetration of the interior of East Africa from Egypt. Mutsa, the Kabaka of Buganda, was worried about the expansionist policies of the Khedive. Khedive Ismail was the ruler of Egypt. He was so ambitious that he wanted to extend his empire as far south as Lake Victoria. He therefore sent out his agents to extend his political influence in the interior of East Africa, especially present-day Uganda. In 1872, Baker was sent to Uganda and he clashed with Kabaliga of Bunyoro, burning Kabaliga's capital to ashes. Mutsa viewed the attack on Kabaliga's capital as something that was likely to befall his. In 1874 Khedive Ismail sent Charles Gordon to meet Mutsa and declare Egyptian supremacy over Buganda. Gordon instead sent Kale Long as his own envoy to Buganda. Kale Long became the third European to arrive in Buganda. Ironically, Kale Long went back and claimed that he had already annexed Buganda and diverted all the ivory trade from Zanzibar to Gondokoro. This made the Khedive happy and he responded by sending Lieutenant de Belfons, who arrived in Buganda on April 5, 1875, 4 days before Stanley. Since Mutsa had executed some 200 Muslims for disobeying his order to eat meat slaughtered by non-Muslims, he feared that the Egyptians, who were Muslims, would avenge the death of their fellow Muslims. Furthermore, the interpreter of one of M.L. Tisa's dreams had said that there was a very serious danger from the north, probably posed by the Egyptians. The apparent threat by the Egyptians induced Mutsa to readily welcome Stanley and to invite European missionaries to Buganda. Problems of explorers during their journeys: the explorers covered very long distances on foot. For instance, it took Speck and Burton 8 months to travel from Bagamoyo to Lake Tanganyika. Tropical diseases, especially malaria, afflicted them. For example, when Speck traveled north from Tabora, he left Burton behind because Burton was attacked by fever. Speck also had an eye problem. The explorers met very stiff opposition from the Arabs and some African leaders, especially at Ujiji as well as in Buganda. They could not communicate to their homes easily due to lack of means of communication. They also had difficulty communicating with the local people because they did not know the local languages. This often led to misunderstandings, conflicts, and even wars between Africans and the European explorers. 111. Wars between Africans and the European explorers. Disagreements between the explorers slowed down their work. For instance, the disagreement between Speck and Burton was a setback in the search for the source of the Nile. Usually the explorers were short of supplies and it was always very hard to replenish them owing to the distance from the coast. Christian missionaries in Buganda. Stanley was deeply impressed by Kabaka Mutsa and he wrote a letter to London to invite the missionaries to come to Buganda. He sent Lieutenant de Belfons to deliver it. Although de Belfons was killed in southern Sudan, the letter was found in his boot and sent to England. The Daily Telegraph. Kabaka Mutsa published the letter and the missionaries were offered plenty of funds for their work in Buganda. The first Protestant J missionaries were sent out in 1875. These were a group of about 8 people, including Sher Goldsmith, O'Neill, and Revelation C.T. Wilson. They arrived in Buganda in 1877 and were received warmly by Kabaka Mutsa. Iam Mackay joined them in 1878. In 1879, the Roman Catholic White Fathers established their stations at Tabora and Kibanga as well as at Rubega as part of their carefully planned advance into East Africa. The White Fathers 1879 group comprised Father 112. By 1880, there were 4 important religions in Buganda: Protestant, Roman Catholic, Islam and traditional. Missionary work in Buganda was successful and many people, including the leaders, were converted to Christianity. Religious conflicts soon developed among the different faiths. Why missionary work thrived in Uganda? The Kiganda traditional religion did not have any powerful leaders, therefore it could not resist the influence of Christianity. As a result, many Baganda abandoned their religions for the new religion. At the time Christianity came to Buganda, the Lubail cults had been under the control of the Kabaka, who was not divine and could not defend the cults. So there was nobody to defend the traditional religions. Further, many Baganda converted to Christianity in order to appease their Kabaka or win favors and rewards from him. The Europeans who came to Buganda were great takers and educationists. The Baganda therefore rated the white Ma highly and they believed that by embracing the religion of the white man, They would also acquire his knowledge. The conversion of the chiefs in Buganda was largely due to their daily contacts with the missionaries. The chiefs influenced their subjects also to be converted. The Baganda were receptive to new idea. That is why they accepted Christianity readily. Mutsa wanted to establish a strong centralized religious authority so as to counteract the influence of the traditional gods which still had their powers linked to the Bataka. Much as the Christian missionaries were successful in their work in Buganda, they did not succeed in converting Kabaka Mutsa to Christianity for the following reasons. When Mutsa organized a reception for the White Fathers, Fulthar Lowardle appealed to Mackay to explain why they had come to Buganda. This was the beginning of a serious discord between the Protestants and the Roman Catholics. 113. The two missionary groups did not give the Kabaka the firearms which he had expected from them. The Kabaka's advisors told him not to get converted to either of the Christian faiths, i.e. Protestantism and Catholicism. The CMS had started stopping the mediums of the Baganda gods from entering the court, which did not please the Kabaka. Some of the Christian missionaries were insincere. They made promises to Mutsa that they did not fulfill. They therefore gave the impression of being people who were unprincipled and disrespectful to the Kabaka. To make matters worse, the new religions had made his subjects, especially the pages, disrespectful to the Kabaka. These subjects were more loyal to the missionaries than their Kabaka, an offense punishable by death in Buganda. The relationship between Mwanga and the missionaries. Mwanga ascended the throne after the death of his father, Mutsa I, in 1884. He was only 18 years old. Unlike his predecessors, such as Kabakasuna and Mutsa, Mwanga was erratic and undiplomatic in his handling of issues in Buganda. He failed to establish royal leadership. He always sought advice on how to run the kingdom from his agemates at the court. Mwanga was not on good terms with the old chiefs in his kingdom. They played upon his fears when the Germans occupied Tanganyika. They told him that the missionaries represented the spearhead of European imperialism. His fears were made worse when the Arabs warned him about European imperialism. Mwanga's reaction was furious. He ordered his subjects not to associate with the missionaries. When the subjects defied his order, Mwanga asserted his royal authority by executing 3 converts of the Church Missionary Society in January 1885. 114. In November of the same year, Mwanga ordered the death of Hannington, the first CMS bishop in Uganda. He had Liene made to believe that those who would usurp his power would come from the east. In June 1886, at Namugongo, Mwanga put to death 30 Christian converts who had refused to renounce their faith. These are the ones referred to as the Uganda martyrs and who are remembered annually on June 3. However, by 1888, Christians and Muslims in Buganda could no longer tolerate the persecution, so they combined and deposed Mwanga. He fled south of Lake Victoria and was replaced by his brother, Kiwawa. Kiwawa was in turn deposed by the Muslims because he had refused to be circumcised. He had also, together with his chiefs, refused to comply with the demands of the Islamic religion. He was replaced by Kalma. In 1888, the Christians supported Mwanga to fight the Muslims, and in October of the same year, Kalama was deposed along with all his MQ.Slim supporters. Shortly after re-enthronement of Mwanga, quarrels erupted between the Protestants and the Catholics. Things came to a head in 1892 when the two groups disagreed on power sharing in the Lukako. This disagreement caused problems for the Christian missionaries. In addition to the quarrel over power sharing, there existed another problem. Mwanga was accused of yielding to undue pressure from Protestants when he released a Protestant that had murdered a Catholic. War erupted between the two missionary groups in January 1892. Mwanga supported the Catholics while the Protestants were supported by Captain Luggard, the representative of the IBEA Company. The Protestants won the war because they had superior weapons and also the support of a WFLL-trained and well-organized force led by Luggard. The persecution of the Christians by Mwanga and the several attacks on the missionaries by the Muslims prompted the missionaries to request British intervention. Has eventually led to the colonization of Uganda. 115. Ex-King Mwanga, right, in custody, 1899. The results of missionary work in East Africa. Negative results. Buganda became the springboard for Christianity to spread to all parts of Uganda. Christianity led to the decay of traditional religion, since traditional religion, according to Christian teaching, is associated with paganism, witchcraft and satanic activities. Christianity led to the death of many Baganda, including Christian converts at Namugongo who were burnt alive in June 1886. Christianity divided the Baganda into Trademark 1 Ingereza and Trademark 1 Faransa during the Mengo battle. Christianity led to the formation of religious political parties in the 1950s and 60s. The missionaries undermined the Africans' confidence in their culture, which was denounced as satanic, and became agents of European cultural imperialism. 116. Positive results. Medical centers were established as a result of missionary work in Buganda, for instance at Mengo, Ansambia, and Rubega. These hospitals helped to reduce the death rate in Buganda. Many primary schools were built to encourage formal education, for instance, Budo and Gaza. Meanwhile, in other parts of East Africa, schools were also built in order to spread Western education. They established institutions such as seminaries. In 1893 the first seminary was opened, and just after 10 years, i.e. 1913, the first Catholic priest graduated from the seminary. The missionaries contributed immensely to the creation of the first African elite, which included people such as Stanislas Mugwanya and Apollo Kagwa, who became renowned leaders in Buganda. They facilitated the signing of the Buganda Agreement of 1900 by acting as intermediaries between the British colonialists and the Baganda chiefs. The missionaries fought the slave trade and also looked after the freed slaves. They taught East Africans to read and write in their mother tongues. The missionaries set up printing presses to print books translated into indigenous languages. Foreign languages taught by the missionaries became very important during the time when Africans were agitating for their independence. 1. Africans were able to express themselves to their colonial masters in English, Kiswahili, French, etc. The missionaries introduced cash crops and set up experimental stations. They also introduced new methods of producing commodities for export. The missionaries encouraged legitimate trade, which replaced the slave trade. 117. A. Describe the problems faced by Christian missionaries in East Africa during the second half of the 19th century. B. What impact did their activities have on the peoples of East Africa? A. What were the HBRLronsa and HBJ wars in Uganda? B. What were the effects of these wars on the people of Uganda up to 1962? A. Why were the Christian missionaries interested in East Africa? B. What were the results of their activities? A. Why did the Christian missionaries come to East Africa? B. What problems did they face in the course of establishing themselves in East Africa? 118. 15. European traders in East Africa. After the transfer of his capital from Oman to Zanzibar, Sayyid Said promoted trade at the East African coast by attracting many Europeans to his empire. By 1844, he had signed commercial treaties with the United States of America, Britain, Belgium, Austria, and Hungary. He had also accepted British and American consuls in 1837 and 1841, respectively. In the early part of the 19th century, international trade was limited to the coast. The main exports were ivory, gum, copal, cloves, copra and skins. The imports included cloth, spirits, beads, and glass. The European traders agitated for the abolition of slave trade and the introduction of legitimate trade in the hope that this would promote the market for their goods and provide essential raw materials. Trading companies in East Africa. To their reports on the situation in East Africa, the missionaries and explorers played a great role in convincing the traders to come to East Africa. Most of the trading companies were very hesitant to come to East Africa for two important reasons. Unlike in West Africa where there were navigable rivers, there was none in East Africa. The traders were not ready to construct roads or railways since they were not certain of the existence of valuable raw materials that would help recover their money. Secondly, the traders did not expect to find minerals in East Africa. The Livingstone Central Africa Trading Company was founded in 1878 by James Stevenson, a Scottish businessman. Its initial aim was to establish trading posts between Lake Malawi and Lake Tanganyika and to supply goods to maintain the missionaries. The company also wanted to discourage 119 slave trade and to promote legitimate trade. Its other projects included a steamer service on Lake Malawi, a steamer operating on Lake Tanganyika for the London Missionary Society, and the building of Stevenson Road joining Lakes Nyasa and Tanganyika. At this time also, there was increasing competition among the European traders along the East Africa coast. In order to curtail this competition, France and Germany were denied trading concessions as a result of pressure from John Kirk, the British consul, on the Sultan of Zanzibar. William Mackinnon C/N.D. Mayako. William Mackinnon was the most outstanding and most active European trader in East Africa. He started a steamship service round the Indian coast in 1856 and his business prospered. He named his company the British India Steam Navigation Company. His ships began calling at the coast of East Africa. Mackinnon became a friend to Sayyid Majid and he encouraged him to develop Dar es Salaam. He was given the go-ahead to build a road from Dar es Salaam to Lake Malawi. He set up a mail service in Zanzibar in 1872. This greatly improved communication with Europe. Sayyid Barghash, whom William befriended, succeeded Sayyid Majid. Mackinnon convinced Barghash to lease the whole of the mainland from Tanga to Washik with its entire hinterland, an area of 1,528,000 square kilometers, for 50 years to a company which he would form. The project was a failure because there was no single European investor who was willing to risk his capital despite the interest which was shown by the missionaries. The project was not supported by the British government. Mackinnon formed the British East African Association in 1887. This association aimed at trading in the mainland territories of the Sultan of Zanzibar. Sultan Barghash granted the association judicial and political powers and the right to levy customs on the mainland between Kopanai and Umba River for 50 years. In 1888, the authority of the association was extended 300 kilometers inland from the coast. On September 3, the British Company won recognition from Britain and it was granted a royal charter under the name of the Imperial British East African Company, IBEACO. The relationship between IBEACO and other companies at the East African coast. The IBEACO was given a charter in the hope that it would lead to the development of trade within the British sphere of influence. Secondly, it was entrusted with the task of overseeing British interests in its sphere of influence in East Africa based on the Anglo-German Agreement of 1886. Karl Peters had already started a company in 1884 which became German East African Company. The rise of IBEACO and the German East African Company aroused mutual fears in Britain and Germany about the respective intentions of each country in East Africa, especially with regard to Uganda. Because of the rivalry between IBEACO and the German company, an agreement was concluded in 1890. This was called the Anglo-German Agreement or the Heligoland Treaty, under which the Germans recognized Uganda as being within the British sphere of influence. In December of the same year, IBEACO sent its first representative to Uganda. This was Captain Frederick Lugard. Lugard concluded a treaty with Buganda giving IBEACO some political rights in the kingdom in 1892. German East Africa Company, GECO. This company was founded by Karl Peters for the German Colonization Society in 1884. The following year it was granted a charter by the German Emperor to safeguard German interests in East Africa. The company signed treaties with chiefs in the Uzambara and Kilimanjaro areas. All these treaties were presented at the Berlin Conference of 1885 and this helped the German government to acquire Wangara, Ungulu, Yukamai, Uzigiwa, Kilimanjaro, and Watu. Germany also obtained access to Dar es Salaam. 121. Problems faced by the trading companies. They met a great deal of opposition from African leaders. Lack of support from their home governments. For instance, when the IBEACO proposed to lease the mainland of East Africa, the British government did not give him any support. Poor transport and communication. There were no roads, no railway lines, etc., so traders had to walk, sometimes over very long distances. Rivalry between the companies. For instance, the rivalry between IBEACO and GECO at the coast and in Uganda was fierce. The companies also had very little financial backing. This frustrated their ambitious trading plans from time to time. They had a shortage of qualified manpower. Most of the employees working in the company were not qualified for their jobs. This adversely affected the performance of the companies. Impact of trading companies in East Africa. The presence of trading companies led to the systematic European colonization of East Africa. Some of the agreements made at their initiative put East African countries effectively under the control of rival European powers. For instance, the Anglo-German Agreement of 1886 put Uganda and Kenya under British rule and Tanganyika under German rule. The companies pioneered the development of roads and railways. A good example is the building of the Uganda Railway, which was started by IBEACO. After construction of the Uganda Railway was completed, exploitation of the resources of Kenya and Uganda became possible. The companies also contributed to the improvement of transport and communications. They opened up East Africa to European culture and trade. 122. Imperialists. An imperialist is a person who believes that his country is the best and that it should rule over other countries either through the use of military force or through diplomacy. In the 19th century, in East Africa, there were two outstanding European imperialists, namely H. Johnson and Karl Peters. H. Johnston was a small, forceful, and active Englishman. He had served at Oil Rivers and Cameroon as vice-consul. He had also been a commissioner in Central Africa and Malawi. He arrived in Zanzibar in April 1884 to lead a scientific mission to Mount Kilimanjaro. In Zanzibar, he met John Kirk, the British consul, and they became friends. He held the view that his government's rule would improve the situation in East Africa if it was extended to the interior. Kirk persuaded the Sultan of Zanzibar to allow the extension of British rule to the interior, but Johnston still believed that British rule was suitable for the whole of Africa. He crossed to the mainland and established his base at Moshi. In Moshi, he made friends with the local chief of the Chaga, Mandara. Chief Mandara thought that Johnston should help him in his conflicts with other Chaga states. Johnston gave a lot of gifts to Mandara, but later they came to mistrust each other and Johnston was forced to move to Taveta. He signed a treaty with the chiefs of Taveta on September 27, 1884, which treaty granted him a 13 kilometers piece of land on which he meant to grow wheat. In 1899, Johnston was appointed a special commissioner in Uganda. He was also entrusted with the duty of reducing Uganda's financial dependence on Britain. Uganda as a British protectorate was becoming a burden to the British taxpayer. Johnston was the chief representative of the British government in negotiations that led to the 1900 Buganda Agreement. 123. Karl Peters was a forceful and aggressive German. He arrived in Zanzibar in November 1884 with two other friends. They disguised themselves as mechanics, but they were in fact imperialists. They were impatient with the slow pace at which their home government was acquiring territories in Africa. They formed an association called the German Colonization Society Karl Peters, whose mission was to acquire colonies in Africa for Germany. They moved into the mainland of East Africa and quickly concluded treaties with Yosagara, Angulo, Buzingwa, and Yukamai. All these territories were between rivers Pangani and Rufiji. When they reported the signing of those treaties back home, the German government declared that area part of the German sphere of administration. The approval of those treaties soon led to the partition of East Africa. After the acquisition of these territories, the German Colonization Society was given a charter under which the German East African Company was empowered to govern. Karl Peters was appointed to head the company. His overriding ambition was to get rid of British influence in East Africa. He feared that if the IBEA co-teamed up with Cecil Rhodes of South Africa, it would spell disaster for the German interests in East Africa. He therefore used the German naval squadron to force the Sultan of Zanzibar to recognize German influence on the mainland, including Witu in the northern part of the East African coast. The Sultan had no alternative but to agree to the terms of the Germans, and he even reluctantly accepted that the Germans appoint a commission of inquiry. The outcome of this inquiry was that it marginalized the Sultan of Zanzibar by reducing the area of his influence to a mere 16 kilometers inland. 124. In 1886, Karl Peters directed his efforts towards Uganda. He reached Mwanga's court early in 1890 and secured a treaty from him. Under the treaty, Buganda was to be placed under German rule. Unfortunately, his treaty was overtaken by the Heligoland Treaty of 1890, which recognized Uganda as part of the British sphere of influence. Karl Peters was appointed a district officer. He, however, treated the African people very cruelly. Allegations against him were investigated and, in 1896, he was tried, found guilty and dismissed from office. Revision 15.1a describe the role played by charter companies in the colonization of East Africa. b. What problems did these companies face in East Africa? 2. Describe the activities of the chartered companies in East Africa on the eve of colonization. 3. Write some short notes on the following: a. Karl Peters, b. H. Johnston, c. William Makinen. 125. 16. The scramble for and partition of East Africa. Egyptian imperialism. By the mid-19th century, the Egyptians had imperialistic designs on East Africa. They wanted to control the Nile Valley from its source to the Mediterranean Sea. They also wanted to control the White Nile, as well as the trade in slaves and ivory along the Nile Valley. The Egyptians wanted to recruit slaves into their army. But in the later part of the 19th century, they wanted to appease the Europeans by stopping the slave trade. Another very important reason for their interest in East Africa was their wish to exploit the natural resources of the region. Sir Samuel Baker's efforts to extend Egyptian rule to Uganda. Baker was a British national who was appointed in 1869 by Khedive Ismail to bring northern Uganda and the Interlacustrine region under Egyptian rule. These areas were referred to as Equatorial Province. Samuel Baker was also expected to take part in efforts to abolish the slave trade. Another task which he had to accomplish was to extend Egyptian influence in Equatorial Province. By 1872, Baker had arrived in Bunyoro and met the Omukama Kabaliga in Masindi. He pronounced that from that time onwards, Bunyoro would be under Egyptian rule. Baker had, however, underestimated Kabaliga's resolve to resist foreign domination. In June 1872, just 2 months after Baker's pronouncement, Kabaliga declared war against the Egyptian agent. 126. Omukama Kabaliga. Though Kabaliga was defeated and his capital burnt down, he continued launching guerrilla attacks on Baker, who had to retreat from Masindi to Fomena. Baker sided with Ryan Ga, Kabaliga's rival. He established his headquarters at Patiko, from where he frequently sent out expeditions against Kabaliga. However, Baker did not achieve his objectives. Consequently, he abandoned his plans and went back to London in 1873, never to go back. He left behind a garrison of soldiers commanded by an Egyptian. Charles Gordon. Gordon was an English Mall who succeeded Sir Samuel Baker as governor of Equatorial Province in 1873. His role was similar to that of his predecessor. He was supposed to annex Buganda for Egypt and also to abolish the slave trade. In order to accomplish his missions, Gordon established his headquarters at Patiko and persuaded Akoli chiefs to work with him. 127. In 187-4, Gordon received Mutesa's envoys who had been sent to seek peace and alliance with Egypt. Unfortunately, Gordon thought that Mutesa had already accepted Egyptian rule. Later on, Gordon sent Kale Long to annex Buganda for Egypt. Kale Long, deceived by the apparent friendliness of Mutesa, went back and claimed that Buganda had been annexed, and then diverted the ivory trade from Zanzibar to Egypt. Matters came to a head when Gordon sent Lieutenant de Belfons with 70 indisciplined soldiers to Buganda. They were attacked before they reached Buganda at Namwianju, which was a vassal state of Bunyoro. Gordon then sent New Agar with 150 soldiers to try and annex Buganda. All Gordon's soldiers were disarmed and imprisoned by Mutesa I. Gordon persuaded the Khedive to try to invade Buganda from the Indian Ocean, but this did not materialize. Therefore, Gordon had to accept the independence of Buganda. Importance of Egyptian imperialism in East Africa. Khedive Ismail's goal of stopping the slave trade was a pretext to gain influence up the Nile Valley. Egyptian imperialism was a threat to the independence of the peoples and a forerunner of foreign control and domination. The Egyptians challenged British policy towards Zanzibar. The Egyptians involved the British more and more in the affairs of East Africa. Egyptian imperialism indirectly paved the way for British occupation of Uganda. The European scramble for and partition of East Africa, 1884 to 1900, to scramble means to rush and compete for something with other people high order to get a share of it. Partition means carving up. In our case, it means the division of East Africa between the British and the Germans. 128. Reasons for the scramble and partition. By 1880, industrial East European countries needed markets for their surplus goods outside Europe. So they acquired colonies to ensure that they were not excluded from Africa by their rivals. The Europeans partitioned Africa in order to obtain raw materials like coffee and cotton for their home industries. The European nations partitioned Africa in order to invest their surplus capital. The European powers wanted to resettle in Africa. Some of the Europeans wanted to abolish the slave trade. This could only be done through the surplus dollar population. The newly created state of Germany wanted to gain prestige by colonizing East Africa and other parts of Africa. The missionaries exerted pressure on their home governments to take over East Africa in order to create favorable conditions for the spread of Christianity. The reports of the explorers on climate, fertility of the land, etc. facilitated the scramble for, and partition of, East Africa. The immediate cause of the scramble for East Africa was the activities of King Leopold II of Belgium in Congo. He formed an association purportedly to abolish the slave trade, yet he wanted to *E territory. So the British and Germans moved into East Africa partly to preempt his expansionist ambitions. Jingoism, or fanatical nationalism, also caused the scramble for East Africa. To most of the Europeans, having a vast empire or possession of colonies was a symbol of greatness. The shift in the balance of power in Europe, especially after the unification of Germany and Italy, stimulated the scramble for Africa. 129. The Berlin Conference. In the 1880s there were widespread fears that the unregulated rush for colonies in Africa by the European powers could lead to war in Europe. Accordingly, Bismarck, the German Chancellor, convened the Berlin Conference in November 1884 to draw up the ground rules for the partition of Africa. This conference went on up to February 1885. Terms of the Berlin Conference. The protectorate claimed by any power would not be recognized unless there was effective occupation of that protectorate by the power claiming it. 2. Slave trade had to be stopped wherever it existed in Africa. 3. The Congo Basin was open to all European traders and Europeans were not encouraged to fight fellow Europeans but Africans. 4. Togoland, the Cameroons, and Southwest Africa were recognized as German territories. V. The British claim to Niger was recognized and all the Delta region became their protectorate. 6. Leopold II's claim to the Congo Basin was also recognized. The process of partition. By 1990 the whole of East Africa had been partitioned. As already mentioned, Britain and Germany reached an agreement in 1886 under which the area between the Tana and Rovuma rivers was divided by a straight line running from Humber River to Lake Victoria. The northern part became a British sphere of influence while the Germans took over the southern part. In fact, this line became the Tanzania, Kenya border of today. On March 24, 1887, William Mackinnon, president of the British East African Association, leased a 16-kilometre coastal stretch between River Umba and Kaipanai for 50 years, and he was granted a charter. The Anglo-German Agreement of 1886 did not include Uganda. Rivalry between Germany and Britain became serious. 130. Because Buganda was very important to Britain strategically, since the Nile is the lifeblood of Egypt, then a British colony. This rivalry was resolved by the Heligoland Treaty of 1890, under which the Germans recognized Uganda as part of the British sphere of influence in exchange for Heligoland in the North Sea. Germany also abandoned Witu, Zanzibar, and Pemba, which together became a British protectorate. Germany also bought the tract of land which had been leased by Mackinnon. The Uganda-Tanzania border extended westwards 1 degree south to the Congo border. Revision 16:1, A. B. Why were Europeans interested in East Africa in the 19th century? What roles did the Imperial East Africa Company and the German East Africa Company play in the colonization of East Africa? 1-2 Describe the role of the following in the colonization of East Africa. A. Frederick Lugard. B. Karl Peters. 3. A. Which European countries were involved in the scramble for East Africa? B. Why were they interested in the colonization of East Africa? 1-4. A. Why did Europeans show a growing interest in East Africa between 1775 and 1875? B. Describe European activity in East Africa during this period. 5. Using examples, show how the activities of the following European groups led to the scramble for East Africa. A. Explorers and traders. 131. B. Missionaries. 6. A. B. Why were different European countries interested in East Africa in the 19th century? What role did the charter companies play in the colonization of East Africa? 132. 17. British conquest and occupation of Uganda, 1884 to 1914. The British had a number of interests in Uganda. First and foremost, they wanted to spread Christianity. Secondly, at that time Britain had already declared the slave trade illegal in Britain and in her territories, so they intended to stop the inhuman slave trade. They also took into account Uganda's fertile soils and good climate, which were very suitable for investment of the surplus capital obtained from the products of their industries. Furthermore, they wanted to obtain new materials for their industries. They also wanted to create a captive market for goods in Uganda. Uganda was strategically positioned as the source of the Nile. The British wanted to colonize it in order to safeguard their interests in Egypt, especially the shortest sea route to India via the Suez Canal. Any other European power acquired Uganda, it could jeopardize the British interests in Egypt by simply diverting the Nile. Captain Lugard and Buganda. Once the Heligoland Treaty of 1890 was signed, the IBEA concentrated on extending its influence in Uganda. In 1890, Frederick Lugard arrived in Buganda as the first IBEA co-agent. He forced Mwanga to sign a treaty accepting British rule on December 26, 1890. The terms of this treaty were as follows: I. Lugard was to be resident at the Kabaka's court and have authority over all the white men. 2. The supply of arms was to be regulated and only people with licenses were to be permitted to own guns. 133. 3. Lugard was to be in charge of the principal state officials of Buganda who had control over the collection of revenue in the kingdom. 4. There was to be religious tolerance between the white missionaries and other religious groups in Buganda. V. Lugard was to settle any disputes between missions. Buganda therefore became Captain Frederick Lugard's base to extend the company's rule in Uganda. 11. In 1891, Luggard was joined by Captain Williams. Immediately, Luggard led an army to the Buganda Bunyoro border against the Baganda Muslim refugees. Having defeated them, he returned to Mwanga's capital. Later he departed for western Uganda, leaving Captain Williams behind in Buganda. 1. Captain F. Luggard. Luggard's expedition in western Uganda. On his way to western Uganda, Luggard met Kasagama, the young ruler of Toro, who had just been deposed by Kabaliga of Bunyoro. When Luggard reached Nkuri, he met the son of King Antir V. The prince established a blood relationship with Luggard and accepted the company's flag as a symbol of British rule over Nkuri. Antir further promised Luggard that the trade in guns would be stopped, and Luggard gave him a gift of cloth in return. Nkuri became a British protectorate. Luggard proceeded to Toro and reinstated Kasagama. In appreciation, Kasagama signed a treaty accepting British protection. He also promised to stop trade in arms across his country, to give ivory to the Ibeako, and also to stop the slave trade. He went on to recruit the redundant Sudanese soldiers left behind by Emin Pasha into his army. Luggard's achievements in western Uganda. He was successful in bringing Nkuri and Toro under Ibeako rule. His actions in western Uganda also brought to an end the destructive sale of arms from Tanseven-Ania to Kabaliga of Bunyoro. He was also successful in reinstating Asagama. Luggard also stopped the slave trade through his treaties with Nkuri and Toro. Furthermore, he re-engaged soldiers who had been abandoned by Emin Pasha. Luggard returns to Buganda. Luggard's success in western Kasagama Uganda strengthened his influence in Buganda. However, upon his return from his expedition in western Uganda, Luggard found a letter from the Ibeako saying that the company was closing down because it had become bankrupt. In order to forestall Luggard's imminent departure from Uganda, the CMS donated $40,000 to keep the company running until the end of 1892. Fighting soon broke out between the Protestants and Catholics, and Mwanga supported the Catholics while Luggard supported the Protestants. As we have already seen, the Protestants won the war. Mwanga and his supporters were 135 driven out of the kingdom, but shortly afterwards he was allowed to return under a new agreement signed on April 5, 1892. The terms of the agreement were as follows: Mwanga would accept British protection in totality. 2. He would never declare war without the consent of the British resident. 3. The Ibeako would recognize the power of the Kabaka. 4. All arms and the slave trade would be officially abolished. All the Europeans in Buganda would be under the control of the Ibeako. Bago, a Muslim leader who was in Bunyoro with his supporters, came back and endorsed the agreement on behalf of his followers. Uganda was directly taken over by the British government in 1894. Financing the administration of Uganda, however, became very expensive. For instance, between 1897 and 1898 Britain spent £89,000 to administer Uganda. Between 1899, 1900 Britain spent £397,000. These expenses forced the British government to explore ways of cutting costs. H.H. Johnston was charged with this responsibility. Buganda Agreement. This was a document signed between Sir Henry Johnston and the Baganda chiefs on behalf of Kabaka, who was still an infant. Reasons for the signing of Buganda Agreement. In 1900 several reasons were given for the signing of the Buganda Agreement. The earlier agreements did not properly define the boundaries of Buganda. So the British wanted this done. The British wanted to use the agreement as a springboard for the integration of all other parts of Uganda into what would be called Uganda. 136. The British further wanted to know about the natural resources of Buganda and exploit them. They wanted to put the economy of their colony on a sound footing. They wanted to end the influence of Kabaliga of Bunyoro. The British were concerned about the expenses which were involved in running the protectorate from Britain using British funds. So they wanted Buganda and Uganda to cover their administrative costs from local sources. These sources would include taxation. Terms of Buganda Agreement. The negotiations between Sir Henry Johnston and the Baganda leaders took 2.5 months, and finally an agreement was reached in which the following specific terms were reached. This agreement changed the history of Buganda completely. 1. The boundaries of the kingdom were defined and they encompassed the lost counties of Buganga-Izi and Bayaga. 2. The Kabaka and chiefs of Uganda were to renounce in favor of Her Majesty the Queen any claim of tribute on provinces of Uganda. 3. Buganda was to be ranked and treated like any other provinces of Uganda. 4. The revenue of Buganda Kingdom would be merged into the general revenue collected by the administration of Uganda Protectorate. 5. The laws made for the governance of Uganda Protectorate would apply equally to Buganda Kingdom. 6. The Kabaka was to be referred to as His Highness, the Kabaka of Uganda, and on his death, his successor was to be elected by the majority of votes in the Lukako or Native Council. The Kabaka's native court was restricted to act with certain limited powers. For example, the native court was to have no powers to issue a death sentence. The Kabaka was to be paid an allowance of £1,500 a year. His regents could also be paid a wage. 7. Namasole, the mother of Kabaka Kwa, was to be paid an allowance of £50 a year during her lifetime. This could not be extended to the mothers of other Kabakas. 8. Civil or criminal cases involving the Baganda and people of other regions of Uganda would be handled by the British Courts of Justice. 9. Buganda Kingdom was divided into 20 counties for purposes of easy administration. 10. The Kabaka was to appoint 3 people, i.e. Katikiro, Prime Minister, the Assurer, and Chief Justice, with the approval of Her Majesty the Queen of England. 11. The structure of the Lukako was defined along with the number of people who were to constitute it. 12. A hut tax of 3 rupees per annum on any house or hut or habitation used as a dwelling place and a gun tax of 3 rupees were introduced. 13. The Kabaka lost his independent power to conscript people into the army to defend his kingdom except on the advice of Her Majesty the Queen of England. 14. Road maintenance was to be taken care of by the native county chiefs. 15. More than half of the estimated area of Buganda Kingdom was recognized as Crown land. The Kabaka, royal family, princes, regents, and chiefs were all allotted land according to their ranks. For example, 138. County chiefs were all granted 8 sq miles of land each American Samoa private property and 8 sq miles of land each American Samoa official estate. 16. The mineral rights belong to the Protectorate administration. If such mineral is discovered in a private land, 10% would be paid to the Protectorate government. Significance of Buganda Agreement. The agreement gave Buganda a prominent position in the Protectorate in relation to other provinces. This promoted the policy of divide and rule in Uganda. The agreement shifted real power from the Ayabaka could no longer allocate land. The Buganda Agreement stipulated that the Ayabaka's status in the light of the traditional powers he held. The hereditary traditional position of the Ayahaka was altered. The appointment of the Ayabaka thenceforth had to be approved by the Protectorate government. The ordinary people were reduced to tenants at will. The agreement also facilitated the system of indirect rule in Buganda because the kingdom was to be governed through its own institutions such as the Lukako rather than those of the central government. The agreement stunted the development of a national consciousness. The Buganda Agreement was used as a basis for other agreements with Ankole, Toro, and Bunyoro. The agreement created an affluent land-owning class and the landless poor. 139. The Kabaka no longer had MCH authority over his subjects since court cases were handled by the Protectorate government. The Buganda Kingdom was regarded as a mere province of Uganda. Toro Agreement, 1900. After signing the Buganda Agreement, Sir Johnston proceeded to Toro to sign another agreement which was to establish British rule in that kingdom. The Toro Agreement was signed in June 1900. Terms of agreement: the Omukama was recognized as the leader of the Toro kingdom. Gun and hut taxes were introduced in the kingdom. The kingdom was to be incorporated into the protectorate. The collection of taxes was to be left in the HDS of the chiefs, and the Omukama would then hand the tax money over to the protectorate government. Almost all the land in Toro was declared crown land. Freehold grants of land were given to the Omukama and his leading chiefs. The interests of the chiefs and the Omukama received more attention than those of the peasants. Toro's independence from Bunyoro was recognized by the agreement. Ankole Agreement of 1901. Unlike in Toro, where the Omukama was recognized as the paramount ruler, in Kuri, Johnston was very reluctant to recognize the Omugabe as paramount leader. This was because the Omugabe had very limited powers over his chiefs. The Ankole Agreement was only signed when the chiefs agreed to recognize the Omugabe as their paramount ruler. The agreement was signed by Wilson on behalf of the British government. The agreement enlarged Nkuri by incorporating Buhwaju, Lgura, Bunyaruguru and Kajara into Ankole. 140. The extension of British rule to Bunyoro. The Bunyoro kingdom was one of the most powerful kingdoms in Uganda by 1894. Its ruler was Kabaliga. Bunyoro was very hostile to the British imperialists, and had become a haven for the people who were opposed to the British. Earlier on, Bunyoro had fought and driven away Baker, after inflicting heavy casualties on his men. In January 1894, Colonel Colville, a new British commissioner, led a loyalist force from Buganda against Bunyoro. This expedition led to the eventual defeat of Kabaliga's army. When his soldiers were defeated, Kabaliga fled to Lango. The defeat of Kabaliga's army had serious effects on Bunyoro and its relationship with the British in Uganda. The first effect was the construction of various forts to completely separate the western part of Bunyoro from the eastern part. Secondly, as a result of the defeat, much of Bunyoro territory was taken over by Toro and Buganda. The British appointed Baganda agents as chiefs over the Banyoro. This led to the rebellion of 1907, and the Baganda agents were driven to Hoima, district headquarters. The Banyoro appointed their traditional chiefs to rule over them, but the British organized a military force to teach the Banyoro a lesson. The Banyoro were defeated and about 50 of their chiefs were exiled. The British therefore regarded Bunyoro as conquered territory and felt that there was no need to sign an agreement with it. They did not sign an agreement with Bunyoro until 1933. The extension of colonial rule to eastern Uganda. Whenever mention is made of the extension of British colonial rule to the northeastern and eastern parts of Uganda, Sime Kakungulu readily comes to mind. Kalkungulu and his activities in northeastern and eastern Uganda. Kakungulu was a Muganda born in Iold. He was a skillful elephant hunter, an activity which brought him to the attention 141 of the Kabaka of Buganda. He grew up at the Ayabaka's court as a page. His full name was Sime Kakungulu Kwekairenza. Kakungulu demonstrated his military skills early and consequently became one of the Buganda generals. He narrowly missed becoming Buganda's prime minister owing to the presence of Apollo Kagwa and Stanislas Mugwanya, who were better qualified for the post than him. As a soldier, Kakungulu actively participated in the religious wars which were fought in Buganda. He took part in fighting, and capturing Ayabaliga and Mwanga at the border of Lango and Tizo. He captured them at a place called Kanga in 1899 and took them to Kampala as captives. Between 1894 and 1904 Sime Kakungulu advanced into Lango and Tizo and brought the two areas under British control. In the areas he managed to bring under control, he introduced the Kiganda system of government. He divided those areas into Seza, counties, Gombalila, sub-counties, and Mulika, parishes. He appointed Baganda agents in all those counties to help with colonial administration. He established his headquarters at Budaka in Bukiti. He also established forts in all the conquered areas. Kakungulu was nicknamed the Ayabaka of Bukiti because he wanted to create his own empire in eastern Uganda. He had a great liking for such titles. Okello recruited local labor to build roads. However, the British got concerned about his influence in the East. Consequently, in 1901, his headquarters at Budaka was taken over by a British officer and Okello was moved to Mbul. In 1903, the British took over the administration of Mbul. After that, they completely took over the administration of eastern Uganda. Nevertheless, they retained the Okello model of administration in eastern Uganda, using the Baganda agents as advisors to the local chiefs. Okello was appointed president of the Buzaga Lukako in 1906. In that capacity, he helped the British to unite Buzaga, which was at that time a patchwork of separate chiefdoms. He introduced the Kiganda system of government, and eventually the Basoga princedoms were welded together under one president, one Lukako, and the British colonial masters. 142. The British became worried about Okello's progress and popularity in Buzaga and planned to get rid of him, especially after they had used him to establish themselves. Okello was transferred to Bukiti in 1913. Okello became disillusioned with the British when they turned against him. As a result, he got involved with a religious sect, the Abamalaki, which rejected missionary teachings and Western medicine and urged a return to the ways of the past. This made him lose the respect that he had enjoyed. Conflict between Sime Okello and the British. Several reasons were responsible for the conflict between Sime Okello and the British administration. Many Baganda moved into eastern Uganda in the hope of acquiring free land. This meant that there would be fewer people to tax in Buganda, something which the British, who wanted money to run their protectorate, were npt happy Sime Kalamgilu about. Kakungulu did not stop the Baganda from migrating to the east. Instead, he opened an avenue for poor Baganda to acquire land in eastern Uganda. This annoyed both the Lukako and the British colonial masters. The Baganda agents who were appointed to administer eastern Uganda were misbehaving. The result was THT in 1901, Walker, a British official, was sent there to find out the truth. He found out that the Baganda agents were involved in extortion of goats, sheep, and other property from the peasants. They were also taxing the peasants heavily, and the poor people like the Jopathola could not pay. The British were very angry with the agents. The extension of Kakungulo's influence in the mountain areas of Bugisu also brought him into conflict with the British. 143. He allowed himself a lot of land to the dismay of the local people. He also failed to collect hut and gun tax from his followers and his subordinates. When this was reported to the central government, Kakungulo was removed from Budaka and replaced by Walter I. However, Kakungulo went and established himself in Mbul in 1902, where he created an orderly administration. He vigorously promoted the cultivation of bananas. His peaceful administration also attracted Asian traders. He was appointed chief of Mbul County, but he was always closely supervised by the new district commissioner. When Kakungulo got fed up with the actions of his district commissioner, he complained to the higher authorities at Entebbe. Fortunately, his complaints coincided with the arrival of Sir Heskethbell as the new governor of Uganda. The new governor posted him to Buzaga. His followers had got into trouble in Bukiti when one of them took some goats and cattle by force, and also seized the wife of a local notable for denying him beer. In protest, the people of Torora invaded the local headquarters of the Baganda agents and killed everyone they found there. In Buzaga, Sime Kakungulo had hoped to become Kabaka, but he did not succeed in this ambition. The local chiefs resented him and he was transferred back to Bukiti. He died an unhappy man in 1929. Extension of colonial rule in northern Uganda. For a long time, the northern part of Uganda was regarded as not very useful since the British knew little about it by 1898. But northern Uganda became very important when rumors spread that the FLNG intended to capture it. The British feared that if FTNs got hold of northern Uganda, the Nile would be diverted and this would interfere with their interests in Egypt. In 1898 the British sent MacDonald to northern Uganda. He passed through Karamoja. He signed treaties of friendship and protection with the local chiefs whom he encountered in that region. Meanwhile, another expedition was led by Captain Austin. He traveled as far as Lake Rudolph. He signed many 144 treaties which brought many chiefdoms under the British protectorate. A third expedition was led by Major Martyr, who was instructed to get in touch with Kitchener at Fashoda. Martyr followed the Nile from Bunyoro and signed many treaties of protection. His expedition led to the formation of the Nile province in northern Uganda. But it took much longer to establish the colonial administration in this part of Uganda. This was due to the following reasons: the protectorate government wanted to disarm the people, and to involve them in government without provoking their hostility. The government also had to divide the north into administrative units and to appoint agents to administer those units. They had to find and train local leaders so that indirect rule could be established. MacDonald. They had to convince the local people to begin growing new crops such as cotton and tobacco. They had to persuade the cattle keepers to think of land as having boundaries and therefore restrict their animals to certain areas only. They had to stop raiding, which was not easy. Despite these hurdles, administrative stations were set up in order to ensure effective administration of the north. In Lango, a station was built at Kilnu and Rutlango in 1909. In 1901 a station was built in Gilug, and in 1912 in Kitgum among the Akoli people. Another station was built in Arua among the Alur, Meidi, Lugbara, and Kakwe in 1914, and in 1918 on Marato River. By 1920, only Karanioha was not under British colonial rule. 145. The Central Native Councils were established in Akoli in 1914, Tizo in 1916, and Lango in 1919. The Northerners thereafter started to appreciate economic, medical, and educational advantages of a peaceful, settled life. It can be said that British control over the whole of Uganda was complete only after the drawing up of the current borders of the country. In 1902, the areas west of the Rift Valley were transferred to the British East Africa Protectorate. In 1914, the present-day West Nile district was transferred from Sudan to Uganda. The area around Iable in Kajiza was transferred to Uganda from Congo in 1910. In 1914, the northern line constituting the border between Uganda and Sudan was also agreed upon. Once the border of the protectorate was established in 1907, the responsibility for governing Uganda was transferred from the Foreign Office to the Colonial Office, and the Commissioner became the Governor. Revision 17. 1. 2. 3. 4. A. Why did Semakakungula collaborate with the British colonialists before 1914? B. What were the results of this collaboration? A. What were the terms of the Buganda Agreement of 1900? B. What effects did the agreement have on the people of Buganda? A. Why were the British interested in Uganda during the 19th century? B. Giving examples, show how British rule was established in Uganda up to 1914. A. Why was Egypt interested in extending its rule into Uganda in the 19th century? 146. B. Describe the activities of either Samuel Baker or Charles Gordon in trying to establish Egyptian rule in Uganda. C. What were the results of the Egyptian-Sudanese activities up to 1875 on I. Bunyoro, and 2. Northern Uganda? 147. 18. Reactions to the establishment of colonial rule in Uganda. The local people reacted to the establishment of colonial rule in two ways. One was collaboration and the other was outright resistance. There were three important collaborators in Uganda, one of whom was Semakakungula. Other prominent collaborators were Sir Apollo Kagwe and Nwambagyuda. Apollo Kagwe. Apollo Kagwe was one of the most outstanding collaborators with the British colonial authorities in Uganda. Born in 1869, Apollo. Sir Apollo Kagwe. Go Ogle. Kagwe served as a page in the courts of Kabekamutsa and Mwanga. He therefore learnt the art of political survival in those dangerous times. He was convened to the Protestant faith and became one of the powerful Protestant leaders who played a big role in the downfall of Mwanga. In 1894, he supported Colonel Colville, a British Khmer Zionur, against Kabaliga of Bunyoro. In 1897, Kagwe, Stanislas Mugwanya and Zakaria Kisingiri were appointed regents to rule on behalf of the infant Kabaka Dodikwa. Because he was seen as a good boy by the British colonialists, Kagwe was appointed Prime Minister, Kadakiro, of Buganda. In 1898, he led an armed force against mutinying Sudanese soldiers. He played a major role in the signing of the 1900 Buganda Agreement. He was one of the principal beneficiaries of that agreement because he was rewarded with 30 square miles of land for his work. Despite his early collaboration, Kagwe did not hesitate to uphold the rights of the Lukako when they were breached by the British, contrary to the provisions of the 1900 Buganda Agreement. Apollo Kagwe also boosted education in Buganda by encouraging the establishment of schools. He further facilitated the development of agriculture by encouraging the adoption of new agricultural methods and new crops such as cotton. Between 1914 and 1916, he brought about a lot of reforms in the judicial, financial, and administrative spheres in Buganda. He also wrote a book, Baskabaka Ba Buganda, on the pre-colonial history of Buganda. However, owing to his occasional clashes with the British, he was forced to resign as Prime Minister of Buganda in 1926. Nwambagyuta. Like most great men in history, Nwambagyuta was a man of very humble origins. Born in 1862 and a Munyankari by birth, he suffered greatly in his early life as an orphan. Nevertheless, his being an orphan did not in any way dampen his ambition. Mbagyuta soon abandoned his relatives and went to seek his fortunes at the court of Antervi. His rise to prominence did not take long. Because of his humble character and fearlessness, he was appointed guardian of the Omugabes residence. F_tll of courage and possessing a rich sense of humor, Mbagyuta was praised by Omugabe's army even before he joined it. When he started his military career, he joined the Omugabe's favorite military unit. Immediately he became close to the Omugabe because of his skill in wrestling and his fearlessness. As a result, he was nicknamed Rutinwe, the Feared One. 149. Nwambagyuta. Mbagyuta soon became very popular in the army. He participated in many military expeditions and he effectively mastered military and political skills. By the time the British reached Ankole, he was already a figure to reckon with. In 1894, he signed a treaty of friendship and protection with Major Cunningham, a British agent, on behalf of Antervi. Upon the death of Antervi in 1895, Mbagyuta supported Kahaya's claim to the throne against Ruakatorogo. This was to work in his favor. In his shrewdness and farsightedness, Mbagyuta realized that the British had come to stay and therefore, unlike his friends who suspected their intentions in Guri, he immediately cooperated with the British to ensure his own survival. Mbagyuta personally supervised the construction of the road which was to be used by the British Commissioner. In return for his services, he was appointed Prime Minister of Ankole, a position that had not existed before. From there on, Mbagyuta assisted the British in furthering their colonial ambitions. He also brought all the chiefs under his control. With his assistance, the Ankole kingdom was expanded to include the kingdoms of Buhwaju, Igara, part of Bunyaruguru, Kajara, and parts of Mpura. All those areas had become part of the Ankole kingdom by 1910. Mbagyuta worked tirelessly to bring both the southern and western parts of Uganda under British control. He boosted formal education by encouraging the establishment of mission schools in Ankole. By the time he retired from government in 1938, Mbagyuta had done a lot of work for the welfare of his people. Mbagyuta died in 1944, 6 years after his retirement from government service. Kabaliga of Bunyoro. Ayabaliga was the Omukama of Bunyoro. He ascended the throne in 1871 after defeating Kagomire, his rival. After succeeding his father, Kamurezai, he suppressed all his opponents and reorganized his army, the Abarasuro, into a professional force. The soldiers took orders only from the Omukama himself. The Abarasuro was comprised of 10 battalions consisting of 1,000 to 2,000 men each. They opened a new chapter in Bunyoro. They were distributed in all key positions to crush the old aristocrats and help in regaining the old boundaries of the ancient Bunyoro Empire. By the 1880s, Ayabaliga had reasserted Bunyoro's authority in many parts of Uganda in a bid to revive the glory and extent of ancient Bunyoro Kidara. In the 1890s, the expansionist policy of Ayabaliga brought him into conflict with the British imperialists who had come in full force to colonize East Africa. The armed conflict started in 1891. Kabaliga's expansionism had deposed Kasagama of Toro Froj and his throne. Kasagama had fled to Buganda, where Lugard forced Kabaliga's men out of Toro and restored Iasagama to his throne. Tom 1892, Kabaliga organized a skillful resistance to the British. He attacked the British forts which Lugard had built between Bunyoro and Toro, frequently interrupting their communication and cutting off their supplies. In 1893, the British withdrew from Neost of their forts in Toro. This withdrawal was recommended by Gerald Portal, a special British commissioner. Ayabaliga got another chance to invade Toro and reoccupy it. In late 1893, Colville invaded Bunyoro and set up many forts to secure the route to Lake Albert, but Kabaliga continuously attacked these forts. In 1894, Colville invaded Bunyoro again with a combined British, Buganda force of 8 European officers, 400 Sudanese, and 15,000 Baganda. 151. Because the Omukama made a serious strategic mistake by dividing his army into small units and spreading them thinly in his kingdom, Colville was able to advance without any difficulties. Kabaliga abandoned his Mpuro capital and retreated to Budongo Forest. He avoided serious engagements and his soldiers were only committed to rearguard action. He retreated across the Nile into Lango. Colville's invasion of Bunyoro in 1894 inflicted heavy losses on Kabaliga's army. Bunyoro lost 5.5 counties including Bayaga and Buganga Isa. All the lost counties were awarded to Buganda. Economically, Bunyoro was ruined as farms and homes were destroyed by the invaders. Many of the Abarasura officers surrendered and a few started collaborating with the British and were later appointed chiefs. However, the British occupation of Bunyoro was not the end of Kabaliga. In 1895, he reorganized his army and launched attacks on the British troops. He returned from Lango and invaded Toro. He defeated the British Buganda force at Kijumbura Island near Masindi and forced them to withdraw to Hoima. In 1896, Bunyoro once again fell to British military might and was declared part of Uganda. Nevertheless, Kabaliga continued his war of resistance in 1897. Although he was officially deposed in 1898 by the British, who set up a regency council to rule Bunyoro, Kabaliga continued the war against the British in the northern part of Bunyoro until it was conquered by a combined British-Indian force. Two of Kabaliga's brilliant guerrilla generals who led the resistance to the British invaders were Rita and Kikoliul. Kabaliga carried on the guerrilla warfare until he was captured together with Mwanga at the border of Tizo and Lango at a place called Kanga in 1899. The two kings were deported to Kismayu in northern Kenya and later transferred to the Seychelles in 1899, where Kabaliga stayed until 1923. He was allowed to come back in 1923, but he was already about 73 years old. He died at Jinjia, 50 miles east of Kampala. 152. Ruat. Among the people who seriously resisted the imposition of colonial rule in Uganda was Ruat, chief, Ayach of the Payara chiefdom in Akoli. He succeeded his father, Ruat Kamo, in the 1880s as Ruat. Ruat Ayach was a very courageous chief who usually raided the Paybona. It was his frequent raids of his neighbors which brought him into sharp conflict with the British. The British representative at Nemuel, Major Radcliffe, tried to arrest Ayich, but all his efforts were frustrated by the chief's tactics. Radcliffe's attempts caused a rift between Ayich and the British. Ayich later granted political asylum to Kabaliga and his soldiers. The British immediately assumed that Ayich was assisting Kabaliga by sending his own army to fight the British administration on Kabaliga's behalf. When the British demanded that Kabaliga and his men be expelled from Payara, Ayich refused to do so on the grounds that the chief of Payara was an independent sovereign who did not take orders from any power, including the British. This annoyed the British authorities, who sent an expedition under Captain Harmon against Ayich. Ruat Ayich was defeated in 1901 by a British-led force owing to their superior weapons. After Ayich's defeat, he was arrested and imprisoned in Kampala. After deposing Ayich, the British failed to establish a strong government which could effectively replace his. The people of Payara gave the British a lot of headache by persistently demanding the reinstatement of their ruler. In 1902, Ruat Ayich was brought back to Payara from Kampala and reinstated. The following year, he refused to sign an agreement with the British representative, Major MacDonald. Despite the fact that all other rulers around Payara had already surrendered to the British, Ayich did not. He continued to resist British rule. Ayich once more helped in the interclan wars on the side of the Jo clan of Paranga against the Langi Agu clan. Because of this action, Ruat Ayich was fined ivory, cattle, and goats by the district commissioner. 153. Later there was an allegation that Ayich was stockpiling guns from the Arab traders, and he was tried at Nemoul. Ayich, who had a very hot temper, boxed one of the court prosecutors, a European, during the court proceedings. Ayich was fined 2 cows and imprisoned in Kampala for contempt of court. During his absence, his chiefdom was divided into 2. By the time Ayich came back in 1919, his chiefdom was no more. Despite his resistance against the British colonialists, Ayich invited the missionaries to spread Christianity and educate his people. Bevision 18:1 described the careers and achievements of I. Apollo Kagwe, 2. Nwambaguda Chief Ayich, 3. 2. A. Describe the methods used by the British to establish their rule over Uganda. B. How did the people of Uganda react to British rule? 3. Describe the response of the following to colonial occupation of their areas. A. Chief Ayich. B. Kabekamwanga. C. Kasagama of Toro. 4. A. Why were the British interested in Uganda in the 19th century? B. Giving examples, show how British rule was established in Uganda up to 1914. 5. Show how Omukama Kabaliga responded to the threat of European occupation of his kingdom. 154. 19. British conquest of Kenya. The land at the coast of East Africa had for long been under the Sultan of Zanzibar. He owned almost all the coastal towns. At the time of the partition, there were only 2 powers who wanted East Africa, the British and the Germans. There had already been an attempt by King Leopold II of Belgium to colonize East Africa on the pretext of stopping slave trade in Congo. King Leopold II sent an expedition to establish a route from the east coast into the interior, but after receiving Stanley's reports, he decided to penetrate Congo from the Atlantic Ocean. This created a sense of panic among Europeans who were interested in the coast of East Africa. As we have already noted, Johnston, with the permission of the Sultan of Zanzibar, signed treaties with chiefs in the Kilimanjaro area on behalf of the British commercial groups. The newly created Association of British East Africa, headed by William Mackinnon, was ready to take over and exploit the area acquired by Johnston, but this was not yet possible because their plan was not supported by Britain. In 1884, Karl Peters arrived in the area and concluded many treaties with the chiefs of Usagara, Buzigua, Nguru, and Yukamai. When Karl Peters went back to Germany, Bismarck declared that area part of the German sphere of influence. To prevent the prospect of Anglo-German conflict in East Africa, the British and Germans signed the Anglo-German Agreement of 1886. Under the terms of this agreement, Zanzibar, Pemba, Mafia, Lamu, and the towns of Kismayu, Brava and Merka became dominions of the Sultan of Zanzibar. As we have already seen during the partition of East Africa, the agreement of 1886 divided the land between River Rovuma 155 and the Tana by a line from the Umba River to the southeastern shore of Lake Victoria. The area south of the line became the German sphere of influence and the northern part came under British influence. Under the terms of the 1890 agreement, Uganda became part of the British Dominion in East Africa, whose center was moved from Mombasa to Nairobi. The traders, missionaries, and administrators were not interested in the interior of Kenya. They only had an interest in Uganda. Therefore, from 1907 up to around 1917, they tended to neglect the hinterland of Kenya and concentrated on Uganda. However, the Imperial British East Africa Company had established their customs stations at Kismayu, Malindi, Vanga, Lamua, Vaitu, and Takongu. They also established substations in the interior at Makakos, Fort Smith, Dagoretti, and Mumias. The Protectorate government also established Meru, Chuka, Nandi, Archer's Post, Mount Kulal, and Gabatak, Serenitic, and Wajir. It is worth noting that by 1914, most of Kenya was still not under effective British rule. Reactions to the establishment of colonial rule in Kenya. There were two different types of African reaction to the establishment of British rule in Kenya. Some people collaborated with the British while others resisted them outright. Collaborators were people such as Nabongo Mumia and Lenina, and the resistors included Sandia. Nabongo Mumia. Nabongo means ruler. So Nabongo Mumia meant Chief Mumia. Born probably in 1849 at Lurko, Nabongo Mumia was a ruler of the Luhya, Wanga, kingdom. He was a renowned, peaceful leader who was highly praised by the British imperialists when they came across him in the late 19th century. He was deeply interested in trade with the coastal traders. During the era of colonialism, Nabongo Mumia recognized the power of the British guns. He therefore welcomed the British imperialists and allowed them to operate from his capital. 156. From Mumia's capital, a series of expeditions were sent out against other people between 1894 and 1906. Nabongo himself provided the British with soldiers and guides. For instance, expeditions were sent out against the Luo, the Nandi, and the Bukuzu. His army fought alongside the British force, which was composed of Baganda, Sudanese, and British officers to extend British administration in Kenya. As a sign of appreciation for his cooperation, the British extended his sphere of influence by making him a paramount chief in the Wanga kingdom. Mumia's followers were also recruited as agents to administer other parts of Kenya. Nabongo died at an advanced age in 1949. The British and the Maasai. When Laban Bassian of the Purko Maasai died in 1890, he left his two sons, Lenina and Sendia, as rivals for his throne. Sendia went away towards the Loita region of northern Tanzania. Lenina stayed in the area between Ngong and Naivasha. Sendia became a thorn in the flesh of Lenina. He constantly sent his army to raid Lenina's territory. To make matters worse, famine and diseases seriously affected both Lenina's people and their cattle. Rinderpest destroyed Lenina's animals and he had to look for asylum for some Maasai women and children in Kikuyu land. Unfortunately, when he went back to reclaim them, he found that many of them had been sold to slave traders. All these problems made Lenina very desperate and, in 1894, he sought help from the British. The British and Lenina was one of the Kenyan collaborators with the British. He requested assistance from the British at Fort Smith in 1894. The British in this fort were under the command of the British agent, Francis Hall. Francis Hall was very pleased with him. Lenina allowed the British to build their railway line across his territory without causing them any problems. His men helped the British in raids against those who did not. Digitized by Okello. 157. Original from University of Michigan. Cooperate. As a result of his collaboration with the British, Lenina's fame increased. The British rewarded him with cattle and he successfully consolidated his power. The cordial relations between the Maasai and the British were soured. However, Sir Charles Eliot, the British commissioner from 1900 to 1904, despised the Maasai way of life. Furthermore, he considered them toothless and therefore not a threat to the British anymore. The Maasai Agreement was signed in 1904, in which the Maasai were to be moved to two reserved areas of Ngong in the south and the Laikipia Plateau in the north. They were promised that the two areas were theirs as long as the Maasai race existed. However, this promise was not kept by the British. The white settlers demanded more land, and this resulted in the 1911 agreement. Under this agreement, all Maasai from Laikipia were moved to Ngong. The British were prepared to use force to quell any Maasai resistance. The British and the Nandi. By the 19th century, the Nandi had become very powerful at the expense of the neighboring Maasai. They were opposed to British rule. They did not even allow British travelers to pass through their country. A British trader who attempted to travel through Nand Island was brutally murdered in 1895. His name was West. When the British sent their force to avenge the death of West, they were defeated, and those who survived the Nandi spears fled in disarray. For 11 years, the Nandi put up a stiff resistance against the British. They knew their forested hill country well, and so they could strike the enemy and melt back into the forests. For long, they defied the British, looting the railway depots and even the railway lines, and removing the telephone wires. The Nandi were only subdued in 1905 when a British commander, Colonel Maynardsigan, visited Ioitisal Arapsamo, the Nandi leader, Orkoyet. When Samoei came out to greet his visitors, he was shot dead together with his aides. When the British government set up a commission of inquiry, Maynardsigan pleaded that he shot Samoei in self-defense. 158. But, to the Nandi, this was deliberate murder. The death of the leaders disheartened the community, and this enabled the British to sweep through Nand Island and crush all resistance. The Nandi were moved to a reserve far away from the railway, and their land was allocated to the British settlers. Bevision 19:1, A. Why did Nandi resistance against the British fail? B. What were the consequences of their resistance? 2. What was the relationship between the British and the A. Maasai, B. Nandi during the late 19th century? 3. A. Describe the methods used by the British to extend their rule in Kenya. B. How did the Kenyan peoples react to their rule? 4. Describe the careers of the following people: A. Nbongo Mumia, B. Lenina 5, A. Describe the response of the Nandi to the establishment of colonial rule in their area. B. Why were African societies unable to stop white colonial rule in Africa? 159. 20. German East Africa, Tanganyika. The man whose efforts led to the acquisition of present-day Tanzania by the Germans was Karl Peters. He was a German colonialist who arrived in Zanzibar in 1884 with some 2 German friends. They crossed to the mainland disguised as mechanics and signed treaties with the chiefs of Uzigiwa, Nguru, and Yukumai. When the Berlin Conference of 1884-85 stipulated effective occupation, the 3 Germans formed an association called the Society for German Colonization. They secured treaties including those obtained through blood brotherhood. These treaties were approved by Bismarck in 1885. Immediately afterwards, this society was christened German East Africa Company, and it was given a charter to rule over German East Africa with Karl Peters as its head. German ships forced the Sultan of Zanzibar to accept that all goods leaving the coast of East Africa had to pass through the points controlled by the Germans. There was already very intense rivalry between the IBEA-Co and the German East Africa Co by this time. This forced the 2 powers, i.e. the British and Germans, to sign an agreement in 1886. This agreement was the Anglo-German Agreement. Under the terms of this agreement, the area extending from south of River Umba up to Mt Kilimanjaro and to the eastern shores of Lake Victoria became the German sphere of influence, and the northern part became the British sphere of influence. When rivalry over Uganda became intense between the Germans and the British, another agreement was signed in 1890, Through WHIH the British took over Uganda, and in return Germany got Heligoland. The border between Uganda and Tanganyika was also fixed. 160. On November 18, 1890, British dominion was declared over Zanzibar, arid. Germany now had direct control over Tanganyika. Tanganyika under German East Africa Company's administration. Karl Peters, the head of the company, received a charter from the German Emperor in 1885. A committee was appointed to help in managing German affairs in East Africa. Between 1884 and 1886, the company sent out many expeditions in order to extend their supremacy in the interior of East Africa. Later on, the company raised its flag at the coastal towns, and the Germans had established their base at Dar es Salaam by 1887. As they continued to extend their influence along the coast, they sparked off two dangerous revolts owing to their interference with the coastal trade and hongo, the duties imposed on caravans in transit. Abushiri Revolt, 1888–1890, several reasons were responsible for the Abushiri Revolt. When the Germans signed an agreement with the Sultan of Zanzibar on April 28, 1888, the Liwali of Dar es Salaam was sent to all coastal towns with the German flag to impose German administration. The coastal people were forced to resist German occupation. The coastal peoples also feared that the Germans were going to interfere with their sea commercial interests, mainly the slave trade and bongo, the ivory, and the rubber trade. The war started immediately after Abushiri ibn Salim al-Hathi, a member of an Arab family, had held a meeting at a plantation outside Pangani. The family feared that the Germans would take their land. The meeting decided that war be declared on the Germans. Abushiri, born to an Arab father and a Galla mother, belonged to the Hanth clan. In 1888, he was 40 years old. He was wanted in Zanzibar in connection with the heavy debts he had failed. 161. To pay. He had furthermore shown disrespect to the Sultan by selling some land in Zanzibar to the Germans. The Abushiri Revolt comprised three separate attempts to drive out the Germans, one led by Abushiri on the northern coast, i.e. around Port Pangani, another at the southern ports of Dar es Salaam, Kilwa, and Lindi, and the third in Uzigiwa under Bwana Hurl. The Abushiri Revolt, which started in September 1888, was entirely spontaneous. Since the Germans were unprepared, they were defeated and driven out of all the coastal towns except Bagamoyo and Dar es Salaam. A few company officials were killed. Abushiri's followers came from among the armed slaves, caravan traders, and from the Diwani who had lost power during the 19th century. Abushiri was joined in the revolt by an African leader of Swahili origin, Bwana Hiri, chief of Zigwa. However, this revolt failed because the Germans received reinforcements from their government. The reinforcements included Sudanese soldiers, Zulu from Port Mozambique, Soalis, Turkish police, and LNRGE number of Tanganyika Islauris. All these were under a leadership of Wisman Herman. Wisman conquered the northern coastal towns first. Abushiri retreated to the interior, where he hired 5,000 Maivatai. Unfortunately, they were not helpful at all. They looted property belonging to the local people and deserted Abushiri. Consequently, Abushiri lost support in the interior as a result of Maivatai activities. In 1889 Abushiri, who had already been deserted by most of his followers, was betrayed to the Germans by a village headman in Usagara. He was captured by the Germans and hanged in Bagamoyo. In 1890, Wisman captured the southern towns and turned north to deal with Bwana Hurl. But Bwana Hurl continued to resist the Germans until he surrendered as a result of the famine of 1888–92 that struck northeastern Fanknia. 162. Reasons for the failure of the Abuz-Lodri revolt. The Germans had very superior weapons. Their guns included the Maxim gun, whereas the Africans and the Arabs possessed only daggers and spears. The Abushiri rebellion was very uncoordinated. Abushiri himself had no contact with Mataro or Dwanahiri. The German army was highly disciplined compared to that of Abushiri, which was unruly and ill-trained. Abushiri himself was not a very good general. He employed wrong strategies in the face of superior German weapons, e.g. he fought pitched battles with the Germans instead of engaging in guerrilla warfare. The Germans had African allies such as Kigomkabwe, a Zigwa chief who supplied the Germans with troops and guides. The Maivatai also led to the crushing of the Abushiri rebellion. They made Abushiri lose support in the interior by looting property belonging to the local people. The weakness within Abushiri's army led to the failure of the revolt. Abushiri's soldiers deserted Abushiri, hence leading to his capture and hanging by the Germans. When Abushiri was killed, Dwanahiri had been weakened by famine which killed many of his soldiers. He had to surrender in 1890. Results of the revolt: the withdrawal of the charter from the German East Africa Company by the German government. The German government accused the company of being too harsh on the people under their jurisdiction. The German government took over the running of Tanganyika from the company. The German East Africa Company failed to extend German influence to the interior owing to lack of capital to finance it. 163. Depopulation, as many people were killed in the wars. The Germans realized that the Africans were a force to reckon with. If German administration was to succeed, the Africans had to be included in the system. Devastation of towns and houses, leaving many people without shelter and food. Human suffering as many people ran for their lives, and hence disruption of family ties. Establishment of German colonial rule in Tanganyika. The German government took over Tanganyika because the German East Africa Company had failed to control that territory. Tanganyika was declared a German territory in 1890 under the Foreign Ministry. The German government appointed a commissioner to govern the territory. In due course, the territory was transferred from the Foreign Ministry to the Council Office and the commissioner became governor. The German government therefore took over the direct administration of Tanganyika on January 1, 1891 after crushing the Abushiri revolt. Right from the start, German occupation of Tanganyika was largely through use of military force. Other methods which were rarely used were agreements, land settlement, and collection of truces. German rule and Hihi resistance. In the late 1880s the leader of the Hibi of Tanzania was Mkvarwa. He was preoccupied with extending his administration to the neighboring areas. But his imperial expansion coincided with the imperial expansion of the Germans into the interior of East Africa. Mkvarwa was slender, quick, intelligent, unpredictable, suspicious, and cruel. He was too proud to submit to the Germans without resistance. Therefore, from the outset, war between the Germans and the Hiba became inevitable. 164. Although Mkvarwa tried to negotiate with the Germans, his envoys were mistaken for warriors and killed. In retaliation, Mkvarwa organized an ambush. His men, using spears at close range, rendered the gunpowder of the Germans ineffective and killed 310 German troops, including all their porters. A.Q. D. Zelewski, the German commander. Only 60 of Mkvarwa's men died on the spot and 200 died of wounds later. After this military encounter, Mkvarwa closed the trade route which ran through his country. When the Germans attacked Mkvarwa city in 1894 and captured it, he escaped, and in the next 4 years, he engaged the Germans in guerrilla warfare. He was, however, tracked down in 1898, but rather than surrender to the Germans he shot himself. Reasons for Mkvarwa's defeat: the Germans were well supplied with guns compared to Mkvarwa who had only a few. The German forces were well fed compared to the ill-fed army of Mkvarwa. Rifts among Mkvarwa's chiefs also led to his defeat. Much as he wanted to fight the Germans to the last man, some of his chiefs were not prepared to do so. Some of Mkvarwa's neighbors sided with the Germans. There was lack of unity in his empire. Mkvarwa's army was not a disciplined one. They were very harsh on their own people. After the defeat of Mkvarwa, the Germans built forts at all strategic points and started demanding taxes from the Hihi people. This ushered in a new period of administration. German occupation of Makonde. The occupation of the Makonde Plateau was also by force of arms. The indigenous people of Makonde were the Yao. The chief of the Yao people was called Machembo. He defeated many German expeditions until he was overcome in 1899. 165. German occupation of Anyanyembe. The area around Tabaro was occupied by the Nyamwezi of Anyanyembe. Its chief was Lsike. Like Ngverwa and Machembo, Lsike put up a stiff resistance to the Germans. Though he defeated many German expeditions, he was overpowered in January 1893. He committed suicide rather than fall into the hands of the Germans and be tortured. Resistance also broke out in some other areas of Tanganyika, for instance among Th_Igogo and the Chaga of Moshi. Similarly, after the Belgians had withdrawn from Rwanda and Burundi, Mwisi Kisabo, the ruler of Burundi, resisted the establishment of German rule until he surrendered in 1903. However, not all African chiefs and their subjects resisted the imposition of German colonialism. For example, most Bahia chiefs in Bukoba accepted German rule peacefully. Revision 21. How did the Germans administer Tanganyika up to 19,147? To describe the general response of the Tanganyika people to the imposition of colonial rule in their areas. 3. A. What problems did Abushiri face during his resistance to German rule? B. How did his resistance affect the peoples of Tanganyika? 21. Zanzibar and the British, 1900 to 1914. By 1900, Zanzibar had already been in contact with the British and other European powers for a long time. As a result, when the British declared Zanzibar their protectorate in 1890, the Sultan Ali bin Said may not have understood what the Treaty of Protection meant. What followed was that the Sultan was allowed to continue holding his post, but the responsibility for external matters was passed on to the British. Initially, Zanzibar was placed under the authority of the Commissioner and British Consul General, whose headquarters was at Mombasa. But as the Mombasa-based Consul General was very busy with the affairs of the mainland, Zanzibar became the responsibility of the Consul General on the island, who was also the FI.RST minister to the Sultan. The British Consul General in Zanzibar was appointed as a regent in 1902, when 17-year-old Sultan Syed Ali ascended the throne. Consul General Rogers used his position and influence to initiate a lot of changes, including the appointment of a finance advisor to the Sultan. In 1905, Edward Clark, a financial advisor, came to Zanzibar and proposed the reorganization of the administration in the areas of finance, judiciary, communications, and education. The departments of education and agriculture were set up, the latter with the aim of improving the yield and chutai of Zanzibar's two main crops, cloves and coconuts. In 1911, Kiswahili replaced Arabic in government schools. Arab families were no longer regarded as important in government. They resented many of the changes, but there was nothing they could do about it. Europeans poured into Zanzibar in order to implement Rogers' proposals. Ali ibn Hamd, who was educated in 167 European ways, found himself powerless and he abdicated. He was replaced by Khalifa. In 1913, control of Zanzibar was moved to the Colonial Office. The British agent in Zanzibar became a resident with complete control over the administration of the island. The resident was supposed to report to the governor of British East Africa, something which elicited a lot of complaints from Said Khalifa. Khalifa feared that the British wanted to merge Zanzibar with the Kenyan mainland. As a result of his bitter complaints, the British set up a protectorate council with the Sultan as its president. But even then, real authority in Zanzibar remained in the hands of British colonial officials. Political, economic, and constitutional developments in Zanzibar after First World War. Unlike its immediate neighbor Tanganyika, Zanzibar was not seriously affected by the First World War. In the 1920s, Zanzibar was like any other British colony in the world. In 1926, executive and legislative councils were established. The Legislative Council comprised 3 Arabs, 2 Indians, and 1 European, who were the official members. There were also 10 Europeans who were the unofficial members of the Legislative Council. No African member was nominated to the Legislative Council until 1945. This was mainly because the British looked at Zanzibar purely as an Arab settlement, so only Arabs were encouraged to participate in government. This discrimination against Africans caused a lot of problems and hostility in the latter history of Zanzibar. The Arabs formed the landowning aristocracy headed by Sultan Khalifa II, who ruled Zanzibar from 1911 to 1960. In 192-7, the Arabs formed the Clove Growers Association in order to defend their political and economic interests. This body became powerful enough to win support from the British government when the clove growers were hit by a worldwide economic depression between 1929 and 1935. The government, 168, imposed a new export tax at the expense of the Indian and European traders who handled much of the export trade in Zanzibar to help the Clove Growers Association. In 193-7, the Indians threatened to withdraw completely from clove trade. This would have led to the economic collapse of the clove-based economy. Fortunately for Zanzibar, the British resident intervened and worked out a compromise acceptable both to the clove growers and the Indian traders. 169. 22. The railway from Mombasa to Kisumu, and eventually to Kampala, was called the Uganda Railway because it was primarily constructed to link Uganda with the East African coast. At the time, Uganda was the focus of British interests in East Africa. The intervening country, later called Kenya, did not then appear to offer much opportunity for trade. The line was surveyed by J.R.L. MacDonald in 1892. The costs of constructing the railway were grossly underestimated. Originally, it was estimated that the railway would cost £2 million. In the end, it cost £8 million. Reasons for construction of Uganda Railway. The railway was needed to facilitate British administration in Uganda, especially after the declaration of the Uganda Protectorate in 1894. There was a strategic reason also. The British wanted to control Uganda, which is the source of the Nile. The Nile was the lifeline of Egypt, which in turn was the key to the Suez Canal sea route to British India. The construction of the Uganda Railway was also needed not only to establish effective administration in Kenya and Uganda but also to promote the economic development of the two countries. Uganda's soil was found to be very fertile, particularly good for cotton and coffee, which the British wanted to grow there for use in their home industries. The British also wanted a market for their surplus manufactured goods. 170. The British wanted to abolish the slave trade in the interior of East Africa. The labor for construction came from India, the Indian coolies. Many of the skilled craftsmen and the clerical staff were also brought from India. Africans, who were quite contented with their way of life, were not willing to do construction work and, in some instances, they were downright hostile to the railway project. Some parliamentarians in Britain opposed the idea of constructing the Uganda Railway because they doubted whether it was economically viable. Some of them even dismissed the planned railway as the lunatic line. The construction of Uganda Railway. The first rail was laid on the mainland opposite Mombasa in 1896 under the supervision of George Whitehouse, a British engineer. 35 Indian coolies built embankments and bridges, made cuttings and culverts as the railway crawled up through the coastal hills and straightened out for the semi-desert of Thuru. On May 30, 1897 the railway line reached Voi near the Tata Hills. Beyond Voi it started to ascend again, reaching Tsavo where the railway workers encountered the man-eating lions. This was in 1898. At Tsavo, the lions caused panic, entering the camps at night and seizing their victims while they slept. However, the lions were eventually hunted down and shot by Colonel Patterson. After 2 years, the line reached the edge of the Rift Valley where a base camp was built. This camp constituted the beginning of the Kenyan capital city, Nairobi, which means cold in Maasai. The railway reached Nairobi in June 1899. The Rift Valley escarpment presented the engineers with a challenge. They overcame this by constructing a vertical incline down which supplies and locomotives could be lowered on a specially made platform. The Rift Valley was at last crossed in 1900, but that same year, the constructors had problems with Nandi raiders, who cut off the telegraph wires. 171. The Nandi resented the growing British interference with their traditional way of life. They stole rails, bolts, sleepers, and wires which were valuable sources of iron which they highly treasured. Although the Nandi raid slowed down the pace of construction, the railhead eventually reached Kisumu in 1901. A steamer ship now plied Lake Victoria between Buganda and Kisumu. Problems met by constructors: formidable physical obstacles such as the waterless Nyuka Plains, where drinking water was very scarce. Some hills on the East African plateau had to be dug through. Some steep escarpments, mainly the numerous river beds, were difficult to bridge. They had to construct some inclines which could be used to lower the supplies and locomotives. At Tsavo, lions ate some of the workers. Much human misery was also caused by malaria, smallpox, and jiggers. The coolies did not know how to deal with jiggers, so the jiggers were allowed to grow mature in their feet and even their buttocks, causing them a lot of pain. Food and drinking water were always in short supply. Hostile tribes such as the Nandi frequently cut off wires and even the rails to make ornaments. Lack of reliable communications as a result of the disruption of telegraph lines made it difficult to provide medical care in time in order to prevent the spread of diseases like smallpox, which caused numerous deaths. 172. Effects of Uganda Railway. The high cost of the construction of the Uganda Railway forced the British to seriously embark on the development of the area to justify this expenditure. The railway helped to generate new commercial possibilities. European and Indian traders were attracted inland, and towns developed. The development of important towns such as Nairobi, Nakuru, and Kisumu are attributed to the construction of the Uganda Railway. The railway linked Uganda and Kenya to the outside world. It also facilitated the consolidation of British administration of Uganda. The movement of soldiers and administrators became very easy. For the first time, the possibility of the development of cash crops such as cotton and coffee was achieved. The new crops could be introduced and monitored easily. The Uganda Railway also led to the economic exploitation of Uganda as cotton and coffee were easily transported to the coast, then to Europe. The influx of the Europeans into East Africa brought with it Western civilization, e.g. schools were built, and Western culture was adopted by the Africans. The railway also promoted the money economy through trade. The development of towns brought some social problems such as prostitution, which previously did not exist in Uganda, and East Africa in general. It also promoted the building of feeder roads. All these roads were meant to link up with the railway. It provided an easy means of transport from one point to another. African lives changed significantly as people abandoned their villages and began to trade and live in towns. 173. 23. British indirect rule in Uganda. When the British occupied Uganda, they adopted the system of indirect rule in Uganda for two reasons. First, the British government did not have adequate human and financial resources to administer the protectorate directly. Secondly, the British feared that direct rule might lead to confrontation with the African people. Origin of indirect rule. The concept of indirect rule was first developed by Lord Lugard in his book, The Dual Mandate in Tropical Africa. Indirect rule was applied in India, Uganda, and northern Nigeria. By definition, indirect rule means foreign rule through the indigenous rulers. The idea behind indirect rule was to govern Africans through their traditional institutions. It was also believed that both the Africans and the British would benefit from this policy. It aimed at maintaining African chiefs as much as possible and, at the same time, reducing them and developing their local administration into efficient organs of British colonialism. Reasons for indirect rule: it was cheap. The British government lacked funds to implement direct rule. For instance, they were given only £500 annually to spend in India, Uganda, and Nigeria. Indirect rule was not one of several alternatives from which the British had to choose, but a necessity which could not be dodged if they were to rule over the Africans effectively. 174. Digitized by. Indirect rule was considered the best means by which Africans could be trained and given the opportunity to manage their own affairs. The British could not recruit enough British personnel to administer all their colonies. For instance, in 1900 Lugard had only 42 officers and a very small army at his command in northern Nigeria and Uganda. The British also realized that taking over power from traditional rulers would culminate in resistance. So the only fairly safe option was to rule through local agents. Indirect rule was also chosen because the British knew that they would not be blamed by the local people in case of colonial order. The local leaders would be seen as the ones responsible and they would take the blame without any resentment against the British. Africans could understand their fellow Africans better, t-ce they spoke the same languages. This would be a relief to the British administrators who would find it difficult to learn African languages within such a short time in order to better administer their colonies. The communication network, a special.ly the transport system was very poor, so it was easier to rule the vast land through local agents. Administrative structure of indirect rule. The Kiganda model of administration was adopted and used in various parts of the protectorate. Baganda agents were also used in some parts of the country. The hierarchy of administration was, from top to bottom, A. Governor, B. Provincial Commissioner, C. District Commissioner, D. Assistant District Commissioner, E. Seza Chiefs, County Chiefs, F. Gombalila Chiefs, Sub-County Chiefs, G. Mulika Chiefs, Parish Chiefs, H. Mutangali Chiefs, Sub-Parish Chiefs, I. Village Chiefs. The local rulers usually took orders from the British representatives in the districts. The main functions of these rulers were: 1. Maintain law and order. 2. Regulate and control the consumption of alcohol. 3. Assist in the collection of taxes. 4. Recruit labor for public works. 5. Assist in the enforcement of government measures including anything from disease control to improving agriculture. 6. Take part in the activities of the local courts, within defined limits and subject to the Commissioner's powers of review and correction. It is worth noting that the British officials always intervened when the chiefs abused their powers. Results of indirect rule: it enabled the colonial officials to administer a very large area though they were thin on the ground. It promoted native authorities and native courts which became the model in Uganda and other colonies in Africa. The policy preserved the traditional systems at the expense of the development of modern state institutions. It promoted disunity as different ethnic groups were left to develop individually. 176. It caused corruption and oppression of the natives as the chiefs misused their powers by collecting truces for their own personal ends. Indirect rule was dictatorial as the chiefs were appointed by and answerable to the British. The use of local rulers to govern the natives eliminated the possibilities of popular rebellions against British colonialism. Problems met by British administrators before 1914: the British lacked qualified manpower. So it was not easy for them to administer their colonies effectively except where indirect rule was applied. Their work was hampered by inadequate means of communication. The British did not understand most of the indigenous languages and they were frequently misinterpreted, making their work very difficult. The local leaders were illiterate. This affected the flow of information. There also existed different systems of administration in the various parts of Uganda at the time the British came. Therefore it was a problem for the British to persuade other areas to accept the Kiganda system of administration. People were divided into W'Lengereja, Faransa, Muslims, and traditionalists, and relations between them were not always cordial. Therefore, it was not very easy for them to rule without getting involved in wars. There was resistance against imperialism, for example the rebellion in Akoli, Lamaji Rebellion, and that of Kabaliga. Some of the agents of the British were very unpopular. For instance, the Baganda were very unpopular in Bunyoro. 177. And so were Semakakungulu and his agents in eastern Uganda, especially in present-day Tororo district. The funds at the disposal of the British administrators were meagre. This made their work very difficult, and it partly promoted corruption among their agents who had to grab things from the natives in order to pay themselves. It was not easy to convince people to grow cash crops which could generate income to run the protectorate. Tropical diseases afflicted some of the British administrators. For example, they succumbed to sleeping sickness in Buganda and Buzaga. Revision 21,22 and 23:1 describe the political, economic, and constitutional development of Zanzibar up to 1940. 2. A. What were the difficulties faced by the builders of the Uganda Railway? B. How were the people of Uganda affected by its construction? 1-3 To which part of Uganda and for what reasons was the railway extended between 1920 and 1962? 4. What were the problems met during the construction of the Kenya-Uganda Railway? 5. A. Why was the Uganda Railway built? B. Describe the development of the railway system in Uganda between 1912 and 1945. 6. A. Describe the development of the railway system in Kenya and Uganda up to 1945. B. Show its importance in the development of these countries during the same period. 178. 8. A. B. 9. A. What was indirect rule? Why did the British apply it in Uganda? Describe the British system of administration in Uganda before 1914. B. What problems did the British face in their administration? 179. 24. German administration in Tanganyika up to 1914. When the Germans took complete control of Tanganyika from the German East African Company in 1891, they adopted the system of direct rule. At the top of the administration was the governor, who had far-reaching powers and authority over the territory. The governor was directly answerable to the German colonial minister. Just below the governor in the administrative hierarchy was the Governor's Council, which was introduced in 1904. The council was responsible for advising the governor on how to run the territory. Below the council were the district officers whose responsibilities included, 1. Overseeing the implementation of government policies. 2. Collecting taxes. 3. Appointing and dismissing African chiefs. 4. Presiding over courts and administering punishment accordingly. 5. Commanding the police force to maintain law and order. In order to facilitate administration, Tanganyika had been divided into about 22 districts by 1914. At the bottom of the administrative ladder were the Jums and Akitas, who reported to the district commissioner. The Jums and Akitas were the literate Arabs who were imposed as chiefs in villages. During the early decades of German colonial rule, road construction was of paramount importance to the administrators. Accordingly, they always forced the Africans to work on the roads without payment. In the process of obtaining this free labor, the Jums and Akitas were very callous and brutal. The Germans as well as the Aldas and Jums despised Africans and showed them little respect. The Germans intended to make a lot of profit from the territory within the shortest time possible, so they introduced plantation agriculture and forced the Africans to work on the plantations. Cotton was grown in Mahenge and Iringa districts. The Germans put the two districts under military administration, and this sparked off the outbreak of the Maji Maji Rebellion. The German administrators were brutal, cruel, and harsh in their methods of administration. They were very arrogant and considered themselves a superior race that could not condescend to mix with the Africans. It was this attitude that partly triggered off the Maji Maji Rebellion. The Maji Maji Uprising, 1905–1907. Background. Administering Tanganyika had made the Germans incur a lot of costs. In a bid to alleviate the heavy costs of running their territory, the Germans initiated development projects such as cotton growing. The projects, according to them, would help to generate funds to help in the running of the administration as well as producing raw cotton for the German textile industry. The Germans used three methods to achieve these objectives. One of these was to introduce experimental projects along River Pangani and in the areas around Usambara, Kilimanjaro, and Meru. A railway line to serve these projects was built from Tanga in 1891, and it reached Mambo in 1905 and Moshi in 1911. Secondly, they employed African laborers to assist the Germans in farming. Thirdly, they forced Africans to grow cash crops so that they could pay taxes. Resentment against the Germans steadily built up until it erupted in 1905 among the Pagoro people of Kitop who refused to pick cotton and rioted, taking the Germans by surprise. 181. Causes of Maji. Maji means water in Swahili. The name Maji Maji was used to refer to the uprising in southern Tanganyika led by Kinjekitile. He claimed that his followers would be immune to German bullets if their bodies were sprinkled with water. Several factors were responsible for the outbreak of the Maji Maji rebellion. The Africans deeply hated growing cotton because it interfered with their normal routine and, besides, it was not doing well. The meager profits which were realized by the Africans had to be shared with the headmen who received one-third of the profits. This greatly angered the Africans. The production of cotton was brutally monitored. Africans were forced to work on the cotton farms of the Germans without payment. This angered the Africans and they therefore yearned to be free from such treatment. The Jums and Akitas were harsh to Africans, whom they even flogged in public. This was a humiliating and an intolerable act. The Africans had to pay a tax of 3 rupees, yet getting the rupees was not easy. They therefore felt that they were already caught up in some sort of slavery, hence they wished to become free. The Akita and Jumbe tax collectors were foreigners who were deeply resented by the Africans. The replacement of the African rulers with the Akitas and Jums. The arrogance of the Germans towards the Africans. For instance, the Germans considered themselves superior to Africans whom they viewed as unintelligent savages that did not deserve humane treatment, let alone equality. Disrespect for African culture by the Germans. For instance, flogging an African chief in public was something the Africans found outrageous. 182. The Africans also had grievances against the Akitas who were having affairs with their wives. The Germans had no respect for the religious beliefs of the Africans. For instance, the Germans would walk into the mosques with their dogs, an act which is condemned by Quran. Africans wanted to regain their independence. That is why, when the rioting started, all the African tribes in southern Tanganyika united to fight the common enemy, the Germans, and their agents the Jums and Akitas. Njikatile's prophecies that his water would make them bulletproof encouraged Africans to rebel against German rule. The course of the uprising it began in July 1905 when the Parago people of Kitop refused to pick cotton. This was followed by spontaneous revolts in many parts of southern Tanganyika. From the Rufiji area, the uprising spread to Uhunguru, Mehenga, and the Lukaleti and Kilambaro valleys. The rebellion thus united the Njindo, Mbuga, Pagoro, and Ngoni. On July 31, 1905 the Matumbi drove the hated Akitas and all foreigners away from their hills. Plantations, missions, administrative bomas, and Swahili shops were attacked and destroyed. All this took the Germans unawares. The Maji Maji uprising was unique because it brought together many tribes in a common rebellion. What bound all these people together was their belief in the power of traditional religion. A medicineman, Njikatile, living at Ngarambe, declared that by sprinkling people with water he could give them complete immunity against the German bullets and they would be able to drive away the foreigners from their land. His messengers carried the water throughout southern Tanganyika. Although the Germans were initially defeated, fresh reinforcements were rushed to the area to quell the revolt. The Africans, armed only with spears, bows and 183 arrows, were no match for the machine guns and rifles of the German soldiers. The water did not protect them from the bullets. The Africans confronted the Germans in a pitched battle, and they died in their hundreds. At the Battle of Umarica, the Ngoni suffered heavy casualties and some of their leaders got killed. On August 30, 1905, about 8,000 men of the Mbuga and Pagoro tribes, armed with spears, attacked Mahenge fort but suffered many casualties and failed to carry away the machine guns that they had captured. In the east, the Njindo fought a big guerrilla war until their leader, Dubalam Banda, was shot in January 1907. The Germans used the scorched earth policy, destroying anything they came across and leaving a trail of destruction behind them. Famine broke out and this greatly weakened the Africans. The last blow to the Maji Maji rebellion was the death of the Njindo leader who had, for a long time, engaged the German forces in guerrilla warfare. His death marked the end of the Maji Maji rebellion. TBA effects of Maji Maji all over the country. About 75,000 Africans died because of war and famine. There was a very serious famine which ushered in a period called Fuga Fuga, during which the Africans resorted to eating insects. Very many villages were devastated as a result of the scorched earth policy pursued by the Germans. The rebellion led to destruction and the disruption of agricultural life among the people in southern Tanganyika. It taught Africans a lesson. They realized that it was futile to fight and that peaceful means should be sought to solve their problems. It led to terrible human suffering as many orphans were left behind without anybody to care for them. 184. Go Ogle, original from University of Michigan. Badly shaken by the revolt, the German government had to reconsider its attitude towards the local people. The Germans realized that Africans had the capacity to think, contrary to the racial prejudices of that time. A new governor was appointed to replace Wisman. His name was Reichenberg and he was meant to see to it that no revolt occurred again. The use of corporal punishment was abolished. The settlers' demand for forced labor was curbed. Africans were encouraged, in less coercive ways, to grow cash crops. The officers or akitas who had misbehaved were demoted or sacked. Africans also learned that organized leadership was necessary in any campaign against oppressive rule. Forced labor was abolished. Revision 24:1, A. B. 2, A. B. 3, A. B. How did the Germans administer Tanganyika up to 1914? What changes did the British introduce in their administration after the Germans up to 1939? Explain the Anglo-German conflicts in East Africa between 1886 and 1890. How were these conflicts solved by 1890? Why did the Maji Maji uprising occur? Describe the cause of the struggle with the colonizers. C. What were the effects of the uprising? 185. 4. Describe the German system of administration of Tanganyika between 1919 and 1939. 5. A. How did Germany gain control of Tanganyika between 1884 and 1890? B. Describe the German system of administration in Tanganyika before 1914. 186. 25. The First World War and its effects. The First World War began in August 1914 between Germany and Austria and their allies on one side, and Britain, France, Russia, and their allies on the other. This war was a struggle to control Europe, but in the end it spread all over the world. Since Britain, France, and Germany were the leading colonial powers, fighting also took place in their colonies. In 1917, America joined the war, fighting against the German side. Britain hoped that their colonies would remain neutral and troops would only be sent if Germany attacked British territories. However, the Germans knew of Britain's plans and decided to cause trouble in Britain's overseas territories. At the beginning of the war, the German army in East Africa consisted of about 2,750 soldiers while Britain had 4,250 soldiers. German civilians quickly joined the army and Britain recruited many Africans into its army. Soon the British army outnumbered the German army by almost 2:1. How the war was fought in East Africa. The British Navy attacked Dar es Salaam and Tanga. The German army led by General Leto von Vorbeck, moved into the Kilimanjaro area to attack the Uganda Railway. When fresh British troops arrived from India, the British mounted an attack on Tanga but were repulsed. In 1915 attacks were made on German posts round Lake Victoria. It is worth noting that the British had complete control over the coastal waters and they stopped supplies from reaching the Germans. General J.C. Smuts came from South Africa and forced the Germans out of the mountain area to the River Review region. Although the Germans were sickly and hungry, they would not surrender. Yet more and more British-led troops kept 187 coming in to try and drive the Germans out of East Africa. General Edward Northey came from Rhodesia. The Belgian army, on the other hand, occupied Rwanda. Throughout 1917, the Germans engaged in many battles against their enemies, but at the end of that year, they were forced out of East Africa. Thereafter General Leto von Vorbeck invaded Mozambique and northern Rhodesia. The First World War was brought to an end in 1918 when the Germans and their allies surrendered to Britain. Effects of the First World War in East Africa. The war, which lasted from 1914 to 1918, had far-reaching economic, political, and social effects on the peoples of East Africa. The war completely devastated the economies of East Africa. Furthermore, European farms and plantations were abandoned and neglected. In many areas, African farms suffered equally badly. Consequently, there was serious famine. Very many people suffered from diseases such as influenza. Large numbers of troops, on both sides, were killed or wounded. The majority of these were Africans. The war also ended the impression among Africans that the Europeans were neither vulnerable to bullets nor cowards. Germany was forced to surrender all her overseas territories to the League of Nations. The nations responsible for the mandated territories were instructed to pay attention to the economic, social, and moral welfare of the inhabitants and to submit annual progress reports. 188. German East Africa was taken over by the British and it was renamed Tanganyika in 1920. In 1929 Sir Horace Beate became governor of Tanganyika and a four-member executive council was set up to advise him. The German plantations were taken over by British settlers. 189. 26. Economic and social development of Tanganyika, 1900 to 1963. The economic development of Tanganyika took off in 1900 when many settlers came to the country to open plantations. They were helped by a steady supply of forced labor. This enabled the government to develop both African cash crop farming and settler agriculture. In 1902, the government founded a biological and agricultural college. Experiments were done on soils, crops, fertilizers, and plant diseases. In the same year, the settlers started commercial farming in the Dar es Salaam area. The settlers also embarked on cotton growing around Yozokoma. In 1905, the government set up a center in Bangaria in the Rufiji Valley to show Africans how to grow cotton. Africans were also encouraged to grow coconuts. Sisal growing was left to the settlers. Sisal was imported from Florida in 1892 and fortunately the climate and the soil of Tanganyika proved ideal for it. Sisal production was stimulated by the rise in world sisal prices. By 1906 Sisal was earning Tanganyika 1,268,000 marks annually, and by 1912 it was earning 7,359,000 marks. Coffee growing was started in Uzambara in the 1890s but it did not do well owing to poor soil conditions. Around 1912, the settlers and Africans started growing coffee in the Bukoba and Kilimanjaro areas. Though there was a lot of resistance to cotton, by 1914, it was being grown successfully by the Wasukuma in Mwanza and in parts of the Rufiji Valley. The growing of rubber trees was encouraged in Morogoro and Tanga districts but this was abandoned when the world price fell drastically in 1913. 190. Go Ugle original from University of Michigan. Export and trade. If the First World War had not displaced the Germans, Tanganyika would have developed at a faster rate than either Kenya or Uganda. According to the Germans, a vast country like Tanganyika with such abundant natural resources, could not be economically beneficial to Germany without the existence of an elaborate network of roads and railways. The first railway to be built in Tanganyika ran from Tanga to Moshi. Its construction started at Tanga in 1893, it reached Mambo in 1905, and it was extended to Moshi in 1912. This line was of great importance to the settlers in Uzumbara because it enabled them to transport their products to Tanga. The Central Railway line was started at Dar-es-Salaam in 1905, it reached Tabora in 1912, and it was extended to Kigoma in 1914. New areas for agriculture were therefore opened up around Morogoro and Tabora where sisal production yielded a lot of profit for the farmers. The Indians were then encouraged to move into Tanganyika to engage in trade. The largest of the Indian concerns was that of Ali Dina Visram. Development of education and towns up to 1914. Educational work was taken up by the missionaries who built many schools. By 1914, the missionaries had set up 1,832 schools. But the German government also set up schools, and by the time the British took over Tanganyika, there were 83 academic and 6 technical schools. Unfortunately, the outbreak of World War I halted educational progress in Tanganyika. The Germans were great town builders. The towns were administrative, military, and cultural centers. Dar-es-Salaam became the capital of Tanganyika. Around 1889, Dar-es-Salaam was a small Arab town with only 350 people, but by 1905 it had become a well-planned port with wide streets, stone buildings, and 24,000 inhabitants. Since the Germans believed that the sudden abolition of slave trade would disrupt the traditional economic patterns, they stopped it gradually. When the British took over Tanganyika, the slave trade had already been abolished. 191. Before 1945. Sir Horace Piatt, the first British governor to be appointed after the departure of the Germans from Tanganyika, was pro-African. He discouraged the settlers from coming to Tanganyika in very large numbers. Furthermore, the Land Ordinance of 1923 strictly regulated land allocation to the white settlers. They could only acquire land on a leasehold basis. Otherwise, the land which the Germans had acquired before the First World War was given to Africans. When Cameron took over the administration of Tanganyika from Piatt, he encouraged the Europeans to farm in the territory as an example to African farmers. The production of cash crops went up rapidly and sisal output increased from 20,834 tons in 1913 to 45,828 tons in 1929. Coffee production also increased from 1,059 tons in 1913 to 10,000 tons in 1928. All these increases in the production of cash crops were mainly due to improvements in transport. A rail link between Tabora and Mwanza was completed in 1928 and another from Moshi to Arusha the following year. Gold was discovered in Mwanza and Musoma districts and its production increased steadily. Gold became one of the most important exports of the country. It is worth noting that the economy of Tanganyika improved a lot in the 1920s. British grants in aid to Tanganyika rose from £408, 109 in 1922 to £3,085,891 in 1926. By 1926, Tanganyika had a balanced budget, so it did not need any financial assistance from outside. Increased agricultural production enabled people to meet their tax obligations. In 1930 the collection of both hut and poll taxes amounted to £750,000. In addition to this, a duty tax was imposed on certain imports. Tanganyika was already forging ahead when it was hit hard by the economic depression of 1929–33. The World Depression was caused by a serious economic crisis in America. In the 1920s almost all countries in the world relied on America for financial help, but, in 1929, there was an economic crisis which led to the collapse of world trade. This collapse was termed the Great Depression. It lasted until 1933. The countries 192 which suffered most during the Depression were those whose economies depended on the sale of raw materials. The Depression brought about a slump in Tanganyika's exports, and this seriously affected the farmers, especially plantation owners. In order to offset the effects of this economic depression, the government encouraged more immigrants and advised farmers to grow more food. With food available in sufficient quantities, Tanganyika managed to go through the depression. By 1933, the budget was balancing once again. Tea and sugar had been tried and they had proved successful. To speed up recovery, new land was made available for the settlers. In 1938, a labor advisory board was set up to handle complaints by workers on the settlers' farms about poor pay. Unfortunately, World War II interrupted Tanganyika's economic development, which, however, resumed immediately after the war in 1945. After 1945. After the Second World War, Tanganyika, like other British colonies such as Uganda and Kenya, started to develop industries. The processing industries were most important at that time. Tanganyika processed tobacco in Dar es Salaam to make cigarettes. Cotton processing industries were also put up at Mwanza and Dar es Salaam. Clothes were manufactured from the cotton in Mwanza and Dar es Salaam. Sugar factories were set up in Arusha and Chini, south of Moshi, and at Chamilil and Muharani. In addition to the above industries, Tanganyika also manufactured soap and margarine out of cotton seeds. Wheat, maize, and rice were grown in many places, and industries were also set up to process those cereals. The tourist industry was also started. Tanganyika possessed some natural attractions. In 1948, the East African Tourist Association requested the British Overseas Airways Corporation, BOAC, to bring tourists to East Africa, including Tanganyika. By the time it got its independence, Tanganyika 193 was quite sound economically. A national bank was established to handle financial transactions and to provide credit to traders and upcoming industrialists. Education before 1945. As we have already seen, by 1914 education in Tanganyika was already making progress. In 1920, the British government appointed a director of education, and by 1928 many schools had been established. Many of the schools were established in 8 provinces out of the 11 in the territory. The work of the director brought a lot of improvement. In 1934 about 2 types of schools were already in existence in Tanganyika. These were elementary schools and middle schools. Elementary schools, these consisted of a. Mission schools, which usually had untrained staff and concentrated on the teaching of religion, b. Government village schools staffed by teacher-employee of the Department of Education, and c. Mission schools which were aided by the government. These schools employed trained teachers and they taught the government syllabus. In all these schools Kiswahili was the medium of instruction. Middle schools, the middle schools were government-owned. English was the medium of communication and instruction. The Education Department prepared terminal examinations at the end of Standard 5 and awarded certificates. Secondary education was not provided at that time. Education after 1945. Little was done to improve the system of education before Tanganyika gained independence in 1961. Immediately Tanganyika gained independence, the education system VES 194 transformed. A single system of government schools was put in place to replace the old one. Local authorities were given the responsibility for primary schools. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Education was empowered to set up boards of governors for post-primary institutions. The ministry was also empowered to revise the rules concerning grants in aid, to register teachers and to approve the owners and managers of schools. The establishment of the single system of education had an immediate effect on the educational standards in Tanganyika. The number of higher school certificate candidates increased from 168 in 1961 to 624 in 1964, and the number of school certificate candidates increased from 1398 in 1961 to 3955 in 1964. Furthermore, teacher training colleges were set up to absorb post-primary school graduates. The primary course was extended from 4 years to 8 years. A technical school was set up in Dar es Salaam and additional technical facilities were made available. All schools were meant to admit students without any discrimination on the basis of sex, color, or race. In all the schools, English was encouraged as the medium of instruction. Revisions 25 and 26 1, A. B. 2, A. B. 3, A. Why was East Africa involved in World War XI? What were the effects of the war on the peoples of East Africa? How did East Africa get involved in World War XI? What were the effects of this war on East Africa? Describe the development of cash crops in Tanganyika between 1900–1945. B. What were the effects of this development on Tanganyika? 4. Describe the development of education in Tanganyika during the colonial period. 5. Describe the development of A. Agriculture and B. Communications in Tanganyika from the end of World War I up to the country's independence. 196. 27. Economic and social development of Uganda, 1900–63. Economic development in Uganda before 1920. The British colonialists, like the Germans, wanted their colonies to pay for their administration. In order to do so, it was important to develop agriculture to generate money and increase tax revenues. Since Uganda's economy was basically subsistence, small-scale farmers were the cornerstone of agricultural development. When Uganda was declared a British protectorate in 1894, efforts were made to tap Uganda's economic potential. By 1900, the economy of Uganda was still dependent on the export of ivory, hides and chilies. The only way to diversify the economy, so as to reduce the burden on the British taxpayers who shouldered colonialist administrative costs, was to introduce cash crops in Uganda. Therefore, the main task of British colonial authorities in Uganda was to convince the farmers to adopt new methods of farming and to grow the new crops. A scientific and forestry department was set up to help the farmers. People were encouraged to plant trial crops such as coffee, wheat, sugar cane, ground nuts, rubber, chilies, tea, cotton, vanilla, and cocoa. Initially, however, it was only cotton which proved successful as a cash crop. Cotton was already growing wild in Uganda. But it was introduced as a commercial crop in 1904 by K. Borup of the Uganda Company. Cotton seeds were distributed in Buganda, Buzaga, Ankole, and Bunyoro. The crop became very important and, just 3 years after the distribution of the seeds, its export revenue had risen to £52,000. By that time, it had become the leading export of the country. Eastern Uganda quickly overtook Buganda as the leading producer of cotton in the country. The cotton seeds supplied for planting were, however, of many different types. This was a problem to the farmers as the different varieties of seed yielded cotton of variable quality. When the 1908 Cotton Ordinance was passed, it gave the governor a wide range of powers to standardize the quality of cotton in Uganda. He ordered the destruction of all cotton seeds except the American upland type, which yielded very high quality cotton. Another problem that the farmers faced was ginning their cotton. This was solved by the 1908 Cotton Ordinance. The governor banned hand ginning in order to ensure the production of clean and properly graded cotton. 3 important ginneries were opened to handle all the cotton in Uganda. The production of cotton on a small scale was seen as profitable to both the individual farmers in Uganda as well as to the protectorate. Other crops which were tried out were coffee, simsim, rubber, sugar cane, and ground nuts. Coffee proved to be very successful. By 1914, there were about 130 coffee plantations in Uganda. In Bugisu the Arabica type was grown on Mount Elgon. To tackle the problem of transport, Sir Hesketh Bell encouraged the importation of vehicles and bicycles. He also embarked on an extensive program of road building, including all-weather roads, to link the main centers of southern Uganda. However, there was not enough money to finish the construction of roads. Many areas were still unconnected and the ox cart and head porterage remained the only means of transport. Still, compared to Kenya and Tanzania, Uganda had the best roads by 1912. A rail link was built between Kampala and Port Bell on Lake Victoria. Another railway line was started further east. This was the Jinjia-Namasagali line, which was built to serve the cotton growers of Buzaga. All imports and exports at that time had to cross Lake Victoria by steamer to Kisumu. Trading centers grew rapidly around local and central headquarters of colonial administration and around communication lines. The centers gradually developed into towns. Sir Hesketh Bell. Health. The Asians, whose traditional occupation is trade, opened shops in many trading centers in Uganda. Prominent among them was Ali Dina Visram. He was the first Indian to open a shop in Kampala. Within a short time, he had set up a soda factory, a cotton ginnery, workshops and mills. The Indians controlled trade in Uganda. They bought produce from the Africans, lent money, and imported the goods needed by the Europeans as well as the Africans. Before the First World War, people in Uganda died in large numbers from sleeping sickness, mainly around the Lake Victoria area. The disease was traced to the tsetse fly. Immediately, an order was issued to the people living around the tsetse fly breeding grounds near Lake Victoria to evacuate the area. With the help of Sir Apollo Kagwe, people were resettled in tsetse fly-free areas and the death rate drastically declined. Other rampant diseases at this time were syphilis, smallpox, meningitis, and influenza. Although the colonialists had very limited funds at that time, their efforts saved many lives. Economic development before 1945. From 1920 to 1945, some economic development, especially in agriculture, was registered. The production of cotton and coffee continued to be based on peasant cultivation. Sugar was grown on a commercial basis only from around 1920 by Nanji Kalidas Mehta, one of the leading Indian entrepreneurs in Uganda. He acquired about 2,000 acres of land and set up a 199 plantation at Lugeza, in eastern Uganda. He also built a factory which produced refined sugar. Another sugar cane plantation was set up by Madvani at Kakara near Jinjia. Sugar production picked up quickly since it had a ready market within the country. Tea and tobacco production started in the 1930s, but they were grown on small areas of land. The Africans took the production of these crops seriously and, by 1945, tobacco had become the third major export from Uganda. Minerals were also explored, and in 1925 copper proved to be of great importance. A development commission was set up in 1920 and it recommended that plantation agriculture by settlers be encouraged. The commission also wanted Africans discouraged from growing cotton so that they could provide labor on the European plantations, but the Colonial Office rejected that recommendation. The Great Depression of 1929–33 also affected Uganda. Its exports fell from £4 million to £2 million in 1930 and the country became indebted to the tune of £230,000. But by 1936, the country had recovered. From the financial point of view, an African farmer in Uganda was better off than his counterparts in Kenya and Tanzania. He was able to educate his children, and to buy the necessities of life. Commerce and trade were mainly in the hands of Indians and Europeans. These middlemen deliberately fixed very low prices for African crops. They routinely ignored complaints from the farmers. Improvements in transport and communications continued. By 1932, there were 2,900 kilometers of good main roads in Uganda. In 1931, a branch line of the Uganda Railway was constructed from Tororo to Saratai Viambal. In the same year, a new railway track from Jinjia to Kampala across the River Nile was opened. Later in 1948, a line was constructed from Kampala to the western part of Uganda. Between 1946 and 1963, there was a great increase in the demand for Ugandan products after the Second World War. In 1956, the Western 200 railway line was extended to Kilimbe. A long northern line was built from Saratai to Gilu and on to Pakwak. Tarmacking of some of the major roads was also in progress. The Uganda Development Corporation was formed to finance new projects and also to encourage tourists. In 1953, the corporation joined the Commonwealth Development Corporation to finance the Ilimbe copper mines. A hydroelectric power station was opened at the Owen Falls Dam in 1954. This encouraged the growth of industries set up by local businessmen and foreign companies. Industrial products included cigarettes, cloth, blankets, soft drinks, cement, beer, frozen fish, shoes, and matches. By 1962, Uganda had made much progress economically, with exports worth about £39,200,000. The government worked very hard to diversify the economy by establishing industries, especially in Kampala and Jinjia, and encouraging peasants to grow a variety of crops. Education. In Uganda, formal education was first introduced by the Arabs to spread Islam, their religion. They set up Quranic schools. Later, the missionaries introduced Western education. The colonial government did not interfere in the education imparted to the Africans until 1922. Bishop Tucker was one of the prominent missionaries who pioneered the development of education in Uganda. In 1893, he opened a training college at Mukino for Anglican Protestants. The first schools were meant for the sons of chiefs, although some children of ordinary people were also enrolled in Catholic-run schools. Until the 1920s, all the schools in Uganda were owned and run by Catholic and Anglican missionaries. Namulyango School was opened in 1902 by the Mill Hill Fathers. By 1902 the White Rulers had opened about 23 primary schools in their missions in Uganda. Mengo High School was opened by the Church Missionary Society in 1903. This was followed by Budo in 1906, then Kisubi and 201 Gaza. All these schools emphasized the teaching of Bible knowledge, the reading of English books, geography, and mathematics. Before 1922, the government only gave small grants to the mission schools. Under Governor Jeffrey Archer, 1922-25, the colonial government started to take the lead in education. In 1922, a technical school was opened at Makerere. Later it became a technical training school. Grants to mission schools greatly increased from 1923 onwards. However, the mission schools had a number of weaknesses. The kind of education provided at the mission schools was more literary than practical, and the educational activities conducted there were not at all relevant to African needs. Agricultural education was ignored despite the agricultural skills needed to exploit Uganda's great agricultural potential. Alexander Mackay had embarked on industrial training, but this was ignored by the mission schools. Hygiene, health, and animal husbandry were not taught either. There was lack of trained teachers. The subgrade teachers provided inadequate and substandard instruction. But the root cause of all the above weaknesses lay in the fact that the protectorate government had not established a Department of Education. However, in 1923, the Duke of Devonshire, the then colonial secretary, set up an advisory committee on native education in British tropical Africa under Phelps-Stokes. Phelps-Stokes Commission. This commission did a commendable job in Uganda. Their work soon altered the education system, which hitherto had predominantly been run by the missionaries. They commended the missionaries for the good work done despite 202. The fact that they had very limited funds. The Commission made the following recommendations: I. the appointment of a Director of Education to conduct a careful and systematic survey of the existing organizations and their methods and to supervise the school system all over the country. 2. The Advisory Board, which had been appointed some years before, should represent government missions, settlers, and the native people. 3. The government should increase financial support to education, and the Department of Education and the Advisory Board guarantee effective use of such support. 4. The government should supervise and administer schools through the Director of Education, inspectors, and the Advisory Board. V. Agriculture, physical science, nature study, health, and industrial training should be included in the school curriculum. 6. English should be used as a lingua franca for Uganda besides Luganda. 7. The schools in Uganda should be renamed and the standards of Budo, Namulyango, and Kisubi should be improved to enable their students to satisfy the entry requirements for Makerere Technical School or for theological colleges. The government implemented the recommendations of the Phelps-Stokes Commission to improve the education system in Uganda. A Director of Education was appointed in 1924. He was Eric Hussey, who had been working in Sudan. He found that the village mission schools were many but poorly staffed. The government could not fund them all owing to lack of funds. He therefore selected only 50 schools to be funded and managed by government, even though they still belonged to the missionaries. Hussey also established provincial and district education boards. All these boards were chaired by administrative officers. 203. Hussey started many technical schools. From the outset, Makerere offered a medical course in 1922. In 1926, a junior secondary teacher's course was also introduced. In 1928, Malago was already a big hospital with a medical school, and the first medical assistants were trained there the same year. In 1927, Namulyango, Budo and Kisubi were turned into secondary schools. The first schoolmaster's class, Makerere University, 1925–1927. Education between 1930 and 1945. The number of schools increased tremendously in this period. Buzaga College was opened in 1909 but was transferred to Mwairi in 1933. That same year, Makerere launched a course leading to the Cambridge School Certificate. In 1935, 5 out of 6 students passed the Cambridge School Certificate examination. In 1936, the Advisory Board requested that every district board had to have at least one woman member. Many junior secondary schools were upgraded to the Cambridge School Certificate standard and, in the same year, a woman Director of Education was appointed. Sir Philip Mitchell, the Governor of Uganda between 1935 and 1940, was keen on the development of higher education. 204. Makerere was promoted to a full university college in 1950, and in 1961 it ceased to be a university college but gained the full autonomous status of a university. In order to meet the enrollment needs of Makerere College, many vocational schools were converted to secondary schools, and the school enrollment rose from 226 in 1935 to 1335 in 1939. The number of full primary schools also rose from 23 to 78 in the same period. Between 1945 and 1962 educational progress was slow in Uganda from 1945 to 1962. Dr. Worthington, who was an administrator, drew up a THIRD program whose aim was to increase economic production rather than expand social services. However, A.B. Cohen, who succeeded Worthington, knew that economic development without political and social advancement was impossible. He therefore appointed a commission of inquiry under de Bunsen, the principal of Makerere, to investigate the state of education in the country and submit proposals for its future organization and development. The de Bunsen recommendations were adopted and used until 1962, when Uganda achieved its independence. Malserere University Main Hall. 205. 28. Economic and social development of Kenya, 1900 to 1963. Kenya was declared a British protectorate in July 1895, partly because the British wanted to secure a safe route to Uganda. The construction of the Uganda Railway was therefore a turning point in the economic development of Kenya. The Asians who participated in the construction of the railway stayed on and, as traders, they played a crucial role in the economic development of the colony. In 1902, Sir Charles Elliot, the British commissioner, was given powers by the Crown Land Ordinance to sell, grant or to lease unoccupied land. This scheme greatly increased the number of white settlers in Kenya. African farming was encouraged. Nyanza was considered a suitable area for cotton production, but when the crop was introduced there in 1906, it failed. The Africans continued with the production of simsim, ground nuts, and maize. The export of those crops increased between 1907 and 1914. By 1919, the Africans were producing more of the crops than the white settlers. The settlers had a very hard life at the beginning. Clearing bushes was an uphill task because labor was scarce since the Africans were contented with their subsistence way of life. They also had to discover the right crops to grow through trial and error. However, the white settlers soon made an important contribution towards the economic development of Kenya. They conducted experiments on wheat and other crops like potatoes, which became very important in the colony. They set up large-scale farms on which a large number of Africans were employed. 206. Through their experiments, they introduced scientific stock rearing. This was done on Lord Delamere's Equator Ranch at Njoro. These experiments encouraged the government to set up an experimental stock farm at Naivasha. Coffee, which was introduced in Kenya by the Roman Catholic missionaries near Nairobi in 1899, was first grown on a large scale by the white settlers. Farmers quickly established new coffee plantations when the world price of coffee rose in 1910. By 1920, coffee had become the protectorate's most important export crop. Economic development QF Kenya between 1920 and 1945. Kenya was seriously hit by the economic slump of 1920-21. This slump came after the First World War. The government of Kenya responded to the situation by encouraging maize growing. It also passed a law prohibiting the importation of wheat, meat, and dairy products into Kenya. This law increased demand for those products within the country. Railway freight charges were also cut to facilitate the transportation and sale of farmers' products. The economy of Kenya then picked up and prospered greatly between 1922 to 29. National revenue rose from £1.64 million in 1922 to £3.33 million in 1929. Within that period, the expenditure on public works increased from £206,000 to £520,000. During the same period, the railway network was extended from Nakuru to Eldoret and Kitale to serve fertile farming areas. A westward line was extended from Eldoret to Uganda. Other extensions were built to Nyeri, Nanyuki, Thompson's Falls and Sola, and the line from Voi to Taveta was improved. The Kenya Highlands were therefore well served with a railway transport network. In addition, deep water berths were constructed at Mombasa Harbour. 207. The economic depression of 1929-33 hurt the farmers badly. They lost money when the value of produce fell. The areas under cultivation dropped from 644,000 acres in 1930 to 502,000 acres in 1936. The depression also led to a sharp decline in revenue for a government which was already heavily indebted. Kenya remained a predominantly agricultural country with agro-based industries up to 1945. The exploitation of soda, gold deposits and forests did not increase. The Second World War, which broke out in 1939, created a new political consciousness among the Kenyans, which led eventually to the attainment of independence in 1963. Between 1945 and 1963. After the Second World War, the economy of Kenya picked up quite fast. Secondary industries grew. While most of them were agricultural processing industries, there were a growing number of manufacturing industries producing consumer goods for everyday use. Kenya's market beyond its borders grew rapidly and, in 1954, the value of its exports to its neighbors exceeded £3 million. Agricultural production also increased tremendously. Butter, cheese, and milk were processed and marketed inside and outside the county by Kenya creameries. Meat was obtained from the uplands and flour, jam, soft drinks, and canned fruit from the Kenya Farmers Association. By 1963, Kenya was already producing corrugated iron sheets, as well as products such as blankets, buttons, prefabricated building materials, cooking pots, mugs, knives, bottles and matches. Education in Kenya. Education in Kenya was left in the hands of the missionaries who established about 40 main mission schools, in which the teaching of Bible knowledge was of paramount importance. A Department of Education was later established and the government started to direct its attention towards the education. 208. Of Africans in 1911. The first government school for Africans was opened in 1915. This was meant to train teachers and also to provide technical courses. The government paid grants to this school. A capitation grant of £5 per year per student for exams was maintained up to 1919. By the 1920s, the Africans were already rating education highly because they considered it a gateway to material wealth. They also looked at education as an opportunity to articulate grievances and to challenge settler domination. In the mission schools, the courses offered were purely academic and European in content. This changed when the Phelps-Stokes Commission of 1924 recommended that agricultural and practical courses be offered to Africans. This led to the opening of a Jeans school at Kabit for training supervisors for local schools in 1925. Kenya was divided into school areas and in each of the areas a separate educational system was set up for European, Asian, and African children. Government assisted and also licensed both private and government schools. In addition to these responsibilities, the government agreed to pay 4/5 of European staff salaries and 2/3 of the African staff salaries. It also agreed to meet half of the cost of building and equipping the schools as well as meeting the boarding and upkeep fees of students. In 1926, the main Protestant missions combined to found Alliance High School, which became the first secondary school for Africans in the country. The Holy Ghost Fathers also developed a school similar to Alliance High School at Kabet and the CMS built another one at Maseno. In 1931 an education ordinance set up school area committees. Subsequently, the Education Ordinance of 1934 introduced district education boards. These boards were manned by representatives of local native councils, government, and missions. The schools set up at this time included village, central and secondary schools. There were also some few industrial schools and teacher training colleges. Secondary schools were opened in Maseno and Yala in 1938 and 1939 respectively. 209. Education between 1945 and 1963. After the Second World War, primary education was left in the hands of local councils. Teachers, both in grant-aided and in government schools, received the same salaries. When secondary schools expanded after the war, a committee was set up to examine and report on the curriculum scope, content as well as the teaching methods used in the African education system. The committee recommended that, the district education boards should be responsible for primary and intermediate education, but the grants should come from the central government. 2,000 primary schools should be set up in Kenya by 1961. 3. A unified teaching service should be set up and the education department should be adequately staffed. 4. Grades should be set for teachers. A student had to hold a school certificate in order to take a diploma in education. In 1963, the Royal College of Nairobi became a university college and together with Makerere and Dar es Salaam constituted the University of East Africa. Revision 27 and 28:1. A. Describe the development of cash crops in Uganda between 1900 and 1963. B. What were the effects of this development on Tanganyika? 2. Describe the development of education in Uganda during the colonial period. 3. Describe the development and communication between 1900 and 1962 in Uganda. 4. A. Explain the developments in education in Uganda during the period 1900 to 1920. B. Why did the government become interested in controlling education after 1920? 210. 5. A. Describe the development of cash crops in Kenya between 1900 and 1945. B. What were the effects of this development for Kenya? 6. Describe the development of education in Kenya during the colonial period. 7. Describe the development of communication between 1900 and 1960 in Kenya. 8. A. Why did Kenya develop as a settler colony? B. Why did the settlers send a combined Asian and European delegation to the colonial secretary in 1923? 211. 29. Uganda's constitutional development, 1906 to 1963. The constitutional development of Uganda owes a lot to the motives behind the partition of East Africa by the British. One of those motives was to exploit the natural resources of Uganda. Since the motives were more economic than political, constitutional development in Uganda was slower than in Kenya and Tanganyika. Constitutional development in Uganda started in 1900 when the Buganda Agreement was signed. According to an order in Council of 1902, Uganda was to be governed by a commissioner. This was however changed in 1907 when the title of commissioner was replaced with governor. At the request of the European settlers in Uganda, a legislative council was established by Sir Robert Clarendon in 1919. The Legislative Council, LECO, consisted of the governor, 4 official and 3 unofficial members, 2 Europeans and 1 Asian. But the Asians continued to agitate for equal representation, until it was granted in 1933. Africans were not directly represented in the council and Buganda made it clear that it had no interest in that institution. Sir Philip Mitchell, the governor of Uganda between 1935 and 1940, attempted to enlarge the council to include all the various interest groups in Uganda but failed. The outbreak of the Second World War brought constitutional development in Uganda to a halt. Immediately after the Second World War, there was a constitution. Crisis in Uganda. There were no political parties and the Baganda felt that there was no need for a legislative council. Yet they felt that they were not fairly represented in the Lukako and they also suspected that 212. Attainment of independence would take a very long time. There were therefore many riots in the 1940s. Economic and political discontent increased considerably in Buganda in the 1940s. People wanted more participation in the direction of their affairs through more representation in the Lukako. Such discontent found an outlet in the Buganda riots of 1945 and the assassination of Buganda Prime Minister Nsabirwe. Riots engineered by Uganda African Farmers Association occurred in 1949. These were better organized and more complex. The Africans demanded that they should be allowed to market their crops themselves instead of through the European and Indian middlemen. They also demanded that the Kabaka should democratize the Lukako by increasing the representative side to 60 members. This would cater for the interests of the common people. The Legislative Council was not as important in Uganda between 1941 and 1949 as it was in Kenya and Tanganyika. In order to speed up constitutional advancement in Uganda, the British government expanded the LECO to include other interest groups. In 1945, the first 3 Africans, mainly from Buganda, eastern and western Uganda were appointed to the LECO. The LUC.ICO continued to shun the LECO on the grounds that their participation would undermine the independent status of Buganda. In 1950, the members of the LECO were doubled to 16. Among them were 8 Africans. These included 2 from Buganda, one of whom was nominated by the Ayabeka. In 1952, Mr. A.C. Wallace surveyed local governments throughout the country and recommended some constitutional changes. These recommendations were accepted as a basis for future policy. The implementation of the recommendations led to the exile of the Quebecois in November 1953. This was referred to as the Quebecois Crisis. It also led to the review of the Buganda Agreement in 1954. The review of the Buganda Agreement was done by Sir Keith Hancock and the Baganda leaders. Hancock was a constitutional expert from England. He held several meetings for over a year with the Baganda leaders in order to end the Quebecois crisis. Under the 1955 213 agreement, which amended that of 1900, Buganda accepted the following conditions. Quebecois Mutsayu. I. The Quebecois became a constitutional monarch with executive powers vested in the Prime Minister, Kadikiro. 2. All the ministers in the Quebecois government had to be appointed with the approval of the Governor of Uganda. 3. Closer union would only be implemented with popular support from the people. 4. Buganda was to remain part of Uganda. V. Mutsa II could only return if the Lukako invited him back. 6. Constitutional changes were not to be effected until several years had elapsed. 7. The Lukako members were to be elected by the county councils. Meanwhile, in 1954, membership in the LETCO was increased to 56. The following year African membership was increased to 30. The crossbench system was abolished and some of the members sat on the government side of the House. This side had 10 official members, 5 ministers, 2 parliamentary secretaries, 13 backbenchers, 7 of whom were Africans. On the representative side there were 18 Africans, 6 Europeans, and 6 Asians. In 1958, there was a proposal for a speaker to replace the governor and also some unofficial 214 members to be elected from all regions except Karamoja. This annoyed the Lukako and they claimed that this proposal was an abrogation of the Buganda Agreement, which stipulated that there should be no constitutional change for 7 years. 215. 30. Uganda's political development, 1906 to 1962. After the signing of the 1900 Buganda Agreement and the subsequent signing of agreements with Toro, Ankole, and Bunyoro, British rule was gradually extended to other parts of the country. By 1902 the areas west of the Rift Valley had become part of Kenya. In 1912, West Nile was transferred from Sudan to Uganda. In 1911, the Toro-Ankole border was demarcated. Turkana district was transferred from Uganda to Kenya in 1926. Thus, the present borders of Uganda were finally fixed. Entebbe became the administrative headquarters of Uganda while Kampala became the commercial center. After the Second World War, Uganda began to experience the influence of nationalist movements and opposition to European colonialism. Unlike Kenya and Tanganyika, from 1906 to 1945 Uganda was in a state of political slumber. The delay in the formation of political parties in Uganda has been attributed to the system of indirect rule, which allowed Ugandan Africans to participate in their own local governance and seemingly rendered British colonialism less oppressive than in Kenya, for example. The absence of large-scale European settlement, unlike the situation then obtaining in Kenya. The lack of countrywide common interests and grievances, which meant that political groups like the Bataka were more interested in local issues than in a truly mass nationalist movement. However, after the Second World War, Uganda woke up from its political slumber. Nationalist movements were 216 formed and they started participating in the affairs of the country. Reasons for nationalist movements in Uganda: a big number of Ugandans participated in the Second World War. During the course of the war, the Ugandan soldiers observed a number of things. They observed, for instance, that even the whites could die like people of other races, they could also be cowards, and that they were not respected in other lands. All these broadened their knowledge and created a desire for independence. At this time, Uganda's educated elite from Makerere and other institutions of higher learning were becoming politically conscious. Other Ugandans had studied overseas in America and Europe. All those people were opposed to colonial rule. The Allied countries which won the war promised, through the Atlantic Charter, freedom to all countries after the war. Those Ugandans who were politically aware expected their freedom. This expectation was further fueled when India, Pakistan, Ceylon, and Burma attained independence. The new superpowers, the USA and the Soviet Union, were opposed to the continuation of formal European colonialism, and this encouraged the Africans to agitate for independence. The founding of the United Nations organization and its subsequent denunciation of colonialism motivated the Africans. The triumph of communism in Europe encouraged the African nationalist movements to demand freedom. Because of the above reasons, the Ugandan elite started to transcend regional differences in order to organize an effective nationalist movement, not in terms of regions, for this would 217 not be helpful. For this purpose, they formed political parties to articulate African grievances against colonialism and to struggle for independence. The development of political parties in Uganda. The first national African political party to be formed in Uganda was the Uganda National Congress, UNC. It was for LLED in 1952 by Mr. Ignatius Muzazi. He had been a leader of the Federation of Uganda African Farmers. This organization had taken part in the riots of 1945 and 1949 in Buganda against the Asian monopoly over cotton and coffee processing and marketing. Aims of the Uganda National Congress: I. The creation of a multiracial welfare society under a strong, stable, and unified government. 2. Upholding the dignity and prestige of hereditary rulers in Uganda. 3. The planning of a strong economic system in order to raise the standard of living of Ugandans. 4. Stopping the exploitation of man by upholding uncompromisingly the principles of democracy. V. The use of constitutional means to attain independence. However, right from the beginning, this party faced a great deal of hostility from the Baganda, who thought that the formation of the party was an attempt to undermine the influence of their kingdom. This party was dominated by the Protestant old boys of Budo, and as a result, it did not appeal to the Catholics. Besides, since it was a predominantly Buganda-based and led party, its support outside Buganda was limited. The UNC strongly opposed the deportation and exile of the Kabaka in 1953, and it sent a deputation to London to negotiate the release of the Kabaka. In 1955, some members of UNC broke away and formed the Progressive Party. This party, 218, was led by E.K. Mullera. It was dominated by Protestants, prosperous farmers, and African businessmen, but by 1958, it had become as weak as UNC. In 1956, the Democratic Party was founded by Mateo Mugwanya, a former Buganda Chief Justice. DP was largely a Catholic party. The leadership of the party was later taken over by Benedicto Kiwanuka, a lawyer. Meanwhile, the Protectorate organized the first direct elections in Uganda in 1958. Only people with property worth at least £1,000 were qualified to vote. The Baganda and Bagisu boycotted the elections, while Ankole indirectly elected its members to the LEDCO. The governor nominated the Bagisu and Ankole representatives. After the election, another party was formed. This was the Uganda People's Union. The party had anti-Buganda sentiments. Although it was the first political party to be led by non-Baganda, this party was confined to the Legislative Council. The Wild Committee, this was a constitutional committee. In 1958, government appointed J.V. Wild to head a committee to plan the organization of the 1961 elections. The members of the Wild Committee, after moving round the country, recommended the following: A. That the eligibility to vote should be as wide as possible. B. That the majority of seats be open to elections on a common roll, and C. That the number of official members be as small as possible. The above recommendations were adopted by the Protectorate government, but the Buganda strongly denounced them and said it would not take part in the elections of 1961. Meanwhile, the Uganda People's Union, UPU, decided to combine with another splinter group of UNC led by A.M. Abbott to form the Uganda People's Congress. Abbott became the leader of the new party. 219. A.M. Abbott, left, and Jomo Kenyatta. 1961 elections. During the elections, DP won 43 seats and UPC won 35. Ben Kiwanuka therefore became leader of the Legislative Council and Abbott headed the opposition. This was disappointing to the Buganda Lukako. Consequently, on 31st December 1960, the Lukako declared Buganda independent. However, this unilateral declaration of Buganda's independence did not yield anything for the Lukako and Britain did not recognize it. The Lukako now resorted to campaigning for a federal constitution. In September 1961, a constitutional conference was organized in London. All political groups in the Protectorate as well as those from the Quebec's government were represented. They recommended that, a. the leader of government should be called the Prime Minister. b. the Prime Minister should be the executive head of the country, advised by ministers and answerable to the National Assembly. 220. Benedicto Kiwanuka. c. Buganda would remain an integral part of Uganda. d. Buganda would enjoy a federal relationship with the rest of the country and would send 21 members, elected by the Lukako, to the National Assembly. e. The Buganda government would control most internal affairs, including justice. f. The rulers of Toro, Ankole, and Bunyoro would be granted limited federal powers. g. The National Assembly would consist of 82 elected and 9 specially appointed members, and a two-thirds majority would be required to make any constitutional amendments, and the constitution of the kingdoms would not be altered without the kingdom's consent. As a result of the above, a group of neo-traditionalists calling itself Mwayogwe Gwanga emerged. In 1961, this group developed into a political movement, Kabeka Yeka, KY, which means king only. The main aim of the KY was to defend the position of the Kabeka. Having supported Buganda's demands at the London Constitutional Conference, UPC formed an alliance with the KY to fight the 1962 elections in Buganda and Uganda. On March 1, 1962, Uganda attained internal self-government with Ben Kiwanuka as its first prime minister. A general election was held in April 1962. This meant UPC and KY decided to form an alliance. DP won 22 seats, UPC 37 and KY 21 Buganda seats. UPC and KY thus defeated DP and formed a coalition government. Abbott therefore became the Prime Minister of Uganda when Uganda attained her independence on October 9, 1962. Mutsa II became the President. 221. 31. Tanganyika's constitutional development, 1918 to 1961. Tanganyika fell under German dominion in 1885. It remained a German colony until after the First World War when the British took over. Tanganyika was declared a Mandate territory of the League of Nations administered by Britain. After the war, the Germans put more emphasis on the economic development of Tanganyika than on constitutional development. Constitutional development only started in Tanganyika under British administration. Constitutional development, before 1945. After World War I, the British colonial administrative structure was put in place in Tanganyika. In this structure, the governor was the executive head of the country, assisted by an executive council. By 1920, this council comprised the governor, deputy governor/chief secretary, the attorney general, the treasurer, and the director of medical and sanitary services. Positive constitutional development in Tanganyika started during the tenure of Governor Sir Donald Cameron in 1925. He set up a legislative council, LETCO, in 1926. This council comprised ex officio members, 7 of whom were nominated and 2 of whom represented Asian interests. The Africans were not given any seats on this council, since according to Cameron, they were still politically immature. Cameron instituted indirect rule. He ruled through the local rulers, with little help from Iquitos. After the departure of Cameron, no constitutional changes took place because the future of Tanganyika was still uncertain. The British feared that the Germans might reassert their claim on the territory. It 222 was prudent to adopt a wait-and-see policy. The outbreak of the Second World War in 1939 froze what constitutional changes were in the pipeline. Between 1945 and 1961 in 1945, the governor nominated for the first time 2 Africans to the Legislative Council. These 2 Africans were chiefs, Chief Shangali of Moshi, and Chief Adam Makwai of Shinyanga. After 2 years, another African was nominated to the LETCO. This was Chief Adam Sapi. He was nominated by the governor in 1947. In April 1948, another African, Juma Mirindati, a schoolmaster in Dar es Salaam, was added to the LETCO. A constitutional amendment which enlarged the membership of the LETCO to 15 official and 14 nominated unofficial seats was made in 1945. Out of these seats, 7 were preserved for Europeans, 1 of whom was to represent African interests, 3 for Asians and 4 for Africans. After the Second World War, the mandate of the League of Nations in Tanganyika was transferred to the United Nations Organization, UNO. Tanganyika was put under the UNO Trusteeship Council. This council frequently sent out fact-finding missions to which the Africans presented their grievances. The trusteeship mission to Tanganyika recommended that, the Africans should be allocated seats on the Executive Council. 2. The British should ensure that the progress of the Tanganyikan Africans was accelerated. 3. Each province should be represented by at least 1 African in the LETCO. 4. The Africans should be the majority of the unofficial members of the LETCO. An electoral system should be set up to replace the old one which vested substantial powers in the governor to nominate members of the LETCO. 223. Another constitutional committee was set up in 1949 to review the then constitutional structure of Tanganyika and also to recommend the pattern of future constitutional development. In 1951, a commission of inquiry was set up, which recommended that the executive consist of 8 official and 5 unofficial members, 3 Europeans, 1 Asian and 1 African. The LETCO had 15 official and 14 unofficial members, 7 Europeans, 4 Africans, and 3 Asians. In 1952, the British government agreed to adopt the recommendations on constitutional development. According to the recommendations, there was to be equal representation of the 3 main groups, an enlarged LETCO, and a speaker to replace the governor to chair the LETCO proceedings. Brigadier W.H.E. Scumpham became the first president of the LETCO in 1953. The local government ordinance encouraged the election of town or district councils according to the wishes of the majority. In 1954 the composition of the Executive Council was changed in favor of Africans and the number of the unofficial representation became 7, 3 Africans, 2 Europeans, and 2 Asians. In 1955, the British government adopted a policy of racial parity in the LETCO. Each of the 3 racial groups, Africans, Asians, and Europeans, had 10 representatives on the representative side of the LETCO. An election bill was passed by the LETCO proposing the holding of LETCO elections in 1958. In 1957 ministerial posts were announced, 6 ministers were to be drawn from among the unofficial members, of whom 4 were Africans, 1 Asian and 1 European. In 1958 Richard Turnbull replaced Sir Edward Twining as governor of Tanganyika. Turnbull intended to speed up the progress of the Tanganyika people towards independence. In 1959, a commission was set up to consider the future of the LETCO and the Executive Council. The commission was headed by Sir Richard Ramage and it recommended a large elected LETCO with an African majority. It also recommended a council of ministers to replace the Executive Council. 224. Elections were held in 1960 in accordance with the recommendations of the committee. 58 candidates were elected unopposed. These included Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Of the .13 contested seats, the Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, won 12. TANU had received the majority vote and was therefore requested to form a government with Nyerere as chief minister. The Mwalimu Julius Nyerere total number of members of the LETCO at the time in the National Assembly was 81, out of whom 52 were Africans, 16 Europeans, 11 Asians, 1 Arab and 1 Goan. Only 1 members were nominated. A constitutional conference which was held in Dar es Salaam recommended that Tanganyika should be given internal self-government on May 1, 1961 and independence on December 9, 1961. On LST May 1961, Tanganyika attained self-government with Julius Nyerere as its first prime minister. This was followed by attainment of independence on December 9, 1961. Power was formally handed over to Julius Nyerere by the Duke of Edinburgh. 225. 32. Political development in Tanganyika, 1918 to 1961. Unlike Ugandans who were in political slumber for a long time, the people of Tanzania were awakened immediately after the First World War. After the Maji Maji Rebellion which opposed German rule, Tanzania did not experience a lot of nationalist influence until 1924. The first African nationalist movement to be set up in Tanganyika was the Bukoba-Bahia Union. It was formed in 1924 under the leadership of Clemens Kiaiza. Kiaiza was an employee of the government and also worked with the Christian missions in Tanzania. The union put the following demands to the colonial government: A. The right to an academic education. B. Reform of the system of indirect rule which was imposed on them by Cameron. The Tanganyikans hated those local, illiterate chiefs who were governing them. C. Reform of the land tenure system which was imposed on the people. It was called Nyarabanjia and was almost similar to the Malo land system. Another nationalist movement was the Kilimanjaro Native Planters Association. This was also formed in the same year by the Bukoba-Bahia Union. It was a Chaga association intended to concern itself with the growing and marketing of coffee. In 1935, the Uzangi Sports and Welfare Club was formed. Its main aim was to promote social and recreational activities. But it had a strong underlying motive of educational and 226. Economic self-improvement. All the above associations were led by young, educated Africans who were always at loggerheads with the chiefs. One of the young educated leaders of the Uzangi clubs was Martin Kayamba. He was the son of a school teacher. He received his education at Kaungani, a school which had been established by the University Mission to Central Africa, UMCA. Kayamba was born in Zanzibar in 1891. He was later employed as a clerk in the Tanga district office. In 1922, with support from government, he founded the Tanganyika Territory African Civil Service Association. It was from this association that the Tanganyika African Association, TAA, was formed. The Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, was in turn formed from TAA in 1954. Political development after 1945. The outbreak of the Second World War in 1939 slowed down the political development of Tanganyika. After the war, however, African nationalism gained a lot of momentum. This was due to the fact that the Africans who participated in the war learned a lot from other countries. They had traveled and fought alongside the white men and realized that the whites were not superior to them at all. They had also gained some experience from the struggle for independence in Asia, South, and West Africa. All these gave the ex-soldiers the confidence to agitate for their freedom and independence. The most important post-war political development was the decision of Brain to place Tanganyika under United Nations trusteeship in 1947. Part of the deal between the British and the United Nations was that political activity by the Tanzanians be permitted. The Tanzanians were, however, only granted this right in the 1950s. Another important development was the holding of the Fifth Pan-African Congress in Britain in 1945. This Congress was attended by Kwame Nkrumah, Leopold Senghor, Kamuzabunda, and Nnamdi Azikiwe. The Congress led to the call on 227 African leaders to organize and pressurize the colonialists to grant them independence. When Tanganyika fell under the jurisdiction of the Board of Trusteeship, the move towards independence was quickened. Missions were frequently sent to listen to people's grievances. The reports of these missions urged the British to speed up the move to independence for the people of Tanganyika. In 1949, Sir Edward Twining, the governor of Tanganyika, set up a commission to recommend the constitutional changes to be made. The commission recommended that the official majority in the Legislative Council be retained and that the unofficial seats be divided equally among the three races, i.e. Africans, Indians, and Europeans. The Tanganyika African Association attacked the second recommendation. Furthermore, TAA wanted the number of Africans in the Letco to be more than the number of other races combined. In 1955, Professor Mackenzie was requested to examine the situation on the ground and make recommendations about parliamentary representation. He supported the equal representation of Africans and other races. He even went ahead to recommend that only 3 contestants should stand in each constituency. All his proposals came into effect in 1955. In 1953, Julius Nyerere, a renowned academician who had been trained at Edinburgh University, returned to Tanganyika and was elected president of the Tanganyika African Association, TAA. Owing to his dynamism, TAA was soon transformed into a national political party. On July 7, 1954, the Tanganyika African Association was renamed the Tanganyika African National Union, TANU. This day was termed Saba Saba Day. Later, some members of TANU broke away and formed the African Congress, AC. The visiting United Nations mission was highly impressed by the plans of TANU and recommended that Tanganyika should become independent. In 1955, Julius Nyerere addressed the United Nations organization and he won a lot of respect and sympathy from the member states of UNO. 228. In 1957, Julius Nyerere became a member of the Letco, a post which he shortly resigned when his proposal of one man one vote was rejected by the Letco. In 1958, Sir Richard Turnbull was appointed governor. Right away be embarked activities geared towards preparing Tanganyika for independence. He had Sir Richard Ramage appointed chairman of a committee meant to consider the future of the Legislative Council and the Executive Council. The committee recommended the following: I. The enlargement of the Letco to 71 elected members. 2. Reservation of 10 seats for whites. 3. Setting up of a council of ministers to replace the Executive Council. 4. Extension of the right to vote to all literate adults with a minimum annual income of £75. But TANU felt that the recommendation that only literate people be allowed to vote was unfair since some villages had very large populations of illiterate people. They therefore preferred adult suffrage, which means one man one vote. However, Julius Nyerere persuaded his people to accept the proposal since it was a big step forward. At the end of 1959, the governor announced that a new government would be formed in 1960. This meant that although the country would not yet be fully independent, it would have control over most of the functions of government. This was really the final stage to independence. An election was organized in 1960. TANU won 70 out of the 71 seats available and Julius Nyerere became the first Prime Minister of Tanganyika. In 1961, he called for independence and he welcomed people of all races into his government provided they stood for the development of the country. He undertook to Africanize the civil service, introducing a special training scheme to accelerate the changeover. Ian MacLeod, the colonial secretary, organized a conference in Dar es Salaam in March 1961 to work out the final time. 229. Table for Independence. On May 1, full internal self-government was granted to the people of Tanganyika. Only foreign affairs, defense, and the police force remained in the hands of the British government. Tanganyika received its independence on December 9, 1961, and Julius Nyerere became the first president of the Republic of Tanganyika. 230. Go Ogle original from University of Michigan. 33. Constitutional development in Kenya, 1900 to 1963. Of the three East African countries, constitutional development began earliest in Kenya. This was due to the presence and the interests of the white settlers there. Between 1895 and 1905, Kenya did not have any representative assembly. In 1906, the British government allowed the formation of an executive council in Kenya. The following year, a legislative council was also set up. The governor nominated 8 men to the council. The nominees consisted of 6 official and 2 unofficial members. The Asians, who were not represented at all, demanded representation. As a result, in 1909, 1 Asian was nominated to represent Asian interests. In 1914, the settlers were represented on the War Council, which had been set up following the outbreak of the First World War. Constitutional development after First World War. In 1919, immediately after the First World War, an ordinance was passed. Under its terms, the composition of the Legislative Council was expanded to cater for the representation of various racial groups in the country. The council was now to include 10 ex officio members to represent Arab interests in Kenya. It also included 11 unofficial Europeans exclusively elected by the Europeans in Kenya, and 2 Indians nominated by the governor. This disparity in representation led to bitter relations between the white settlers and the Asians. Relations between the two groups only began to improve when the British government issued the Devonshire White Paper in 1923. Up to this time the Africans were not represented at all. 231. Main points of Devonshire White Paper. I. Kenya was declared to be primarily an African country and the interests of Africans were declared to be paramount. 2. The highlands of Kenya were reserved for European settlement. 3. There was to be no racial segregation in residential areas, especially in towns, and no restriction on Indian immigration into Kenya. 4. The European demand for self-government in Kenya was dismissed. V. The British remained responsible for Kenya. 6. The Indians were allowed to elect 5 members to the Legislative Council. 7. African interests were to be represented by Dr. Arthur, a prominent missionary in Kenya. 8. No further constitutional privileges were promised to the white settlers. The Devonshire White Paper was a turning point in both the constitutional and political development of Kenya. It left the Europeans and Indians unhappy, but it also laid a firm foundation for the African leaders to articulate their aspirations. The Devonshire White Paper disappointed the Indians deeply and they at first refused to take up the seats reserved for them in the Letco. In 192-7, however, they elected 1 member of their community to the Letco. They only took up all their 5 seats later, i.e. in 1933. Though the Africans were nominally represented in the Letco in 1931, it was not until 1944 that an African was nominated to the Letco. He was called Mr. Iliad Matthew. This concession was partly in response to the formation of the Kenya African Union, KAU, a political party whose goal was to articulate African grievances and promote Africa.N aspirations. 232. Constitutional development after Second World War. In 1946, the white missionary who was representing African interests was replaced by an African. In 1944, the first African, Iliad Matthew, was nominated to the Legislative Council. Matthew was followed by another African, B.A. Changa. In 1946 Changa replaced a missionary who had been nominated to represent African interests in the Legislative Council. The number of African representatives was increased to 4 in 1948, but this was considered by the Kenya African Union as inadequate. The demand of the Kenya white settlers to have self-government under their dominion only added insult to injury. This was followed by the nomination of 4 Africans to the LETCO in 1948. In 1952, Iliad Matthew was appointed the first African member of the Executive Council. In the same year, the Colonial Secretary increased the number of official members in the LETCO to 26 and that of unofficial members to 28. Of these, 6 Africans and 1 Arab were nominated and 6 Indians and 14 Europeans were elected. In 1954, the Colonial Secretary came to Kenya and held constitutional talks which changed the Executive Council into the Council of Ministers. 2 years later, more Africans were nominated to the LETCO. This raised their number to 8. 2 others were nominated from the Board of Commerce, Agriculture, and THIRD to sit on the LETCO. The Council of Ministers was also increased by 2 more unofficial members. This included 1 African and 1 European who were appointed to that post basically on merit. Africans had by now become very politically conscious and aware of their role in the constitutional and political development of their country. They demanded that African representation in the LETCO be increased to 15. This prompted Mr. Lennox Boyd, who had succeeded Oliver Littleton as Colonial Secretary, to go to Kenya for another round of constitutional talks. As a result of these talks, the Littleton Constitution was scrapped in 1958 and replaced with the Lennox Boyd Constitution. According to the new Constitution, 233. The number of the elected African members was to be increased to 16. 2. 4 non-Muslim Asians were to be elected members. 3. 2 Muslim Asians were also to be elected members. 4. 2 Arabs were to be elected to represent the interests of the Arabs. The governor was to nominate 12 specially elected members who would include 4 Africans, 4 Europeans, and 4 Asians. In 1959, the elected African members rejected the Lennox Boyd Constitution. This led to the Constitutional Conference of 1960 called by MacLeod, the new Colonial Secretary. This conference was held in Lancaster House in London and recommended the following. The Legislative Council was to consist of 65 elected members, of whom 53 would be directly elected while 12 others are elected by the members of the Legislative Council and called national members. 2. The governor reserved the right to appoint 3 ministers and the Speaker of the Legislative Council. 3. The right to vote be restricted. 4. The Council of Ministers should become the Executive Council. And this council would comprise 4 Africans, 3 Europeans, and 1 Asian. A SECO QD constitutional meeting was held in Lancaster House in 1962. It recommended that representatives to the Legislative Council should be elected from every district. These representatives would constitute the upper house, while other representatives were to be elected from various constituencies by universal adult suffrage. The Council of Ministers would form the lower house. In 1963, elections were held as recommended by the Lancaster Constitutional Conference. Jomo Kenyatta became the first Prime Minister with full powers, and on December 12, 1963, Kenya became completely independent. 234. 34. Political development in Kenya. The white settlers, led by aggressive men such as Colonel Grogan and Lord Delamere, were the first people to organize themselves into a political group. By 1911, the settlers had already formed an association. In 1920, the settlers were granted the right to elect 11 members to the Legislative Council, LETCO. No other racial group enjoyed this privilege. The aim was simply to make Kenya a settler-dominated self-governing colony. The settlers were riot-satisfied with direct representation in the LETCO. They did not want to accept equality with other races in Kenya. They opposed the Asian demand for equality and demanded that Asian immigration into Kenya should be restricted. They also insisted that schools and hospitals be segregated. All these settler demands caused a lot of anger among the Asians, who sent delegations to London to plead with the Duke of Devonshire for justice. The problem was solved by issuing the Devonshire White Paper. The white settlers' racial demands were not limited to the Asians. They objected to Africans' participation in cash crop production. This, according to them, would lead to the production of substandard crops and would also reduce the supply of labor to the white settler farms. The Asians, who mostly lived in urban centers, developed their own cultural and social organizations. Under the East Africa Indian National Congress, they obtained support from the British government in India. Among the prominent Indian leaders in East Africa was Jivanji. The Indians demanded equality with the white settlers. They also strongly demanded the right to settle in the Kenya highlands, which were reserved entirely for the white settlers. 235. However, the Indians did not achieve their objectives, partly because they did not try to win African support in the struggle against settler domination. Africans. The Africans in Kenya became politically conscious earlier than their counterparts in Tanganyika and Uganda. This was largely because of the following reasons: the Africans had a common enemy, the white settlers who had been encouraged by the British government to take over their land and subject them to forced labor. The Africans from all regions of Kenya had the same grievances. These were based on land alienation, forced labor, and heavy taxation. The whites in Kenya wished to reduce the Africans to the status of slaves. This strengthened African political unity and led to the formation of some African organizations to counter the dangers of white domination. African political opinion did not, however, make itself felt until the 1920s when, as a result of World War I and closer contacts with European culture and life, various groups were formed to press home their aspirations. At first these groups were tribal and local and their demands were moderate. In 1920, the Kikuyu Association was formed. It consisted of a number of chiefs and headmen. It was led by Chief Koinange, an appointee of the government. Owing to its moderate stance, many people were dissatisfied with the Kikuyu Association. Accordingly, in 1921, a more militant group called the Young Kikuyu Association was formed. It was led by a dynamic young man, Harry Thuku. The members of the Young Kikuyu Association demanded, a. the withdrawal of the Kipanda identity card, that all Africans were legally required to carry. b. the reduction of poll tax. c. better labor conditions. c. the return of Kikuyu land. 236. In order to articulate these demands, Thuku addressed large African gatherings in Kavirondo and Kikuyu land. The Kikuyu Association denounced the actions of the Young Kikuyu Association. The government arrested Thuku and deported him to Kismayu. The association was left leaderless and it continued under the name of Kikuyu Central Association. But the association had lost steam. In 1922, a group of young graduates of the Church Missionary Society's school at Maseno formed the Young Kavirondo Association. The main concern was the danger of land alienation. They feared that part of their land might be appropriated. They were also opposed to the system of Kipanda and the heavy taxation. In 1923, a missionary archdeacon changed the name of the association to Kavirondo Taxpayers Welfare Association and the group lost its meaning. In 1928, a Scottish missionary provoked the Kikuyu Central Association by trying to stamp out the custom of female circumcision among the Kikuyu. The association rose up to defend the customs of its people against alien influence. Prominent in this controversy was Jomo Kenyatta. He was the editor of the Kikuyu Central Association newspaper, Mayugwithania, and also the general secretary of the association. The clash between the Kikuyu Central Association and the church was a turning point. Many private schools shot up in Kikuyu land to counter the influence of the missionary schools which were out to destroy the African culture, especially in Kikuyu land. These schools gradually produced the most outspoken critics of the Europeans and of colonial rule. Much of the political activity was centered in Kikuyu land because the Kikuyu were the ones most directly involved in controversies over land and also because they were closest to the heartland of European influence, Nairobi. Other African organizations which were opposed to white domination were formed during the 1930s. These associations included the Kavirondo Association, formed by the Baluya as a response to land alienation, the Yakombo Members Association which 237. Was formed primarily to object to the government destocking campaign in Kambaland. It is worth noting that although all these associations were formed by people of different backgrounds and ages, they shared the same nationalist ambitions. Towards the outbreak of the Second World War, the Kikuyu Central Association became very popular because it had sent a petition to Britain demanding that, a. the Africans be allowed to grow coffee, b. the Kikuyu be governed by one paramount chief, c. the Kenya laws be published in the Kikuyu language, and d. Harry Thuku be released. All their petitions were sent by John Stone Kamau, who was later to become known as Jomo Kenyatta. However, in the course of the war, the Kikuyu Central Association was banned along with all allied associations in Kenya such as the Kikuyu Association and the Kikuyu Central Taxpayers Association. Mr. James G. Shuru, who was one of the founders of the Kenya African Study Union, KASU, convened a meeting of the KASU members at which it was proposed to change the name of the association to the Kenya African Union, KAU, in 1946. James G. Shuru became president of KAU. Jomo Kenyatta. Go Ogle. In September of the same year Jomo Kenyatta returned from England. In June 194-7, he replaced James G. Shuru as president of KAU. Jomo Kenyatta's immediate challenge was how to weld together people beyond Kikuyu land under the Kenya African Union and thus turn it into a strong political party. Though a very large number of Kenyans were illiterate, Jomo Kenyatta still managed to weld together the Africans under the Kenya African Association. Kenyatta met a lot of hostility from the Europeans who demanded that he should be deported. Mau Mau Rebellion. Some members of the Kenya African Union in 1948 had formed the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, a militant and very radical group which resorted to arms in 1951 in what is known as Mau Mau to drive the white settlers away from their land. The words Mau Mau mean different things to different people. According to the sympathizers of the colonialists, Mau Mau was barbaric, backward and anti-European tribal cult whose leaders had planned to pull Kenya from the direction of progress to that of darkness and death. Some of them defined it as a movement designed to impose the dominance of the Kikuyu tribe on the entire Kenyan people. However, according to the African historian, B.A. Agad, Mau was a parade attempt by a desperate people to change a system of economic and social injustice which is a marked feature of Kenyan history. All in all, the Mau Mau movement was an active nationalist force whose organizers had set out to resist the oppression of alien rulers. Causes of Mau Mau. Several factors contributed in different proportions to the Mau Mau revolt. One of the immediate causes of the Mau Mau was the Second World War. Africans who had participated in the war had gone through a lot of experiences, such that they now wanted immediate independence. Careless utterances of the white settlers. For instance, in 1950 a prominent settler announced, "We are here to stay and the other races must accept that fact with all that it implies." This was annoying to the nationalists who no longer wanted to be slaves of the white men. The population pressure in central Kenya also caused the Mau Mau movement. Many people were deprived of their land and concentrated within land reserves which, unfortunately, did not yield enough food to feed the growing population. Land alienation in the highlands had generated a lot of discontent. 239. The Europeans made a grave mistake of evicting African squatters from settler farms. These squatters were pushed into overpopulated reserves where there were no jobs or land. All this suffering made the Africans look at violence as the only means of salvaging themselves from the unfair treatment meted out to them by the Europeans. The high cost of living in Kenya. For instance, between 1949 and 1952, the cost of living rose by 40% while weekly wages rose from Sh 7/62 to Sh 14/13 only. The high cost of living forced the Africans to demand better wages. Racial discrimination by the white settlers. The Africans were discriminated against with regard to employment, salaries, hotels, sports, growing coffee, etc. Initially, Mau Mau was not taken seriously. In 1948, When government was investigating cases of intimidation of the Kikuyu squatters, Governor Philip Mitchell underrated the power of the Mau Mau. He thought the movement was a mere cult. By 1950, African leaders were really impatient and they wanted the number of Africans in the Legislative Council to be increased. One member of COW demanded that independence should be granted within 3 years. As the Europeans hesitated, attacks were gradually getting out of hand. Acts of violence had aroused fear in the settlers, who called for government action. In 1951 Mau Mau was declared an unlawful society and its leaders took refuge in the forests, chiefly in the Aberdare and Mt Kenya areas. In October 1952, Senior Chief Werahai was murdered in cold blood for his loyalty to government. This made the Europeans realize the gravity of the situation. A state of emergency was immediately declared. Kenyatta and many other COW leaders were arrested and charged with organizing and supporting the wave of violence. Kenyatta was found guilty and sentenced to 7 years imprisonment in 1953. In June 1953, COW was banned for 4 years, but the war continued and it took a heavy toll on both the Europeans and 240. The Africans. The Mau Mau fighters were only weakened when their topmost leaders, General China and Adan Kamatha, were arrested. Despite these setbacks, Mau Mau activities continued around the Aberdares until 1956. In 1960, the state of emergency was lifted. Consequences of Mau Mau: the war cost the lives of about 10,000 Mau Mau men, 2,000 Kikuyu civilians, 1,000 government troops and 58 civilians, both European and Asian. The Mau Mau forced tens of thousands of people into reserves and detention camps where there was human suffering and horror. Thousands of prisoners suffered harsh treatment and poor living conditions. Terror and fear of death was the order of the day for many people for many years. African solidarity, which existed in clans and tribes, weakened as some members of the same clan or tribe were seen as traitors because of their loyalty to the whites. Britain and Kenya lost about £50 million in the war. The Mau Mau rebellion demonstrated to the constitutional planners that majority rule was inevitable. It also revealed to the Europeans that they could not control the internal situation in Kenya. The white settlers and the Africans realized that the responsibility for a permanent settlement rested with Britain. The Mau Mau also taught the British to respect the opinion of the African leaders. As a result, power shifted from the hands of the settlers to the Africans. It also forced the government to create a consistent policy towards African participation in the governance of Kenya. 241. The number of Africans nominated to take part in government was increased to more than 5. It encouraged the government to effect constitutional changes in 1954, 1957, and 1960 in order to bring about stability and racial harmony. The Mau Mau also popularized imprisoned COW leaders such as Jomo Kenyatta. The Mau Mau rebellion taught different races to coexist. After the Mau Mau, the speed of both political and constitutional advance became rapid. As we have already seen in the previous chapter, in 1954, the Colonial Secretary, Oliver Littleton, visited Kenya and produced a plan for a multiracial council of ministers to replace the Executive Council. The unofficial members included 1 African, 2 Asians and 3 Europeans. Some extremist Europeans, led by one Captain Briggs, criticized Littleton's reform. They did not accept a multiracial government, they wanted white domination to continue in Kenya. In 1955, the ban on political parties was lifted and parties allowed to function at local level. This promoted the rise of new leaders, and by 1958, people like Tom Mboya, Ojenga Odinga, Daniel Arap Moi, Ronald Ngala, Jeremiah Nyaga, and Dr. Julius Kiana had become members of the LETCO. It was not until the famous Wind of Change speech by the British Prime Minister E.R. Macmillan, that the whites realized that Kenya was no longer going to be the white man's country. In 1959, the African members of the LETCO boycotted the council and demanded a constitutional conference. Since Jomo Kenyatta was the only one able to unite all the Africans, they also demanded his release from prison. In January 1960, a constitutional conference took place in Lancaster House in London. After a month of discussions, there was still strong disagreement between Ngela and Mboya on the one hand and Captain Briggs' group on the other. They, however, agreed on the following. 242. The 12 specially elected members were to remain. 2. There were to be 33 open seats. 3. There were to be 20 reserved seats, 2 Arabs, 8 Asians, and 10 Europeans. 4. The Council of Ministers would consist of 8 unofficial members, 4 Africans, 1 Asian and 3 Euro-ANS, and 4 official members. The Africans accepted this as a temporary arrangement. They now had a majority on the unofficial side of the Legislative Council and some control over the reserved seats. The Europeans in Kenya were alarmed and some of them started selling their property, while others demanded compensation from Britain so that they could sell their farms and leave Kenya. In 1960, a new national party, the Kenya African National Union, KANU, was formed by African leaders in the Legislative Council. Mr. G. Shuru was its president, Mr. Odinga Ajinga its vice president and Mr. Mboya its general secretary. This party was very radical, and it was mainly urban-centered. This forced the other leaders to form the Kenya African Democratic Union, KADU, in 1960 with the support of the Kalenjin, the Maasai, the people of northern Nyanza and the coast. Its leaders were Ngela, Masand Muliro and Daniel Arap Moi. KADU advocated a federal constitution which would preempt the domination of Kenya by the Luo and Kikuyu through KANU. In the 1961 elections, while KANU won 19 seats, KADU won 11. African support for European reserved seats largely went to Blundell's moderates. KANU was called upon to form a government but it refused on the grounds that Jomo Kenyatta had not yet been released from prison. Mr. Ngela was then called upon to lead a government with KADU support. When Jomo Kenyatta was released from jail in August 1961, he tried to reconcile KANU and KADU, but his efforts were not successful. He therefore became president of KANU. 243. In 1962, a constitutional conference was again held in Lancaster House in London. It was hoped that the differences between KADU and KANU would be ironed out. Some members of IANU joined the government and a constitution was drawn up. In the elections of May 1963, IANU won 85 seats and KADU only 41. On June 1963, Jomo Kenyatta became Prime Minister with full powers of internal self-government. Many opposition members joined the government and Jomo Kenyatta chose his ministers from many different communities. The constitution was again changed to reduce the powers of regions. Kenya became independent on December 12, 1963 and Mzee Jomo Kenyatta became the first president of the Republic of Kenya. 244. 35. Closer union in East Africa. The idea of closer union of East Africa was contemplated as early as 1898. When Johnston came to Uganda in 1899, he had it in mind. Charles Eliot also shared the same idea. He believed that the lower Kenya and Uganda stayed apart, the more divergent their policies would become and it would be difficult to merge them later. When Britain acquired Tanganyika after the First World War, the idea of merging the three territories became more popular. In 1922, Winston Churchill, the British colonial secretary, declared that he looked forward to the Federation of East Africa, a hope which was also shared by his successor, L.S. Amory, in 1924. In 1924, a commission of inquiry was appointed under the chairmanship of the Honourable W. Ormsby Gome to find out the possibility of forging a federation. He found out the following. Uganda. In Uganda, strong feelings against federation were expressed by Baganda leaders. They opposed it on the grounds that this would interfere with their special position as set out in the 1900 Buganda Agreement. They also feared white domination which was already evident in the Kenya highlands. Hatred of the Federation in Uganda came up clearly in 1953 when the then colonial secretary made reference to the possibility of an East African Federation. There was an immediate outcry which led to the deportation of the Ayabeka. Kenya. Originally, the idea of closer union was opposed by both Africans and the white settlers. The Africans thought that the white settlers hoped to benefit a great deal from tile federation provided they had a say in the government and the shaping of its policies. They therefore became strong supporters of the federation. When Sir Edward Grigg was appointed governor of Kenya, he was instructed to design plans for the federation. His committee recommended the implementation of the plan in 1927. Ilmganyika here the opinion was not in favor of union. The first outspoken critic of the system was the governor, Sir Donald Cameron. He had been angered by the actions of the governors of Uganda and Kenya in trying to stop the building of the railway link between Tabora and Mwanza, which would inevitably take away some of the trade and traffic that went through Uganda and Kenya. Cameron threatened to resign if the plan was carried out. The British government also got concerned since Tanganyika was a mandate territory and as such it had to cater for the welfare of the Africans. So most people in Tanganyika were not in favor of the federation at all. Though there was a lot of opposition from various communities against federation, the British government did not give up the idea. In 1928, another commission was set up. This was the Hilton Young Commission. It found out that a complete political federation was not viable, but recommended that a High Commissioner for East Africa should be appointed with powers to see and all the policies affecting the populations of East Africa. This recommendation came to nothing since the settlers did not support it. The idea of federation was dropped in the 1930s. It had, however, been made clear that there was a possibility of closer 246 union in the field of economic and social affairs, and it was along these lines that the Governors' Conference developed. From 1930 they met regularly. An East African Currency Board had been set up by 1920, and by 1930 railways, customs, defense, posts, and telegraphs were shared at least between Kenya and Uganda. All the three territories came to adopt common tariffs and to standardize policies on African taxation, elementary education, communications, and industry. During the Second World War, a joint economic council for East and Central Africa was set up, with a secretariat, to share resources available and contribute towards the war. Many other bodies were set up to deal with research, supplies, and refugees, but they did not outlast the war. Formation of East Africa High Commission. The East Africa High Commission was established in 1948 with its headquarters in Nairobi. The commission consisted of the three governors of East Africa, together with an executive organization headed by a commissioner, and a legislative body with powers to make laws affecting the common services of the three countries. The members of the legislative body were to be chosen by the three countries on a racial basis. Some were to be elected while others were to be nominated. The powers of the commission were limited. It had no revenue of its own but depended on grants from the three member states. Neither did it have an army, a police force, law courts, or power to enforce laws of its own apart from the regulations mentioned above. Functions of the Commission. In spite of the limitations imposed upon it, the Commission proved to be an effective and useful body. It combined and coordinated a wide range of functions. The Commission played a great role in the development of the East African railways and harbors. It also promoted East African posts and telecommunications. The Commission also controlled 247 East African leaders discussing formation of East Africa High Commission. Customs and Excise. This led to the development of the East African Customs and Excise Department. Furthermore, the Commission promoted higher education, which led to the development of Makerere College, which was the highest institution of learning in East Africa at that time. It also helped in setting up the East African Income Tax Department, Defense and Civil Aviation Directorates, and research institutions. The Commission also set up the East African Literature Bureau to contribute to the development of the publishing sector. In 1961, the High Commission became the East African Common Services Organization. It continued successfully to encourage economic development. After independence, each country, however, went its separate way and followed its own path of development.